A pressing check down to his legs, and then made some of those special throws we're accustomed to seeing throughout his college career. I think this is Trevor Lawrence's best game yet.
Oh, wow. The Jaguars were the closest they've come to a win this season on Thursday night. They led 14-0 to the half, as I mentioned. A lead that could have been 21 if not for a failed goal line 4th and 1. 35-yard field goal as time expired, and here's Urban Meyer after the game.
That's devastating, heartbreaking. You know, these guys, usually I'm not wrong about stuff like that, I just see a good team in there. I see good guys, and I see good hearts. I see guys at work. And I told them I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong about that stuff. And this team's going to win some games.
Marcus, you see anything you liked from Urban Meyer last night?
You know what? It's easy for me to rail on coaches. Y'all know that. But I thought Urban Meyer summed that game up perfectly because that team, Jacksonville, played well. But this is not the first week in a row. This is the second week in a row. They played against the Cardinals, played a good game for a large majority of that game against the Arizona Cardinals as well. When you think about a young team, though, you want them to get over the hump so you can get some of that juice going. And that's what Urban Meyer is talking about, especially when those guys thought that they would be able to close that one out against the Bengals. Yeah, last night as we were watching the game, we're all going back and forth like, oh, all right, Trevor Lawrence, all right, Jaguars. And it felt like something special. El Boogie, it's amazing how these quarterbacks can develop while they playing the damn game, huh? I mean, my goodness.
And when they have the right scheme.
Really?
All right, guys, enough of that. Let's get Adam Schefter in here for the DraftKings Daily Fantasy lineup. Adam, who made your roster this week?
Well, Laura, this is normally Fields' job, but Fields' busy today, so we're going to fill out his DraftKings fantasy lineup for him and take over and see if we can exceed what he normally does. We're going to start with Russell Wilson at quarterback and spend up on Russell Wilson, being that he's never lost 3 straight games during his NFL career. He's got a San Francisco team missing some cornerbacks. Russell Wilson figures to have a big day on Sunday. Tyler Lockett hasn't practiced much, but he should be able to go, and DK Metcalf will be out there, and Russell Wilson usually plays pretty well against the Seahawks. We also have Devonta Smith, the Eagles wide receiver, who should be in a matchup where he has to catch passes and score points against the Kansas City Chiefs. And at tight end, we're going to spend down and go with the Carolina Panthers tight end, Tommy Tremble. Keep this name in mind, Tommy Tremble. He's a guy that I think will be a factor this season. A young tight end, made some plays last game against the Houston Texans. I think the Panthers are excited about him, and one of the reasons they were willing to trade Dan Arnold this week to the Jacksonville Jaguars to get C.J. Henderson. Tommy Tremble makes the lineup that Field wishes he could have projected and picked out.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to definitely show Field this lineup next week, Adam, and if you end up being more right than Field is, that's going to be a real showdown. I don't know what we're going to do about that.
Let's show Field how it's done. Let's try to do that at least, and let's see what the results show, Laura.
I love it. Next on NFL Live, we have a live report from Tampa Bay ahead of the highly anticipated homecoming for Tom Brady in New England. Find out who is back at practice today for the reigning Super Bowl champs.
DraftKings is the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL. And this Sunday only, new players can play free for over $1 million in total prizes when you make your first deposit. Download the DraftKings app and sign up with the code NFL Live.
Back slow, you would never see that. Use the clap dough.
The classic Hollywood story. We meet the hero, the all-new Nissan Frontier. Hero faces seemingly impossible challenge. Tension builds. The plot twist. The hero prevails. In Hollywood, this would be the end. But out here, we're just getting started.
Introducing the all-new Nissan Frontier. Introducing Domino's new 2-minute guarantee. Order Domino's Carside Delivery. Check in when you arrive, and we'll be headed out the door less than 2 minutes after it's ready, or your next pizza is free. Nothing will stop us from getting out the door fast. Rain, snow, wind, and, wild animals? Carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 and put our 2-minute guarantee to the test.
Lowe's showrooms have a variety of stylish flooring you'll love for years to come. Like Pergo Wet Protect and Stain Master, exclusively at Lowe's. Your life might change, but your flooring can last a lifetime. Order now. Get your flooring installed with help from Lowe's. Home to any budget, home to any possibility.
With Fundrise, the same kind of real estate investments that have powered the world's strongest portfolios for decades are now available to you. Join the community of over 150,000 investors who are investing with Fundrise today.
Allbirds worships the ground you run on. That's why we're focused on materials that wick sweat, dry quick, breathe easy, and fit great the natural way.
Final escape and run for it to the end zone touchdown. And just like that, it's out! What a play! Are you kidding me? Breaking free! And I guess that's why they're so afraid of us. Do you believe that?
Download the NFL app today.
Hulu has live TV? Hulu has live sports?
Well, yes. Hulu does have live sports.
Time's up. I need your answer now.
Hulu has live game shows. We're in this together.
Any evidence this was a drug-related crime?
Whatever there is to find in there, the sheriff's gonna find it.
There's nothing.
There's always something. We're all going out of our minds down here, trying to control things.
Kennedy hosts the game of fill-ins and villains.
You pronounce it.
It's weekdays at 4:30 on Buzzer.
Got a new house.
I think I finally found a place that I call home.
Special financing is available with low monthly payment options. Act now, and you will also receive a free 7-year warranty valued at $695. Call or go online now to request your free quote.
Tom's a very experienced and smart player.
And there's no quarterback I'd rather coach than Tom Brady.
I've experienced a lot with him over the years. He's the best coach of all time, and it's a privilege to play for him.
Bill Belichick and Tom Brady are the best combination of all time.
Now and then I think of when we were together.
The Patriots are Super Bowl champions! Their second Super Bowl championship back-to-back. World champions again.
A fourth Lombardi trophy. The greatest comeback in Super Bowl history.
6 Super Bowl championships.
Nice little breakup tune there for Tom Brady and Bill Belichick. All eyes certainly on their reunion, but as Jenna Lane joins us from Tampa, it's also a return to New England for Rob Gronkowski, the now Bucs tight end. He missed practice Wednesday and Thursday. Jenna, what's the latest on his status?
Yeah, Laura, Red Zone Robbie G returned to practice today for the first time since suffering a rib injury in the third quarter last week against the Rams. He returned to finish out the game, but we didn't see him practice on Wednesday or Thursday. Friday's typically his day off, but he was out there today. Still, though, Bruce Arians said he's going to be a game-time decision, and the injury report that just came out a few moments ago officially lists him as doubtful. There have been instances, though, where players have been listed as doubtful and they've still gone on to play on Sunday. 2 games that actually come to mind for me with Rob Gronkowski, actually, where he missed multiple practices during the week would be the Super Bowl 52, where he had an injury leading up to that game. He had a concussion, missed multiple practices, and then also Super Bowl 46, where he had a high ankle sprain.
Yeah, it's a good point, Jenna. You never know what can happen, but something to keep an eye on either way. Also, Gronk wasn't the only new face back at practice. What can you tell us about Jason Pierre-Paul's return?
Yeah, Bruce Arians said earlier this week that it was very unlikely that Pierre-Paul would play Sunday. But to all of our surprise, he was back practicing today. And I asked Arians about that, and he said, yeah, nothing surprises me about him. And if you go back and watch that Rams game, Matthew Stafford just carved them up as a defense because they weren't getting a whole lot of pressure up front. That's going to be crucial against Mac Jones. They love to rattle him, and Pierre-Paul would be a big part of that. It's not just what he does physically, though. Will Golston told me he lights a fire under all of us. He is one of their biggest emotional leaders on defense. They'd really like to be able to have his juice out there. But also, it could really help those guys out on the back end because they're going to be down 2 out of 3 starting cornerbacks. Jamel Dean has been ruled out of this game with a knee injury. Richard Sherman is going to be active, but Arians said they're really just activating him more as an insurance policy than anything. He wouldn't, though, name a starter as far as who's going to be playing against the Patriots.
Yeah, Richard Sherman just added a couple days ago. It would be fascinating if he ends up in this game for some reason. Thanks for the latest from Jenna Lane from Tampa and the Bucs side. And you heard Jenna mentioning the Rams. Let's get there as they've got a big matchup. They're flying high into Week 4, coming off of their 34-24 win over Tom Brady and the Bucs last week, which left LA as one of 5 remaining undefeated teams. Now they'll face another 3-0 team in the Cardinals. It'll be a battle in the trenches, as much as you say about the quarterbacks. The Cardinals' offensive line ranks 4th in pass block win rate this season. Meanwhile, the Rams defense is 5th in pass rush win rate. Could pose a serious challenge to Kyler Murray. Mina, looking at Arizona and that offense, what do you expect from them on Sunday?
Well, Laura, this is a real heat check moment for them because early on they haven't exactly faced a murderer's row of defenses between, Titans, Vikings, and Jaguars, and the Rams, one of the better units in the league. I think from the Cardinals' perspective, what's been so encouraging is the way in which they've succeeded. Specifically, Kyler Murray playing so well, throwing the ball so well on early downs in rhythm from inside the pocket. They have absolutely shredded defenses when they go 10 personnel with 4 wide receivers on the field. A lot of that is because of the rookie, Rondale Moore. It's just simply a better group. It's not like the offense is entirely different. They're still doing a ton of screens. They just happen to have a lot of weapons who can convert those screens and short passes into positive yardage down. So to me, for Arizona, it's all about those early downs and not getting in 3rd long, because if you're in 3rd and long against the Rams defense, you probably lost.
Trouble.
See, this is exactly why I like doing TV with Mina, because she sets you up with her great point. She's absolutely right. This team, the Arizona Cardinals, have been excellent on 1st down, and Kyler Murray has been operating at a very high rate. But what does Cliff Kingsbury do when it gets into 3rd down, when we get into the 4th quarter, and he's matched up against a guy like Sean McVay? And hell, since this is just the Tom Brady episode, remember, Cliff Kingsbury was drafted by the New England Patriots. He probably had a cup of coffee with Tom. Maybe some of that could rub off and he can have some of that competitiveness. Maybe he can make some of those adjustments, because we haven't seen that in the couple of years he's been with the Arizona Cardinals. When Kyler Murray isn't making plays, when things aren't happening that he felt like the way they felt like they would coming into the game, Cliff Kingsbury has struggled to make adjustments. And one thing that Aaron Donald, Jalen Ramsey, Raheem Morris will make you do is adjust. So I want to see the true coaching moment, the schematic maneuvering of Cliff Kingsbury when it comes down to critical football moments.
Oh, that's enough about Cliff. I'm going to go to the other side of the ball with Vance Joseph because he has his work cut out for him too. And he has to have a number of looks, RC and Mina. Y'all know this. He has to get creative, and also let his four-man rush eat. But at times, you have to give a three-man look, play underneath, and get off the field. Cooper Kupp and Robert Woods kills people with yards after the catch.
Yeah.
You have to come up and rally. And then you give different looks schematically. This is just a normal mug-up linebacker. He's trying to pick the inside defensive tackle, make this pocket muddy for Matthew Stafford. Don't give him a lot of time to dissect and diagnose. And then when that ball gets out of his hand, they have to rally. Vance Joseph has a lot of pieces on his defense. Isaiah Simmons, Buda Baker, how physical he is in the box. And then you think about J.J. Watt and Chandler Jones up front. Those stars, the stars on the Arizona Cardinals defense has to show up early and often if they have a chance at winning this football game. Because right now, the way the Rams offense is rolling, it doesn't look like anybody's stopping that train.
Yeah, you know, according to ESPN's FPI, this actually has the highest pregame matchup quality of any game going into the week, so that's kind of an interesting way to look at it. Also, the Rams, 61% chance to win, so they agree with some of what you guys are saying. All right, coming up on NFL Live, the Ravens traveling west to take on the undefeated Broncos this Sunday. Find out why someone on our crew says this will be Lamar's biggest test of the season. All that and more, plus an update on his health.
This one's for every sports fan who just spent the entire game explaining to someone the entire game. You've compromised enough. Pepsi Zero Sugar.
This dream is incredible. Those moves are unreal. But great dreams aren't edible and you can barely cartwheel. You're on your way to eggs and bacon, so wave this dream farewell. The sooner you wake, the sooner you'll get toasted breakfast burritos. Only at Taco Bell. Bung.
You need to face your fears.
I've been having dreams about a girl on Arrakis.
The Emperor asks us to bring peace. House Atreides accepts.
Kill them all.
A great man doesn't seek to lead. He's called to it.
Rated PG-13. In theaters and on HBO Max October 22nd.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back to the DIFY show, the show where others do it for you. Today we're going to DIFY a broken sewer line.
The first step is to have HomeServe in place.
HomeServe will do it for you with home repair plans starting at just $7.99 a month.
The next step, we're going to roll these bocce balls towards that smaller ball.
Oh, good roll.
Did you feel that? That must have felt great.
And that's how you DIFY a broken sewer line. That's our show today.
Let HomeServe do it for you with plans starting at just $7.99 a month. Go to homeserve.com or call now.
Was it fun?
Every time I walk in, they be like, oh my God, who is that right there? Looking like a rock star. Got the boots with the jeans and the glasses on. All black, everything man is in his own.
Can we keep it?
Let me see you move, 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 move.
Skeletons are silly all the same. The silence travels slowly by and drive you so insane.
Boys, it's a school night!
81 nights of Halloween.
Are you ready for...
Psoriatic arthritis made my joints stiff, swollen,
painful. Tremfya is approved to help reduce joint symptoms in adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Some patients even felt less fatigued.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to.
Tremfya. Emerge Tremfyant. Janssen can help you explore cost support options.
Plus, for a limited time, you can also receive a free footrest. Just use the code on your screen. Your new normal? Incredibly comfortable. Call or click to order today and receive a 30-day risk-free trial and $100 off.
Monday Night Football coming your way this week, and you don't want to miss this one. Derek Carr and the undefeated Raiders in L.A. taking on Justin Herbert and the Chargers. Our celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month continues 8 Eastern on ESPN, ESPN Deportes, and the ESPN app. Monday Night Countdown kicks off coverage at 6 Eastern. Adam, of course, part of that show. Let's get to our injury report. Week 4 is Adam Schefter jumping back in. Some notable names ruled out Sunday. Adam, what can you tell us?
Well, a group of wide receivers are not going to be playing on Sunday, Laura. If we take a look at the full screen right here, no A.J. Brown, no Julio Jones, no pair of Giants wide receivers, Sterling Shepard, Darius Slayton. They're going to want to get their first-round pick, Kadarius Toney, involved, and no Quentin Nelson for the Indianapolis Colts in a game in which they're also listing Carson Wentz as questionable as the Colts look to bounce back. Meanwhile, Minnesota Vikings are listing Dalvin Cook, who was a limited participant in practice today after not playing last week, as questionable for Sunday's game against the Cleveland Browns. I don't think it's automatic that Cook is playing just yet. We'll see how it goes the rest of the weekend, how he's feeling Sunday before the Vikings make a determination. And George Kittle listed as questionable for Sunday against the Seahawks. Now, didn't look great on Thursday, looked a little bit better today. The Niners want to see how he's looking Saturday before they make a decision about Kittle, who's had a calf injury dating back to the Philadelphia game, got stepped on, it's been bothering him. And the 49ers sure could use him in a game they have to have on Sunday against the Seahawks, Laura.
Yeah, that one really interesting between both of these teams, really looking for a big win. Let's stay on that game as we go to our smart lineup decisions brought to you by IBM Watson. Deebo Samuel facing the Seahawks is Watson's second highest ranked wide receiver this week. His projection of 25.1 fantasy points trails only Devontae Adams. Only Cooper Kupp has more receiving yards than Samuel this season. Mina, that Seahawks defense have their hands full with Deebo. Do you expect him to play better this week, though?
Well, it would be hard for them to play worse, Laura, than they did in the second half against Minnesota. And it's a better matchup for them because the Vikings offense is so good at attacking defenses through the air, and they've got those weapons in Adam Thielen, Justin Jefferson. Jimmy Garoppolo, on the other hand, has not been good throwing it deep, so the Seahawks should benefit from that given their weakness in coverage. For me, it all comes down to first down. So far this season, the Seahawks defense is allowing opposing quarterbacks to post the worst QBR in the NFL, probably worst for them on first down. It's over 80, which would be comparable to Matt Stafford. So if they can tighten up on first down, I think they've got a shot against a quarterback in Jimmy Garoppolo, who struggles when he's forced to become a drop-back passer.
Yeah, you wonder if we'll see more of Trey Lance in this game. Over to another game, Sam Darnold taking on Dak Prescott this Sunday. Darnold coming off back-to-back games with 300 passing yards for the first time in his career. Dak's had 2 3-touchdown games already this season, but's now staring down a Carolina defense. RC, Dak could have his hands full with this Panthers defense. What's the game plan for Dallas, you think?
The game plan for Dallas is going to be what they've done through the first 3 weeks, which is go with what works. And we've seen this team put pressure on quarterbacks. We obviously saw them put Jameis in a bad situation, and they have been great in pass defense too. But with no J.C. Horn, I think they start with the run, and the run leads to the play action pass. You can't match up like body types when you don't have your dudes out there. And right now, the Carolina Panthers don't. So they'll be trying to figure out what type of defense they'll be. Will it be zone? Will it be man? Will they match? Will they play sides? And I think that's the wrong type of situation to be in when you're facing a Dallas offense that's so multiple, so skilled, and so talented.
Yeah, another thing for Dallas, they are at home for this one, so the Panthers have to go on the road. Let's get to Lamar Jackson. He became the first player in NFL history with 200 yards in the air and 50 on the ground in each of the first 3 games. His next challenge will be the Broncos defense, which ranks 3rd in efficiency, 2nd in yards per play. Adam Schefter reporting off the top of the show. He's dealing with that back injury, but feeling better. Expected to see him out there. Marcus, we find out if this undefeated Broncos team is for real on Sunday?
Yeah, listen, first 3 opponents, Giants, Jaguars, and Jets. Nothing to write home about. But now you get your opportunity against a really well-coached football team, a dynamic player in Lamar. But I'm looking at this Denver Broncos offense against the Baltimore Ravens defense. And when you think about this matchup for Teddy Bridgewater, this is kind of seminal moments. You get to the first quarter of the season being over, and you got a tough task with the Baltimore Ravens. The Denver Broncos not only are proving to the rest of the league, but they need to prove to themselves that they are for real in a division that is packed with really good football teams and 2 undefeated teams and 2 teams that we all know has a forward trajectory. I cannot wait to see if the Broncos are legit.
Yeah, this AFC West, man, it's absolutely loaded with talent. We got a whole lot more coming your way on NFL Live. We're getting to Patrick Mahomes. Speaking of that division, the Chiefs trying to get back on track this weekend against the Eagles. Is the answer really as simple as Mahomes not throwing a pick? Well, we'll tell you next on NFL Live. And how about the game of the week? Bucks against the Pats. Uh-oh, the game picks are back. What is RC wearing? Marcus.
I'm real chill. I look like Belichick.
Yeah, you do. Mina, you're a pirate. That's interesting. All right, that shows you maybe what we're picking. We'll be back.
On my get back, cop a bag slow. You would never see that. Use the trap dough.
I wanted a crib close to the stadium. It's the Bay, rent's ridiculous. So I got some roommates. But this isn't what I signed up for.
I say either, and I say either.
These guys are not well.
Excuse me?
Yummy. Eddie said my life wouldn't be in danger. But Venom has 0 chill. I'll be lucky to get out of here with my head attached.
That's the 3rd time this week, dude.
Venom, Let There Be Carnage. Exclusively in movie theaters right now.
You know, if we take that wrapper back to the store, it can be recycled into other stuff.
Well, I want my wrapper to be a hang glider!
How about a park bench?
Dad, you need to think bigger.
Recycle your specially marked Crunchy Bar wrappers in store now.
That's the thing about claims, you see. They don't happen on your schedule. I mean, take a chestnut. It doesn't just say, oh, beg pardon, sir, but is now a good time for a jolly bit of window cracking? I mean, if they did, you wouldn't need a Geico claims team that's available 24/7. Well, near as I can tell, chestnuts don't talk. Or maybe they're just really quiet.
Geico, your claims team is here for you 24/7.
Well, got things to do, Mr. Chestnut, so...
Your dream home? It's out there. Find it on the Redfin app. See all the homes for sale updated every 5 minutes. Find one you like? Go inside without leaving your couch with a 3D walkthrough. Download the Redfin app today.
Stay tuned to get a free pan from Granite Stone. It just doesn't stick. It just doesn't stick. It just doesn't stick because it's Granite Stone, the professional, durable, ultra non-stick pan. It's so slick, virtually nothing sticks. No butter or oil needed. Watch, we melted down these sticky candies in Granite Stone, and it just doesn't stick. We cooked a half a dozen eggs, bacon, cheese, and tomato breakfast with no butter or oil, and it just doesn't stick. Look, caramels, chocolate, and cheese. Unreal for any other pan, but not for Granite Stone. It just doesn't stick.
Nothing sticks to this pan. It is truly amazing.
Non-stick really means non-stick.
Granite Stone will be the last pan you'll ever need because it's pressed from a solid aluminum disc for
just Mac Jones that comes down to the play calling, the skill player's ability to separate. The offensive line has failed him, and the Bucs are just a terrible matchup for this offense on defense. So give me Tampa Bay, and I don't think it's going to be that close.
Yeah, I'm going Tampa Bay as well, and I don't think it's going to be close either. I think this will be a double-digit win for Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers because the defense, I believe, will be able to play well against Mac Jones and some of his deficiencies, and Tom Brady and that offense will figure out Bill Belichick and score points in droves once they get it under control.
Well, I'm taking Tom Brady to beat Bill Belichick because apparently nobody else is playing in this damn game. And when you look at Todd Bowles in this defense, hopefully they can get Mac Jones off the spot and make the rookie uncomfortable if they decide to play. It might just be Brady throwing on air and Belichick trying to put pieces, dummies in place to stop him from converting a third down. That's what it
Maybe
seems
he'll
like
line
to me.
up.
You know, guys, I hate to do this, but I'm also picking the Bucs. Here's the thing.
Let's go.
Here's why. Tom Brady, there's no way that he's going to return to New England and not win this game. Like, I don't even care what happens in the game. There's just no way that that fits in the narrative and the storyline. So for that reason, I'm also going with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to get a big win at Brady's former home. Guys, we got time for one more thing before we go. And I'm told it's a surprise, so let's see what it is. Oh, no. What's happening? Who did
Happy
this?
birthday, guys.
This is so embarrassing. But thanks to Reese for that, by the way. How'd you guys get Reese to say? Who's talking to Reese? Oh, wow. All right. This is the best family.
She edited that video herself.
You ain't the only one with an inside to Reese. We can get Reese to do
live on Monday. You guys.
Happy Hour is presented by DirecTV Stream.
The last weekend of the baseball season. 4 teams for 2 spots. Bring on the chaos. Also, the 37 in the game you didn't think she still had, she still got it. Rams at Cardinals, Ole Miss at Bama, and is there anything we're missing? Let me hear it. There it is. It's a game. It's gonna happen, yes.
We need also the Cubs to for the 70th win. Don't forget that.
If you ask Tom to choose, give me ring 8 or let me smash Bill, he'd probably choose smash Bill. Figures he'll get the next ring, just let's smash Bill first. That's former Patriot Heath Evans, the Karen Garigian, Boston Herald. And that is all we need to start. Brady at Belichick, Buccaneers at Patriots. Frank, what do you say? What do you know? You believe Brady wants this more than any Super Bowl?
You know, in this moment, Sunday night, does he want to win that game? Of course he does. Let's look at the numbers, though. The two of them together, 30 playoff wins, 6 Super Bowls. The two of them are defined, their greatness is defined by winning the biggest game of them all. 30,000-foot view, which is how Tom Brady looks at everything, he wants to win. I know what his trainer said. I know what his dad said about Bill Belichick. That's all coming with the Tom Brady blessing. They're not going rogue on that one. So that's been put out there. But Super Bowl, slightly more important than one game in early October.
Bill Plaschke, what do you say? What do you know?
Oh, Tony, Frank, I don't agree with you on that. I think that Brady, as much as we'd like to think he's above all this, he's thinking long term, he's more mature than this. He's a human being. He got dumped. He's going back to the place, to the guy who dumped him. I can't imagine him wanting to win anything more than what he wants to win this game. He has shown this. Think of how he went after the NFL during Deflategate. He wanted more than anything to show up Roger Goodell and win that Super Bowl for Deflategate. This is the same thing with Belichick.
Okay. Sarah Spain?
I love you, Plaschke, but that's such a Plaschke answer to get lost in the moment of this weekend and to not understand that the only game that a player will not tell you. But no, listen, this is what we do in sports, right? We say, I don't have any circled on the calendar. The next game is the most important game. You know what game we don't do that with? The Super Bowl. That's the one that they'll tell us. That's the one we have circled on the calendar. That's the most important one. Tom Brady himself, in the midst of celebrating a Super Bowl, they'll ask which one's his favorite, and he'll say, the next one. He has told us over over and over again what matters the most to him. Of course he wants to win this, but guess what? He won the Super Bowl a couple months ago, and he's walking into Foxborough with nothing to prove because he already proved he can do it without Bill.
And Kevin Blackistone.
You know, his plaque at the Hall of Fame will read about all of his accomplishments, leading with all the Super Bowl rings that he picked up. It will not include his one-loss record to Bill Belichick. Of course he wants to win this game. Of course it's a big deal. But the one thing I'd say is different about his whatever grudge he may have with Bill Belichick and his grudge with Roger Goodell is the grudge with Roger Goodell over Deflategate was a potential stain, and it may still be there on his entire career. Belichick is not a stain.
Flashkey, you want back in, please.
You guys are all talking about Super Bowls. He's won 7 Super Bowls. He's never beaten Bill Belichick. This is one thing he hasn't done. Super Bowls, he's won them. He's won a ton of them.
Well, Bill, you're really
beaten the man who dumped him. He's never gotten back on the man who dumped him.
This is the psyche of human, the ego of humanity,
a human being.
and you believe it exists, whereas Spain, Blackistone, and Isolo don't have the trappings of ego in their life.
I've never had an ego.
No.
Never.
This ego has landed. In this game, how much does Belichick's knowledge of Brady matter? How much does Brady's knowledge of Belichick matter, Frank?
I think it matters a lot. I think on both sides of the ball, Josh McDaniel, of course, was with him all those years. So I think, Tom Brady needs 68 yards to be the all-time passing leader. He's going to pass Drew Brees. You knew he'd probably do that at Gillette Stadium. You just didn't know that he was going to do it in a Tampa Bay uniform. But I do think they could hold him under 300 yards. If they can, got a very good chance.
You think the bigger advantage is on Belichick over Brady because Belichick
all
knows
that film?
You do. Blackistone, you agree with that?
I absolutely agree with that. Let's not forget that Bill Belichick was a defensive coordinator before he became a head coach. This is what he does. He tries to stop other people. And not only that, but he knows his nose was in the playbook for the Patriots, obviously. He knows what Brady likes to do. He said that what Tampa Bay is doing is very familiar to him. That's what Brady liked to do. And, and Brady sat there and watched the defense. He didn't play against the defense. He played against scout teams that Belichick put together in practice, but not against a Belichick.
Sarah, are you with Kevin and Frank that the bigger advantage lies with Belichick on Sunday night because he knows Brady, maybe more so than Brady knows Belichick?
Yeah, I think Brady can certainly do his best to tell them a little bit about the expectation he has for how Bill will use Mac Jones and what plays might be coming. But way more so is it that the book on Tom Brady is very public. And then you add on to that the specifics that Bill Belichick might know that nobody else does. You already know how to beat him. It's just difficult to add in some extra insight from Bill. And I do think there's much more of an advantage. It's just unfortunately Bill's working with a lesser team.
Bill Plaschke.
KB, I can't understand it. Yes, it was against second stringers and against scout team members, but it was 20 years. Brady has played against Belichick's defense for 20 years. Belichick has never schemed against Brady in offensive when he's with Tampa. I think all the advantage goes to Brady. Brady knows Belichick better than anybody.
There may have been some scheming before. I don't know. I haven't read the full Wickersham book, but there may have been some scheming Belichick on Brady.
Yeah.
Well, it seems, Bill, that you're sure of a Tampa Bay win here.
Oh, yeah. I think by the end of the day, it'll be like 35-10, and people will be saying, remember Belichick is 12-16 without Brady. This is not going to change.
Sarah?
Interesting you bring up Wickersham. He was on my show, Spain and Fitz, 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern every night on ESPN Radio. And he said that he actually thinks the Patriots are going to win this game, that Belichick's going to find a way to win it. I disagree. I think the Bucs, but I was fascinated by that answer.
Blackistone?
I'm going with the Bucs. They're the better team. Obviously, they have the better quarterback. They've got a lot to play for up there as well. And the Patriots are, they're scrambling. They're scuffling. They're a losing football team right now, and I don't see that being changed.
Yeah, I think it's going to end up being a field goal game. I definitely think New England will keep it close, but I think at the end, Tampa will find a way to win.
And real quick on the atmosphere of the game, does anybody, it's going to be raucous, you would imagine, Sunday night game in Foxborough. Does anybody think among the many, many cheers there might be some, boos or at least some energy, Plaschke, directed at Brady?
I think there'll be boos. I think it'll be really interesting. Usually in these situations, they cheer the homecoming guy for the first 5 minutes and they boo him the rest of the game. I bet they cheer Brady the entire day, and I bet they end up booing the Patriots.
Booing the Patriots? Whoa. Is that a Plaschke game?
Boston, New England? Come on.
Really? So you think they're going to take Brady's side by the end of this? That would be the greatest trick Tom Brady's ever pulled. Convincing the world that he's, oh, wow, we'll move on. Baseball now. 3 days before the end of the season, we have no idea who's making the playoffs in the American League. How great is this? 2 spots open. A 3-way tie is still in play. A 4-way tie is still in play. That would mean playoff to get to a playoff to get to a playoffs where you play a 1-game playoff. The longest drought in baseball, so close to being snapped. The Seattle Mariners are right there after an incredible run in September. They controlled their own destiny, at least, to get to the playoffs. Red Sox just lost a series to Baltimore, so they're now tied with Seattle. Toronto is 1 game back of those 2. And the Yankees, the most comfortable of all, 2 games up. But that means nothing. They're one of the streakiest teams in baseball. They're playing Tampa at home this week, who has owned them the last couple of years. Boston at Washington, Mariners host Angels, Toronto hosting Baltimore. Bill Plaschke, we all want chaos, but what are the things that will sort this gorgeous mess out?
It's really not about who the teams are, because they're all pretty good. It's about who they're playing this time of year. The Yankees are already in. They're 2 up. They're not going to be caught. Of the other 3 teams, the best opponent is the Angels for the Mariners. The Mariners are at home against the Angels team. The Mariners have won 10 of 12. The Angels have lost 10 of 14. The Angels have pretty much pitched in the season. Ohtani's not going to pitch. They're just playing out the string. I think the Orioles and the Washington Nationals both will play for something and play harder. I think the Mariners beat the Angels, and that's how they get in.
Oh,
Mitch Haniger,
so
best late season hitter in baseball.
You said best opponent, and I thought you meant like the best team of the bunch. You actually meant
the easiest. The easiest.
Easier than the Orioles, who are 106 losses.
The Orioles just beat the Red Sox.
Sarah Spain.
They're still trying.
Yes, true.
Look at Bill trying to apply logic to baseball as if we have any idea. The Orioles, the team that are supposed to be the easiest to beat, and yet the team that keeps hammering winning franchises en route to their playoff success. This is so hard to read because I would love to take who are they playing against and how much belief I have in them. But like Bill just said, the Mariners have been on a hot streak despite us counting them out all season long. They're still hanging in there.
Well, that's on you. Don't put that on the Mariners. That's on your counting.
No, what I'm saying, I agreed. We haven't believed it, but it's also their run differential. All the other metrics point to us believing that the Blue Jays should be the ones to make it. And I don't know why the Orioles are the stand in the way for me. I think it's going to end up being the most annoying two, the Yankees and the Red Sox, because I just feel like the Mariners are going to stumble a bit.
Speaking of annoying, Frank Isola, you're with us. The New York Yankees are where you thought they would be all year, but it took a lot to get here. They're in the driver's seat, but talk to me through the rest of this wild card.
Yeah, the Yankees are going to host the wild card on Tuesday. It all depends on what's going to happen. Think about the Mariners now. They're a game ahead of Toronto. Toronto's run differential is 164, and the Mariners are a minus 48. How is that even possible? But here's the thing. I think it's going to be Boston on Monday is going to be hosting the Seattle Mariners in the a game to get to the wild card. But here's my problem. Shohei Ohtani is not going to pitch on Sunday. Why would he pitch in his last start against Texas that doesn't mean anything, but not pitch on Sunday, that a game that matters? And Joe Madden says he has nothing else left to prove. Excuse me, this is an actual game that matters. Have him pitch on Sunday.
He's got nothing else left to prove. Okay. He has nothing else left to prove.
But Frank,
how about the integrity of the sport?
The integrity has been invoked.
Okay. So
Kevin, can you start there? The idea that Ohtani is not going to pitch Sunday in a game that's going to mean a lot, and the Mariners might be breaking their drought.
Yeah, I mean, I would be a little concerned about that if I'm Major League Baseball. I think he should play, especially his name has been invoked in the MVP as a leader in the MVP. That's what you do. The other thing I would say, though, to Sarah is the Boston Red Sox are coming down Interstate 95. I saw them just before I came in here, and they're riding on 3 wheels and 1 rim. So I don't see them doing much to get into the playoffs either. I think, the Yankees are certainly safe.
Flash you back in.
Only the Nets.
Ohtani has done more for the integrity of the game this year than anybody in recent history. He's played more than anybody since Babe Ruth.
He said a week ago, he said, all I want to do is win.
Are you crazy?
Here's your chance.
He's pitched, he's hit, he's done everything.
It's his regular rest.
Oh, wow. Here, hold on a second. Guys,
keep him healthy.
Go ahead. Go after each other. I want to hear how this sorts
I'm
itself
sick
out.
of the Ohtani hate out there. The guy's the MVP. He's done everything
all
he
we've done is praise him all year.
This
is the biggest game that he could pitch in, Bill. Pitch it. You want to play for a winner. Play for a winner on Sunday. Doesn't look good. You know that.
We'll be back for Buy or Sell.
There's your column. Get out to the game.
He still might be doing it.
Around the Horn is presented by DirecTV Stream, part of Happy Hour.
It's no time to be standing still. Make your move or someone else will.
I gotta know who oven baked my bacon. Who did it? Tyler. Come on over here, man.
Oh, wow. Ow. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
That's half the fun of a new house, seeing what people left behind in the attic.
Well, saving on homeowners insurance with Geico's help was pretty fun, too.
Oh, it's a tiny dancer.
They left a ton of stuff up here.
Well, enjoy your house.
Nope. No, thank you.
Geico could help you save on homeowners and renters insurance.
Sick of being stuck inside?
There's hairballs everywhere.
Now,
We need a family vacation.
new places.
Hey, freak.
I'm not a freak.
Same Adams.
I'm a force of nature. Gruesome.
The Addams Family 2, rated PG.
Things we don't ever need to experience again. Headgear. Looking it up in an encyclopedia. Remembering phone numbers. Renting movies from a store. Running with a CD player. And having only one way to buy a car. That's why CarMax gives you options. You can buy on our lot, online, or any combination in between. And it comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. The way it should be. CarMax.
A new view. Coffee I didn't have to make. A soft, comfy Hilton robe.
Having Mom all to myself.
Cheers to the moments we've been dreaming of. To new memories. Hilton.
Come on, Nuggets, with all that IT stuff we gotta do, let's fuel up with some chunky soup. Woo! Woo! Let's go, baby.
Fill up with 16 grams of protein per can and chunky spicy chicken noodle.
French fries, come on.
Lunchtime is your halftime.
Romulus, your city will be finished in just one day.
Finished? My Colosseum, they'll never finish it today.
Unfortunately, we ran out of Red Bull. Huh, so that's why Rome wasn't built in a day.
So good to see you guys.
Han out here.
Are we on yet? I thought we were doing a Zoom thing.
Confused?
No.
Maybe you just need a Snickers.
You know, if we take that wrapper back to the store, it can be recycled into other stuff.
Well, I want my wrapper to be a hang glider!
How about a park bench?
Dad, you need to think bigger.
Recycle your specially marked Crunchy Bar wrappers in-store now.
When you order carry-out, choose Domino's Carside Delivery. Check in when you arrive, and we guarantee we'll be headed out the door less than 2 minutes after your order is ready. If anything slows us down, your next pizza is free. Choose Domino's Carside Delivery and put our new 2-minute guarantee to the test.
It's no time to be standing still. Make your move or someone else will. Go on, get in there.
We're all for hockey. The diehards, the faithful, and the newcomers. The NHL on ESPN, ESPN Plus, Hulu, and ABC.
Welcome back to Around the Horn, coming to you from the Heineken River Deck at Pier 17.
Bengals 24, Jaguars 21. How Cincy pulled it off to get to 3-1 and to do it at the last second, and how Jacksonville let it get away and make it 19 straight losses. They had the 14-0 lead going into the half. They could have more points. They didn't get it. Urban Meyer called it all devastating and heartbreaking. Bill Plaschke, what word would you use to describe last night?
Urban Meyer's not going to last long if he thinks that's devastating and heartbreaking. That was a hopeful loss. They were on the road on a short week, got beat by a last-second field goal. They shut out the Bengals in the first half, and Trevor Lawrence looked tremendous to me. 17 of 24, ran 4 touchdowns.
So you saw progress.
Didn't throw interceptions. Progress.
Sarah Spain, how about you?
I would describe it the same way he did, because despite seeing some better play, they didn't turn the ball over. They blew a huge lead, and they still lost. He's looking at the schedule thinking, are we going to win a game this year? We are not definitively better than the Jets or the Falcons, but those are the two remaining teams that we got a shot against, and we had a good shot in this one, and we blew it. They might not win a game.
Kevin Blackstone.
Well, I can see it being heartbreaking. I mean, Joe Burrow goes 68 yards, 5 for 5 on that last drive, and you lose the game. But devastating, this is a team that wasn't going anywhere this year. It's complete rebuild. They were 1-15 a year ago, which is why they have Trevor Lawrence in the first place.
Frank Isola.
It's progress, even though the team now has lost 19 straight, second longest losing streak in the history of the sport since the merger. Hard to believe. I thought the big issue was, and this was first guessing, I thought they should have kicked to go ahead 17-0 because Cincinnati started with the ball to start the second half, marched right down the field and scored. Yep. I thought that was a big mistake by Urban Meyer, but that was progress.
Just Meyer on the sidelines. I know you guys are the greatest body language readers of all time. When he's collapsed there on the ground there like this and looking up, I mean, it's tough to watch him. Watch how bad they are right now.
Not college football.
He's not going to last.
You don't think he's going to last, Bill? That was enough for you. The 4 games starts.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to last.
You are
I think
incredible today, Bill. We'll move on. Look at this awesome touchdown catch, crazy catch for Virginia last night. That's how we start week 5 of college with some SEC mayhem this weekend. Thank you, Bill. 8 Arkansas versus 2 Georgia, 12 Ole Miss versus 1 Bama. And outside of the SEC, Cincy and Notre Dame, 2 top 10 teams. Sarah, you buying anything this week? What do you like?
I'm buying that Ole Miss is going to make this a really fun game. Only team in the nation, top 15 in passing offense and rushing offense. That being said, unless they win the game, Lane Kiffin might still be taking those USC interviews. If they manage to win, he might pull off the interviews. I
don't want you going out on a limp here, Sarah Speed. Kevin Blackstone, how about you?
Cincinnati at Notre Dame. Desmond Ridder, a Heisman Trophy candidate in this country right now. Watch him play. A chance for them to make some noise and maybe knock Notre Dame out of getting into that Final
Would you
Four.
say Cincinnati and Notre Dame, the loser, is out of the college football playoff conversation, Kevin?
7 versus 9, I would say yes.
Isola, how about you?
Yeah, Cincinnati's been one of the better stories in college football, really, since Brian Kelly coached there. One thing to pay attention to, Notre Dame at home, 26 straight wins. Meanwhile, if Ole Miss gets a win, it's their biggest victory since the movie The Blind Side came out. So good luck, Ole Miss.
Well, okay, but I mean, it would be their biggest win since they beat Bama last time with that great play where Kelly was falling down in the touchdown.
It's on the road.
Are you predicting that it's going to happen?
No.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I hope you feel blindsided by this mute. Lasky, how about you?
Sandra Bullock was great in the movie, wasn't she? Oh, my goodness.
Settle down, Flash. Settle down.
She was a great actress. I'm taking Notre Dame, Cincinnati. That's the one game. The loser's out, and the winner will not be an underdog the rest of the year. The winner's essentially in. The winner just has to hold serve, and the winner's into CFP. So that's a huge game.
Speaking of mayhem, meet the NFC West. 3-0 Cardinals, 3-0 Rams playing each other, and the 1-2 Seahawks at 2-1 Niners. The best division in football, we thought, but maybe the AFC West has something to say about that. KB, what are we going to learn about the NFC West this Sunday?
We're going to learn if the Seattle Seahawks are actually going to be a part of it. 1-2. Russ Wilson's never lost 3 in a row. And you know who they have coming up next? Bill Plaschke's Rams.
Isola?
Seattle, if they fall to 1-3, since 1990, 14% of the teams at 1-3 have made the playoffs. I get it. There are more games this season, more teams make the playoffs, but that's not a good number for Seattle.
Plaschke.
I'll be there at 8 a.m. again, Frankie, to watch the Rams. They will win.
Omelet Station,
they will
baby.
show their dominance. They have Omelet Station. They will show their dominance. They've scored on 59% of their possessions. Best in football. They're unstoppable. They're the best team in the West by far.
Yeah, I think we're going to learn that the Rams are truly the cream of the crop in a really stacked division. But the Cardinals, if they can play a complete game, would prove to us that they're better than the last couple weeks have shown where they've been.
All right, that was a lot of ifs and whats. Make some picks here. Everybody's got the Rams, or is somebody going to take the Cardinals?
Rams.
I got the Rams.
Nobody.
Rams defense.
Flashy. Focusing on the omelet station.
Ham and cheese omelet. Ham and cheese omelet.
You never had the makings of a varsity athlete, Bill Plaschke. All right, that's it. You got it? Yeah? For you. And Spain. There we go. The many saints of Around the Horn is showdown.
No laundry, no errands, no chores. nothing but snuggle time.
And cannonball time.
It's time to dive into the moments we've been missing. To new memories. Hilton.
It's all coming together this fall with the DQ Fall Blizzard menu, of course. 7 seasonal sensations like new pecan pie, pumpkin pie, and more. A lineup piled so high with fall flavors, you might just want to jump in. Get it delivered at DQ.com.
So good to see you guys. Han, out here.
Are we on yet? I thought we were doing a Zoom thing.
Confused?
No.
Maybe you just need a Snickers.
Another crown?
Let's have a water this round, please.
You got it. Here's your water.
Thank you.
Stay hydrated and stay royal. Take a water break and moderate your drinking on game day.
When you order carry-out, choose Domino's Carside Delivery. Check in when you arrive, and we guarantee we'll be headed out the door less than 2 minutes after your order is ready. If anything slows us down, your next pizza is free. Put Domino's new 2-minute guarantee to the test.
You know, if we take that wrapper back to the store, it can be recycled into other stuff.
Well, I want my wrapper to be a hang glider!
How about a park bench?
Dad, you need to think bigger.
Recycle your specially marked Crunchy Bar wrappers in-store now.
Stay tuned to get this designer pan free from Gotham Steel. Tired of your pan that scratches and sticks? Well, it's time to upgrade.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with my new copper-style designer pan that's guaranteed to beautify your kitchen like never before. Eggs stick to other pans, but with mine they slide right out. And look, it still has the super durable ultra non-stick surface. It's oven safe up to 500 degrees, so bake chicken pot pie and serve it straight from the pan. And then it wipes clean with ease.
Wow, this is a beautiful pan. It looks great. Look at that. I love how they swirl. I tell you, I'm sold.
I can't believe how beautiful this pan is.
Similar hammered pans sell for almost $100, but today it's an incredibly low $19.99, and we'll even ship it to you free. But wait, call right now and you can get a matching single-serve egg pan absolutely free. You'll get it all. Call now.
Call 1-800-685-2511. That's 1-800-685-2511 or go to GothamHammered.com.
He said he would knock him out! Like when they fire shots on the first round. Mamma mia! When they fire shots on the first round. Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Here are AARP top tips on caregiver preparedness during coronavirus. Form a team that can help with caregiving tasks. Take an inventory of essential supplies in your loved one's home. Make a list of the care recipient's medications. Schedule regular calls to fight isolation. Finally, take care of yourself too. Follow the Centers for Disease Control's guidelines for coronavirus safety. For more caregiving tips, go to aarp.org/caregiving.
Sorry about that. No, I've been staying at my dad's place because of everything.
Where are we going?
He's good. Yeah, I know, we keep missing each other. I've been working out of my dad's house, doing some reading. I should be working out more. I just feel like I'm drowning.
Navigating these times can be tough, but while you care for your loved one, you also need to care for yourself. Go to aarp.org/caregiving for free mental health and self-help tips.
Tact, prepare accordingly. Let's win this with email marketing and more to drive your business forward. Constant Contact. Try it free today.
Around the Horn is presented by DirecTV Stream, part of Happy Hour.
Black and Stone Isola, good luck in Showdown. The question was, would Diana Taurasi be healthy enough to put up a big game? And the answer to anyone asking that question was, catch me in the lobby. 37 to win the must-win Game 2. And on the other side, the Sun restoring order over the sky, as it does. Kevin Blackistone, both series now 1-1. Who's got the advantage?
Well, I think the advantage right now is with Taurasi's team. I mean, they absolutely destroyed the Aces last night. That game was over before it started, it seemed. And, I mean, the way she's playing and the way their inside depth is unstoppable right now.
One of Kobe Bryant's all-time favorite players had a signature performance, but in the Battle of the Bigs, Brittany Griner 25, Liz Cambage only 13. So that's where the game is won.
Split the point. We'll move on. Super Bowl halftime. You know who it is. Dr. Dre and Snoop and Eminem and Mary J. Blige and Kendrick Lamar. It's a loaded bill, but I'm going to put you on the spot here, Frank. Who's the headliner there?
It's bow, wow, wow, yippee-yo, yippee-yay. Nobody's bigger than Snoop Dogg. Not even Bill Plaschke is as big as Snoop Dogg. It's L.A., it's Snoop, all the way.
Stone?
Fine, 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 fine. Mary J. Blige is the queen. Those tackheads better step off the stage when she walks out there to grace it. Come on, Mary J. all the way.
I do have a question about that. Does a stadium qualify as a dancery, Blackistone? I don't know about that yet. Frank, whatever happened to the Gary Coopers of the world, the strong, silent type? Whatever happened to Gary Cooper? Take the face cut.
There we go. The Seattle Mariners win more than I do. You know, I was out in San Francisco earlier this week and at a Giants game. The fans, they come up to me. They love the show. How does Tony do the scoring? Is Sarah ever nice to you? Is Kevin really a professor? Then they said, how come you don't talk about the Giants? I said, because Bill Plaschke's on the show too much. But here's the thing about the Giants. 105 wins. Their over-under to start the season was 75. Now, Tony, explain how the show is scored.
On Monday. Oh!
Happy Hour is presented by DirecTV Stream.
Pardon the interruption, but I'm Mike Wilbon. It's National Cookie Day, Tony. Name your favorite cookie.
Tony Kornheiser. Cookie Rojas, of course.
That's where I'd be going. Cookie Rojas, baby, men of a certain age.
Or Cookie Lavaghetto.
I think they were looking more like chocolate chip or oatmeal.
Oh, no.
I don't think they were more for baseball.
Cookie and Best in Show, everybody's favorite cookie. Absolutely. Welcome to PTI, boys and girls. In today's episode, Tom Brady's return to New England, the Mariners' chances of making the playoffs, and a big weekend in college football. But we begin today with pro football. Joe Burrow led the Bengals to a last-second victory last night over Jacksonville in yet another terrific national game. Jacksonville is now 0-4 under Urban Meyer, who had never lost 4 games in a row as a coach. Wilbon Meyer said he saw a good team in there that's going to win some games. Do you?
Tony, maybe. They look pretty good. And when they could have gone up 3 scores, they looked real good. And you're thinking, oh, my goodness. I know in my pool, I picked Cincinnati with some confidence. I think I had, you can go 1-16, 16 being the most confident pick you make that week. I think I had 12 on Cincinnati. And I'm thinking, wow, I was checking the score because I was not going to watch that game live. But I'm checking the score, and I'm thinking, what is going on down there? And, Tony, if they get that third score, if Urban gets that third score, maybe it changes the complexity of the game and the pressure that Cincinnati feels to respond. But they didn't, and they come back in the way they do. Yes, I think there's something in there. It doesn't mean it's ever coming out. I'm sure John McKay thought that of his Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the mid-'70s, and they went not only that year without winning, but a good chunk of the next as well.
Yeah, they went 26 games. And this Jacksonville team, not all Urban Meyer, obviously, only 4. But 19, if they lose one more, they're at 20. They're at 20 with one more, and that puts them second ever to the what do you think about the execution of your players, John McKay team. Look, I don't know what some games mean, Mike. 2 games, 3 games, I don't know what it means. Let's look at their upcoming schedule. They got Tennessee next. They're not going to win that game. They go to London. Maybe they beat Miami. I can see that. After that, Seattle, Buffalo, Indianapolis, 49ers. That feels like 4 losses to me. That puts them at 1-9. Here's my problem with Urban Meyer. Let's say he wins 2 or 3 this year and 3 or 4 next year. And that's all. And he can turn around. He can say, I tried it. It's not working for me. I'm out of here. Because he can't lose that many games. And, Mike, he can't recruit. You got to wait for the draft. You can't recruit in the pros.
Tony, Jimmy Johnson, who last I checked is wearing a gold Hall of Fame jacket. Jimmy Johnson went 1-15 with Troy Aikman. So it's doable. Is he Jimmy Johnson? I don't know. But I'm just saying, Jimmy Johnson went 1-15. He had not really lost either. And so, boom, he turns it around. He got it going. So maybe Urban can do it. Maybe. We're now just 2 days away from Tom Brady's return to New England to face Bill Belichick and the Patriots. Bow your heads. In today's Boston Herald, former Patriot Heath Evans says, quote, I do think this game means a lot more to Tommy. If you ask Tom to choose, give me ring 8 or let me smash Bill, he'd probably choose to smash Bill. Close quote. Tony, what do you think of the sentiment that Brady would rather beat Belichick than win the Super Bowl?
I think he's right. Mike, nobody's got 7. Brady's got 7. What does he need with 8? He's got a chance now to go up against the guy who said, you're not good enough for me to include you in the future plans. I think that's real value to him, to Tom Brady, to win this game. Mike, it sets up very well for him. The Patriots aren't very good. Mac Jones is a rookie quarterback. Their defense isn't very good. And it'll be very hospitable for Brady in Foxborough. He's not going to want to wait. He's not playing 8 more years to get back to Foxborough. This is his one shot. And, Mike, I think if he loses this game, it will haunt him. I believe that.
I don't believe that part. I'm with you for a lot of that. I don't know Tom Brady at all, so I don't know what he's thinking. I have no idea sort of what he feels emotionally about a loss versus a win and certain people that he's been involved with. I don't know him. But, Tony, I can look at great players, GOAT-like players in other sports. And as always, I'm going to start with one I do know, Michael Jordan. And that's how he would feel. He would want to smash the guy that ever tried to keep him at arm's length. He would want to crush that guy. Yeah. Michael brought a guy who replaced him on a high school team or took his spot when they were 15 years old. He brought that guy to the Hall of Fame speech. So I think that what I've heard and read of Brady puts him in that category. Kobe Bryant, the great late Kobe Bryant, was like that. I'm sure there are players like, Emmitt Smith and great players. This is what fuels them. Any slight, real or perceived, they can create it, they can conjure it, and it is the difference between them and some 6-time All-Pro that ain't them.
Bill Belichick said, basically, I can do it without Tom Brady. This is Brady's one shot. The Super Bowl is not as meaningful as the head-to-head situation. I just really think that his teammates as well at Tampa Bay, to thank him for the Super Bowl, are going to know how much he wants this. And they're going to do everything they can to win this particular game. I think so. And people are going to cheer Brady. Look what he did for them. Look, 6 Super Bowls. Come on. Yeah. All right, Wilbon. I promised you we would go back to baseball every day until the American League wild card was settled. So here we go. The Yankees beat Robbie Ray last night to go back to 3-up on Toronto. The Red Sox lost again to Baltimore. And because Seattle was idle, they picked up a half game on Boston and Toronto. Seattle and Boston are tied today for the second wild card, 1 game up on Toronto. Once again, I ask you, who are the 2 you've got?
Yeah, Tony, I'm rooting for Seattle. I think I've said that since we started talking about this. But I'm going to stick with the teams I picked, which were the Yanks and Sox. And, Tony, the Red Sox were on the verge of choking like dogs. They lost 2 out of 3 to the O's. And the O's are the worst team in that league. It's unthinkable that they could be derailed by the O's and the Nats. It's just unthinkable to me. But so I can't conclude it. I think they'll go take care of business, the Red Sox, against your Nationals. So I'm still going to go with Yankees and Red Sox. I'm sticking with my original pick. What about you?
So the mistake I made was getting off the Yankees a little too early. They had the long ball last night. They played very, very well. And I thought that Tampa would want to keep them out of the playoffs. I don't think that anymore. I think Tampa's got to worry about Tampa because Tampa could get the Yankees in the first round if the Yankees are in a wild card and win the wild card. So they don't want to show them too much. I don't think they'll care about this. Boston's losses are unforgivable. And now, as you say, they go to the Nats. Mike, that's a National League park. There's no DH. So Boston would either have to get rid of Schwarber or Martinez or put them both in the field, which is a certain liability.
Don't want to do that.
Like you, I am rooting for Seattle because of a 20-year drought and because my friend Dave Sims broadcasts the games.
That's right,
I haven't even given up on Toronto because I think Toronto will beat Baltimore. what happened to Boston? You cannot lose 2 out of 3 to the Orioles. They had a pitcher last night. His ERA was over 8, and they couldn't get to him. Let's take a break. Coming up are Lane Kiffin, your boy, and Ole Miss, really the long shots against Alabama that odds makers say they are.
But how surprising would it be if Cincinnati beats Notre Dame in South Bend? Something I'm rooting for.
You know what I want to see,
Is Dave
Mike?
Sims sending you those hats? Is he sending you hats?
Yes. I want to see how Brady and Belichick greet. Do they embrace or is it perfunctory? I want to see that.
That's the only thing I want to see. I don't care about that game.
You are watching Pardon the Interruption, presented by DirecTV Stream, part of Happy Hour.
What's your ultimate game day experience? Turbo tailgate? Front row seats? Then enter for a chance to win 5 Hour Energy's $10,000 Ultimate Game Day Entertainment Package. For rules and how to enter, visit 5hesport.com.
In life, there are people who, for one reason or another, inspire us. Those influencers whom we've always followed, who teach us that who we are is our greatest inspiration, who are proud of where they come from and know exactly where they're going. People who inspire us to work for others, for our family, and for our community. People just like you. At Unilever, you inspire us to help drive change.
Aflac policyholders have been paid $37 billion directly.
Aflac?
That's a lot of money.
Did somebody say money?
He said Aflac.
Well, if they're paying out billions of dollars to help cover unexpected medical expenses, what's the difference?
Coach Prime, what? No smoke machine?
Aflac! Looks like Aflac is ready for prime time. Hey, coach to coach, what do I need to do to get one of those jackets?
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover.
Aflac
is an official sponsor of ESPN College Game Day.
When selling your home, one wrong move can cost you thousands of dollars. You need a top real estate agent who will do things right. Sell your home fast and at a great price. Introducing HomeLight, the breakthrough way to sell your home. HomeLight has detailed stats on the top real estate agents and home sales in your neighborhood. Nearly 1 million people have used HomeLight to find experienced agents they can trust to sell their homes faster and for more money. Start for free at HomeLight.com.
You know, if we take that wrapper back to the store, it can be recycled into other stuff.
Well, I want my wrapper to be a hang glider!
How about a park bench?
Dad, you need to think bigger.
Recycle your specially marked Crunchy Bar wrappers in-store now.
When you order carry-out, choose Domino's Carside Delivery. Check in when you arrive, and we guarantee we'll be headed out the door less than 2 minutes after your order is ready. If anything slows us down, your next pizza is free. Choose Domino's Carside Delivery and put our new 2-minute guarantee to the test.
Are you ready for all the fans to come back and cheer as one?
Just imagine there were 70,000 of me.
Regina approaches the all-electric Cadillac Lyriq. It's a sunny day.
Nah, a stormy day.
We see a close-up of the grille.
An overhead shot.
She drives hands-free along the coast.
Make it Palm Springs. Cadillac is going electric. If you want to be bold, you have to go off script.
Experience the all-electric Cadillac Lyriq.
It's no time to be standing still. Make your move or someone else will. Go on, get in there.
Okay, I'm up. 5 more minutes.
Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar.
Reggie Bush used to eat breakfast somewhere else. Then he tried Wendy's breakfast. Now we can't get rid of him.
Can you believe this breakfast croissant is only $1.99?
Yeah, Reggie. I put the sign up.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
We're all for hockey. The diehards, the faithful, and the newcomers. The NHL on ESPN, ESPN+, Hulu, and ABC.
Welcome back to Pardon the Interruption, presented by DirecTV Stream, part of Happy Hour.
We've got a big weekend in college football, and here to help us sort through it is our great friend from Game Day, the absolutely delightful David Pollack. Let us start with this, David. Number 8, Arkansas travels to number 2, Georgia. That's your school. The Bulldogs are an 18-point favorite. That's a lot of points. Do you see this one the same way as they see it in Vegas?
Well, you got Arkansas, who's a great one-dimensional offense. They haven't been able to pass the football great. Your quarterback gets a little bit nicked up last week. And speaking of last week, they played a great team. They played a top 10 team in Texas A&M. Georgia, Tony, I don't know if you realize, they had a bye week. They played Vanderbilt. It was 632-0. It was over quick. Everybody got to rest. Nobody's banged up. Nobody's nicked up. So I think circumstance probably has a lot to do with that. Georgia, the home team. Georgia, the more talented team. But Arkansas has been the Cinderella story of the college football season thus far.
Yeah, but they ain't running the ball against your defensive front from what we've seen so far, David. I don't know if anybody can run the ball against those big boys. Let's move to number 12, Ole Miss, traveling to Tuscaloosa for a big match against number 1 Alabama. Last year, 63-48 shootout. Are you expecting anything similar to that again this year?
I do. Man, Lane Kiffin embarrassed Nick Saban a year ago. Like, it was a clinic tape. So remember, Lane Kiffin comes into Alabama and really helps them create that offense and spread the football out and use their weapons. You know what he did? Michael, I think he took a lot of notes and he said, what does Nick hate? He hates shifts, motions. He hates putting people in conflict. He hates the RPOs. He hates up-tempo. And I think Lane literally is like, you know what? We're going to do all those against Nick. And it was unbelievable. I watched the game again the other night, and I marveled at the play calling and how great it was. I watched Alabama's defense. They're not the same team that we're used to seeing, so I don't think they can stop the run as well. I think Lane will have a lot of success. The biggest thing is going to be Ole Miss's defense. It's a totally rebuilt defense. They built it with a lot of transfers. It's a new defensive system. Can they get stops? Can they force some turnovers? If they can't, they're improved. How much they're improved determines how much they go, but I will not be surprised if Alabama gets 40 put on the scoreboard on them.
Wow. So let me go straight to Lane Kiffin, because the other day, Wilbon slammed him. He just was very critical of Lane Kiffin. What do you think of Lane Kiffin, and what is your sense, David, of what other people think of Lane Kiffin?
Lane's one of the best play callers in all of college football. That's not debatable. We all know that. Lane, as a head coach, he took some lumps when he was younger, and he's got to prove that he's learned from them. Like, listen, he did not run USC well. He did not run the guys well. He was not a good leader of that team. He was very immature. He's been immature throughout his career. I think he's showing that he's grown up a little bit. Ole Miss gave him a chance, and he's done a good job with it. I think this season will tell us a lot about Lane Kiffin, but if there's one thing I can put a stamp of approval on, and I think all of us can, the dude knows offense, and he can coach offensive football, and Alabama helped resurrect his career, and as a head coach now, I think he's proven he's a little bit more mature, but he's still got to prove that he can sustain a program, lead it, and direct kids in the right direction.
Tony, I'm surprised you even knew this. It's all on Twitter. We all know you have nothing to do with Twitter, but that's where Kiffin is taken to attack me. Listen, if Ole Miss wins that game, I will come on this show on Monday or maybe Tuesday. I'll wear an Ole Miss jersey if they get me one, if he can beat Nick Saban. They're not going to win that game. They're not. All right, I know everybody thinks it's trendy talking about, and by the way, he's a terrific offensive coach. What I said was essentially he's been immature. I like having a chorus of voices respond with that. Notre Dame is an underdog at home. I mean, seriously, at home to Cincinnati. I mean, I've been looking at this game for a while thinking Cincinnati could win, but Notre Dame, a home dog. David, what do you think of this, and do you see Cincinnati being as good or better?
Well, here's the thing with Notre Dame. We're used to seeing such a big physical offensive line and them run the football. They're horrible at running the football. That's not who they are. That's not what they are. They're going to spread you out. They're going to throw the football. And so It's just a different type of team. Here's the thing. I like Cincinnati. They got a lot of street cred last year, right? Going undefeated, playing Georgia, outplaying Georgia really in the bowl game, but they lost the game. This year, they've already beaten Indiana. They're already a top 10 team. If they beat Notre Dame in this season, where we're all pointing to going, there's not a lot of great teams, Cincinnati can throw their name in the hat. They might get challenged for a 4th spot in the college football playoff, which would be awesome if they can beat Notre Dame. I don't know if they can beat them, and here's why. Marcus Freeman was the DC for Cincinnati for all these years where they've had such great defenses. You know where he's at now? He's in Notre Dame. He's in South Bend. He knows Desmond Ridder. He knows the Cincinnati personnel inside and out. I think it is an enormous advantage in this ball game. Notre Dame's been skating by, finding ways to win, and I think Notre Dame does it again, and I think they'll beat Cincinnati.
We will get you out of here on this. We need you to be quick, though. Clemson is barely hanging on by its fingernails in the top 25. What's wrong with Clemson?
You know, Clemson's a team that is obviously the times in college football change, and this is my comment for tomorrow, and I was saving it for tomorrow on game day, but I'm with you guys, so I'm going to give it to you. When you look at Coach K, didn't believe in the one and done. When you look at Nick Saban, didn't believe in the high-flying offense. They evolved, they changed. Look at Dabo Swinney. Guys, do you know how many guys they've taken from the transfer portal? 0. Not a single one. You know how many they've given up in the transfer portal? They've given up 20 players. So Dabo's going to have to change his philosophy, its culture, it's building here. I think he's going to have to expand that. He's going to have to accept transfer portal guys in the future and build his team that way, along with recruiting, along with culture, because it's definitely taking a toll on his program.
Thank you so very much, David. Thank you.
David, appreciate it, man. Good to have you.
Appreciate it, my guys.
You can watch David Pollack and the rest of the Game Day crew live from Athens, Georgia, not Athens, Greece, starting at 9 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. Let's take one last break, but still to come, Fernando Tatis Jr. hits one out of Dodger Stadium.
Wouldn't it be great if they were coming from Athens, Greece? How great would that be? Virginia, Wahoo gets a couple of big breaks to beat Miami.
I think it would be so great, Wilbon, if you and Lane Kiffin became best friends. Like you went to dinner, you came back here, you said, I love him.
I'm totally down for that. I'm good with that, Tone. That'd be good for me.
Next on SportsCenter, live from Foxborough, 48 hours from Brady's dramatic return to New England. Tracking the need-to-know buzz and injury impact Sunday night. Plus reading between the new lines of the Bears' QB uncertainty in Week 4. And College Game Day's Kirk Herbstreit sets the stage for Saturday's must-see matchups that can shake the top 10 and playoff paths. SportsCenter right after PTI.
Yeah, it sure is like a movie. Oh, about to make a movie.
When you order carry-out, choose Domino's Carside Delivery. Check in when you arrive, and we guarantee we'll be headed out the door less than 2 minutes after your order is ready. If anything slows us down, your next pizza is free. Put Domino's new 2-minute guarantee to the test.
A lion! Ah, yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a Red Bull. Red Bull? Still, you'll never be faster than a lion. I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just faster than you. Red Bull gives you wings.
The classic Hollywood story. We meet the hero, the all-new Nissan Frontier. Hero faces seemingly impossible challenge. Tension builds. The plot twist. The hero prevails. In Hollywood, this would be the end. But out here, we're just getting started.
Introducing the all-new Nissan Frontier.
That's the thing about claims, you see. They don't happen on your schedule. I mean, take a chestnut. It doesn't just say, oh, beg pardon, sir, but it's now a good time for a jolly bit of window cracking. I mean, if they did, you wouldn't need a Geico claims team that's available 24/7. Well, near as I can tell, chestnuts don't talk. Or maybe they're just really quiet.
Geico, your claims team is here for you 24/7.
Well, got things to do, Mr. Chestnut, so...
It's no time to be standing still. Make your move or someone else will. Go on, get in there.
Okay, I'm up. 5 more minutes. Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar.
It's all coming together this fall with the DQ Fall Blizzard menu, of course. 7 seasonal sensations like new pecan pie, pumpkin pie, and more. A lineup piled so high with fall flavors, you might just want to jump in. Get it delivered at DQ.com.
He said he would knock him out. Like when they fire shots on the first round. When they fire shots on the first round. Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Tackling tough messes can take more time than you have. But Mr. Clean Clean Freak delivers the power of a deep clean in minutes. Unlike bleach sprays, Clean Freak starts deep cleaning on contact with 3 times the cleaning power to break down tough messes in seconds. It quickly cleans your home's toughest messes. So for a deep clean in minutes, get Mr. Clean Clean Freak. Available in easy-to-switch refills. And now, get the cleaning power of Mr. Clean in a wipe to kill 99% of bacteria and viruses.
Truthfully, it's frustrating to see how fast dust reappears.
But dusting with a cloth is a pain.
And dealing with a bulky vacuum is such a hassle. Ugh. So now, we use our Swiffer Sweeper
and dusters. The fluffy fibers, they pick up dust easily, grabbing it in all those hard-to-reach places. Gotcha!
And for our floors, Sweeper's textured cloths lock all kinds of dirt, dust, and pet hair. Unlike my vacuum, it sneaks under and around places. Look at that.
Dust-free and hassle-free.
Stop cleaning, start Swiffer.
Alex.
Don't forget Mr. Biggs.
From free credit scores to home loans and everything in between. Credit Karma. Download the app today.
You are watching Pardon the Interruption, presented by DirecTV Stream, part of Happy Hour.
Happy time, people. Happy 58th birthday, Mark McGwire. This is not an attempt to rewrite history. McGwire has been tied to performance-enhancing drugs, which will cost him the Hall of Fame and tarnish the then record 70 home runs he hit in 1998 and the 583 homers he hit overall. But McGwire was a 12-time All-Star with Oakland and St. Louis and a World Series champion in 1989 with the A's. And the truth is, what we know now, we did not know then. And the home run race back and forth with Sammy Sosa in 1998 was thrilling and brought millions of fans back to baseball. McGwire's line drive for number 62 was truly unforgettable.
Tony, it's unforgettable for me because I was behind home plate with a lot of sports writers watching that ball fly out when it left his bat. You're like, that's not, oh my God, that's the home run. And to be there, you know how much I hate the Cardinals by birthright. It was thrilling to watch, as was that chase with Sosa, and now I don't know what to make of it all these years later.
Happy anniversary, Juan Soto. On this day 2 years ago, with the Nats down 2 and 2 out in the bottom of the 8th, Soto hit a rope to right off Milwaukee's Josh Hader that, with the help of a misplay in right field, scored 3 runs to propel the Nats to the wild-card win and jumpstart their march to the World Series championship, in which Soto led the team in home runs, hits, walks, and runs. Soto turned 20 in that World Series. This year, Soto was all the Nats have. He batted .404 in September. His on-base percentage was a phenomenal .565. He leads the majors in walks with 140, and he's a legitimate MVP candidate. And on a personal note, the Nats better keep him.
Ooh, that could be Bryce Harper 2.0, Tony. If they let him go somewhere, hopefully not in the same division, which the Nats did. I didn't remember that whole run to a championship started with a wild card win. I had just forgotten about that. Yep. But I'll never forget Soto's heroics and how great he is.
Happy trails to races in the NL East and AL West. Austin Riley hit his 33rd homer, and Atlanta completed a sweep of Philadelphia to win the NL East for the 4th straight year, despite having a losing record until early August. And Houston beat Tampa to clinch the AL West. Houston manager Dusty Baker has no contract for next year, despite now guiding the Astros to the playoffs in both his years there. This is Baker's 8th division title. He's the only manager to take 5 different franchises to the playoffs: the Giants, Cubs, Reds, Nats, and Astros.
Tony, I remember being in Houston with people who were close to Dusty Baker, with and around that situation, and they just knew that Dusty was the right guy for that spot, that troubled spot in Houston, to lead that club, which appeared to be in so much trouble. And you know what they were? They were right. Dusty was the exact right guy for this. I am thrilled for him. He had so many near misses and things that didn't go right earlier in his managerial life. I'm so happy for Dusty Baker.
Yeah, I've always liked him, really did. Let's go to the big finish. Lamar Jackson.
Let's do it.
Back at practice today for the Ravens. Is that significant?
Not as significant as it would have been if he had missed today's practice, but it's probably a good sign. Fernando Tatis Jr. hit one out, entirely out of Dodger Stadium. I don't believe it was only 467, but that's a big deal, isn't it?
There's only 4 other guys who've ever done it. Stanton, McGuire, Piazza, and Stargell did it twice. He's the 5th guy ever. Diana Taurasi of the Phoenix Mercury had 37 in a win over the Las Vegas Aces. You impressed, aren't you?
Yes, always. I know you think she's the best player ever.
I do.
I was with the best player ever, Cheryl Miller, right here in the desert last night at the Hall of Fame function, Tony. Virginia beat Miami when the Hurricanes missed a 33-yard field goal, doinked it. As time expired, your thoughts?
I'm not sure that the coach of Miami will be the coach of Miami next year. The U doesn't like to be 2-3. Last one, Super Bowl halftime show. Snoop Dogg, Kendrick Lamar, Eminem, Dr. Dre, Mary J. Blige. You like it?
No, I don't like it. I love it. I just want to go to the halftime show. You can have the seat for the rest of the Super Bowl in the game. I want the halftime show.
Out of time. Try and do better the next time. I'm Tony Kornheiser.
I'm Mike Wilbon. Have a great weekend, Knuckleheads. You can get the podcast on the
Plato John Gallant shout out.
This is SportsCenter with Elle Duncan and Kevin Nagandi.
You made it. It's Friday. Welcome into SportsCenter. We go back to PTI for much more on, of course, Brady versus Belichick. Which one is dealing with the pressure to win on Sunday?
And they say no news is good news, but is that the case with naming a starting quarterback? We're going to dig into the Bears' somewhat odd strategy, but first we're going to start with the headline. Speaking of a game-time decision, we know about Tom Brady returning back to Foxborough Sunday night. What about Gronk? Bruce Arians called the Bucs tight end a game-time decision with an injury to his ribs. Bucs listed Gronkowski as doubtful versus the Patriots. He was seen during the portion of practice open to the media, but didn't participate. How about Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson? He returned for a full practice Friday, putting him on track to start versus the unbeaten Broncos. Jackson was sidelined during Wednesday and Thursday's practice with a sore back. Ryan Tannehill will be facing the Jets without his top 2 wide receivers. Both A.J. Brown and Julio Jones, are ruled out today by Tennessee. Both receivers dealing with hamstring injuries. Derrick Henry fantasy managers salivating at that prospect. And lastly, Kevin, the standoff continues between the Sixers and Ben Simmons. Philly didn't pay Simmons $8.25 million he was owed today. Why? It's going to go into an escrow account and will be used to deduct from fines because he won't show up to camp.
Well, I know these two guys are going to show up on Sunday
You know
night.
it.
We're just over 50 hours away from the Brady-Belichick reunion. Here are a few numbers from Brady's time in New England, including the postseason. Brady won 249 games with Belichick as his head coach, the most by any QB head coach duo in the Super Bowl era. Of course, the pair won a record 6 Super Bowls together. Brady, 541 touchdown passes, over 74,000 passing yards during his 20 seasons with the Patriots. Both are the most with a single team in NFL history. And the schedule makers, they know what they're doing. Brady needs just 68 passing yards to break Drew Brees' all-time passing yards record, and he can do it in front of many fans who will be wearing his number 12 jersey in the stands. And when you play 20 years and you dominate the way Brady has, you're going to get your name in the record book more than once. Brady has won more games than anyone, and of course, no one else has won 7 Lombardi trophies. His 34 playoff wins are the most all-time, and only Tom Brady, in all of NFL history, has played in 10 Super Bowls. Sal Paolantonio joining us now from outside Gillette Stadium. Sal Pal, what's the buzz like in the New England area right now as we're 2 days away from this showdown between Brady and Belichick.
Yeah, that's more like it, Kevin. You started calling it a reunion, but it's really a showdown. We are the night before Showdown Sunday here at Gillette Stadium. And today, Bill Belichick made his most passionate plea yet for people to understand just what Tom Brady meant to him as a coach and to the Patriots organization.
I think I've been on the record, I don't know, dozens of times saying there's no quarterback I would rather have than Tom Brady, and I still feel that way. I was very lucky to have Tom as the quarterback to coach him, and I mean, he was as good as any coach could ever ask for.
You know, Bill Belichick also emphasized it's not only about one player when you're playing the Tampa Bay Bucs offense. The Bucs lead the National Football League in passing, and they are tied for the league lead in points scored per game because this offense, he said, has a lot of variety, a lot of different people out of a lot of different looks. It's team execution in the passing game that makes it go. Of course, having TB12 back there is very, very important. One important injury note, Kevin, in this football game for the New England Patriots. Starting left tackle Trent Brown still is bothered by that right calf injury. He was a limited participant in practice on Wednesday, Thursday, and today. Remember, he's missed the last 2 games. And of course, Mac Jones has been blitzed more than any other quarterback, not only rookie quarterbacks, all quarterbacks in the National Football League on third down. Blitzed 16 times, completing just 54% of his passes for 54 total yards on those 16 dropbacks, no touchdowns, and an interception. And when you watched that game last week when New Orleans came in here and beat them, they just lived in the Patriots' backfield. So Trent Brown, that injury, we will monitor it all weekend and bring you the latest right here on SportsCenter. We're 48 hours before Showdown Sunday here at Gillette Stadium, Kevin.
And right now, that Bucs defense is salivating off the news that you just brought us to Sal Pal with the injuries. Of course, we're going to have an update on Gronk's injury status coming up later on SportsCenter. Much more ahead on that dramatic reunion showdown. PTIs, Tony and Mike discuss if Brady or Belichick is under more pressure to win this must-see matchup. Bell?
All right, Kevin, more on this developing story, the curious saga of who will be under center for the Bears Sunday. It continues. Andy Dalton still hampered with an ankle injury. Justin Fields coming off a tough debut. There's always St. Nick Foles milling around. Matt Nagy earlier today admitting he's going to take this decision down to the wire.
I think that they understand, you know, we're not the first team that this has happened to. Right. You know what I mean? Like, there's other teams, and we went through this last year too.
It's going to be a game time decision with everything, and we'll see how this thing goes. Yeah, as I'm sure you heard from Matt, that's probably all you're going to get. So I think that's just kind of where this thing is with, like I said, with the injury, you're just trying to get back as soon as possible, and I feel really good where I'm at.
Being second string, you got to prepare like you're a starter, so you got to be prepared whether or not you're going out there or not. So I've just been approaching it like that.
Jeremy Fowler is showing it. I mean, just like
exasperated.
I just don't understand why all of the intrigue and the mystique and the mystery. Why are they dragging this decision out?
Well, for one, it's gamesmanship, classic gamesmanship.
There it is.
But
all right.
They want to extend that window for Andy Dalton. Like, they believe they give him another day and a half. Maybe that knee will perk up a little bit. It's a bone bruise, so it's about pain tolerance. But he wasn't moving that great in practice. So they're hopeful. They believe they can win big with Andy Dalton, no matter how much fans don't want to hear that. But here they are. And so it's not looking great. I do know that the Lions are preparing loosely for Justin Fields. They've sort of prioritized him. They're preparing for both quarterbacks. They're preparing for the Bears system. But they are definitely preparing for a mobile quarterback this week, thinking that Fields could play. And the bright side for the Bears is this could give Justin Fields a little bit of confidence. The Bears are not an overly talented defense. Could play well for Matt Nagy that way.
Yeah, Bears facing a Lions team that's looking to avoid their first 0-4 start since 2015. All right, so there's that on that injury and that intrigue. I want to go around and look at some other injuries. I want you to start there with Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson. He missed 2 practices. He was back today.
Yep.
What's his availability look like against the Broncos?
Well, he's questionable, but this is trending upward. There's less question marks here than there is in Chicago because I talked to somebody in Baltimore who said he looked like Lamar Jackson today. He was moving around fine. He was pretty much a full participant. regardless of how he was listed. They considered him the guy, and the source compared him to DeAndre Hopkins. This is a guy that's going to miss some practice time sometimes, but he's going to be back in the lineup on Sunday.
No doubt. How about Vikings running back Dalvin Cook? It seems like we're always here when it comes to him. Their workhorse. What about his availability for the Browns?
So he is trending upward. He's in a better situation than last week. I was told around this time last week he was in a great deal of pain. That pain has subsided some, so he's been involved in practice somewhat. So they're going to take it through the weekend. They're hopeful. I would say that he has a good chance to play. Not a slam dunk, but good.
And give the good people in Pittsburgh a word, Jay Fowl, your old stomping grounds. What about T.J. Watt sideline last week with that groin?
Yes, this one should be a slam dunk. He has felt great all week, full participant in practice. He was very close to playing last week. He was hoping to not miss any time. They just figured they'd give him an extra week, and as bad as last week went, they could not get to the quarterback at all. They need him in a big way. He's averaging more than a sack a game since last year.
There is literally two different defenses, the one with him on the field and the one when he is not playing. No doubt the Steelers want to see the one with him on the field. Jeremy Fowler joining us to break down some injuries around the league.
Full coverage continues just over 48 hours from the dramatic reunion in New England. PTI's Tony and Mike discuss if Brady or Belichick is under more pressure to win Sunday night. Plus, 5 NFL unbeatens remaining, assessing which team will fall first. And will the Rams or Cardinals reach 4-0 in Sunday's NFC West showdown? And College Game Day sets the stage for a can't-miss Saturday in college football. Kirk Herbstreit delivers the deciding factors for the must-see matchups in Week 5. SportsCenter continues next.
When you order carry-out, choose Domino's Carside Delivery. Check in when you arrive, and we guarantee we'll be headed out the door less than 2 minutes after your order is ready. If anything slows us down, your next pizza is free. Choose Domino's Carside Delivery and put our new 2-minute guarantee to the test.
Regina approaches the all-electric Cadillac Lyriq. It's a sunny day.
Nah, a stormy day.
We see a close-up of the grill.
An overhead shot.
She drives hands-free along the coast.
Make it Palm Springs.
Cadillac is going electric. If you want to be bold, you have to go off script.
Experience the all-electric Cadillac Lyriq.
Kinder Bueno. Wow. It's crispy. It's creamy. It's not your average chocolate bar. Smooth milk chocolate, crispy wafer, and creamy hazelnut filling. It's Kinder Bueno.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Only pay for what you need with customized car insurance from Liberty Mutual. Nothing rhymes with Liberty Mutual.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Now Dish has dedicated teams monitoring your signal 24/7.
In the late summer months, when salmon are plentiful.
Because we know you need dependable TV.
25 fish per day.
24/7. TV you can depend on 24/7. Dish. Tuned in to you.
Rated mature.
Out here,
you're
trapped.
We're free. The only way to protect the cycle.
The only way to break the cycle is to kill it.
PlayStation.
Lowe's showrooms have a variety of stylish flooring you'll love for years to come, like Stainmaster with lifetime stain resistance limited warranty. Order now. Get your flooring installed with help from Lowe's. Home to any budget, home to any possibility.
One of these women on the rise up. Good vibes, wanna get your hands up. You finna read what you saw. Black ties still keep on.
Come together, Ralph's Club, the new fragrance, Ralph Lauren.
At Macy's, the fragrance destination.
Peloton, come on, let's get this workout started. Heart rate stays up. We're moving to the mat. Let's go, Peloton. Bring that thunder. As you rotate, exhale. We did it together, Peloton.
If Philly Garcia listened to those who rejected him, he never would have made a name for himself, lining up some of the biggest names in pro sports. That's the fighting spirit. That's what makes a lion. Modelo, root for those with a fighting spirit.
What happened to me is wrong.
The accusation is false.
And
she is my wife.
I will not be silent.
Can this man do nothing but evil?
I request a duel to the death.
If you lose this duel, your wife will be burned alive. He will answer for what he has done.
Confess!
The Last Duel. Rated R. Only in theaters.
The Quarter Pound King in the 2 for $6, only at BK.
Lucas Giolito, 2018, worst pitcher in baseball.
Way out there and gone.
But he had something you couldn't see in the stats. Belief that those numbers didn't define him. And one season later, this dude's an all-star. Guaranteed Rate is a mortgage lender who understands the power of belief. First home, dream home, whatever your goal, you can make it real. Because if you believe, you will.
Sports Center, brought to you by the Walt Disney World Resort. Experience the 50th anniversary celebration now.
I know, which way the wind blows. I know that home tunnel. I know what the fans are going to sound like. I'm not going to be thinking about 20 years of history.
And the Patriots are Super Bowl champions!
The dynasty not done yet.
We've played it other times, without Tom.
When you get yourself in a situation like this, you got to take advantage of it.
Bucs win the Super Bowl. Tom Brady, you are the man. You are the GOAT.
I'm not going to necessarily reminisce. I'll have plenty of opportunities to reminisce about my football career. If they know anything about me, they're going to know that I'm going out there to try to win the football game.
I was waiting for the now you're just somebody that I use. Sunday's game will be the 6th time that Bill Belichick's Patriots have faced a defending Super Bowl champion, and they're 4-1 against defending champs over the last 20 seasons, but the only loss coming last season after Tom Brady left town. So we're going to have Mike and Tony from PTI with our bonus topic discuss what's at stake.
Dun-dun. All right, Wilbon, who is under more pressure in this game, Brady or Belichick?
Tony, when you've got 7 Super Bowls and 6 Super Bowl rings, respectively, there's no pressure. Okay, so let's get that straight. But in the context of this discussion, it's Bill Belichick, because Brady won one without Belichick. Belichick not only didn't win a Super Bowl last year, didn't make the playoffs, didn't finish 500. Now he's in a season which he's under 500 again, and you look like they're going to struggle. Hasn't arrived on a decision at quarterback, at least until now. He's got a rookie out there. Rookies notoriously, particularly this class, haven't done well yet. It's Belichick. Brady's proved his point. I mean, Brady doesn't have to do anything else. Of course, he wants to, but he's proven his point that he can go out there without Bill Belichick and win with a cast that he essentially, in a LeBron-like way, put together. Belichick hasn't done that yet. So to me, the answer in this context is Belichick.
So I'm going to distinguish at the top of this between pressure and spotlight. The greater spotlight is certainly on Tom Brady because he will be playing. And every time he's out on the field, people will look at him. You have to go find Bill Belichick on the sidelines, and not everybody's going to look at him in the same way. In terms of pressure, the reason I think there's more on Brady, and let's grant that they are both cold-blooded people that want to beat the other one, just crush the other one.
Absolutely.
But the reason I think there's more pressure on Brady is because he comes in with the Super Bowl champions. He comes in with a better team. More people expect him to win the game than expect Belichick to win the game. And if Belichick were to win this game, if he were to walk on that field after the game and find Brady, and he would be the winner in Foxborough, I think he would get larger credit than Brady would get if Brady were to win. So that's why I actually think more pressure is on Brady to justify what he's done.
All of those things you ticked off, I agree with, but they all point to Belichick. You said if Belichick was to beat Brady, the credit he would get, yes, because he ain't done anything lately for in relative to the accomplishments of the great Bill Belichick, most likely the greatest coach of all time. He ain't done it.
That's right.
He ain't been up to his own standards, and you know he wants to get there. Pressure, 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 Bill. We're done. Back to you.
We're not. Thank you, Mike. First Saturday of October has all the makings, starting with number 1 Alabama hosting number 12 Ole Miss. Lane Kiffin trying to knock off his old boss, Nick Saban, who's 23-0 at Alabama against his former assistant. Georgia, number 2 in the land, hosting number 8 Arkansas. The Hogs haven't won a top 10 matchup on the road since beating number 1 Texas in 1964. Huge opportunity shaping up for number 7 Cincinnati and the group of 5 as the Bearcats head to South Bend to take on number 9 Notre Dame. The Irish on track to be a home underdog against a group of 5 opponent for the first time since 2010. And then tomorrow, 6 Eastern on ESPN, number 10 Florida visiting Kentucky. Gators haven't lost in Lexington since 1986. College game day. Much more on tomorrow's big games. From Athens, here's Reese Davis.
Love to go back to Athens town. Love to jump up when they hunker down. They'll be hunkering down against the Hogs. Number 2 against number 8. You see that paint in the end zone? Nobody on the opposing team messes up the paint in the Georgia end zone. Georgia defense has already scored more touchdowns than it has allowed. Reese Davis, Kirk Herbstreit. We'll talk Arkansas, Georgia in a minute, but we start Cincinnati and Notre Dame, and as the calendar flips to October, Kirk, this is a real opportunity for a team outside the Power 5 conference, get a signature win, and get in the conversation nationally or in consideration for the playoffs.
Yeah, and I totally agree. And I think the way their season ended last year with an impressive effort against Georgia, albeit in a loss, they really outplayed them until a last-second field goal. You looked at what was returning in 2021. They had a great team. They've already knocked off Indiana, who's a Power 5 out of the Big Ten. They knew the Indiana game and the Notre Dame game were the 2 games that if they could somehow focus and win those games, then they could lock in on the American, the rest of the conference, and see if they can make a run. This team has been bracing for this moment. But, hey, let's not forget about the team they're playing. Yeah. Notre Dame has big goals in 2021 as well. So that is an epic showdown in South Bend.
There's a lot of coaching crossover, not just Brian Kelly from years ago. His defensive coordinator, Marcus Freeman, came from Cincinnati. And Cincinnati's offensive coordinator, Mike Denbrock, used to be at Notre Dame, told Desmond Ridder, going to be really loud in there. To which Ridder replied, the Cincinnati quarterback, not for long. You like that kind of confidence going in there, right? Alabama takes on Ole Miss. It's well documented. Nick Saban 23-0 against former assistant coaches, but very few assistant coaches have rolled in against the tide with a quarterback like Matt Corral.
And we all go back to last year with Matt Corral and what they did. You know, it was a COVID year. It was a different kind of experience, but 647 yards of offense. And Matt Corral, it was just like he had his foot on the gas the entire game. Now you get to see this same offense, much of the same characters that were on the field offensively and defensively will be matched up again. I don't know. You know Nick Saban really well. I know him really well. I know his staff. I'm sure they're coming up with a different plan than what didn't work last year. And I think it's just when he loses a game or wins a game like that, but the way he won it, there's a little bit more emphasis, I think, put on this one this year.
And the one that you and Chris Fowler will call here in Athens, Georgia, and Arkansas, second straight week that Arkansas has faced the nation's top-scoring defense. You spent some time around this, Georgia. Do you kind of a special vibe there?
Yeah, really special. I mean, Georgia's defense, I think, has a bunch of players that have had to pay their dues a little bit before they became starters. And I think because of that, there's a appreciation for playing together. You know, a lot of these guys didn't just walk in as freshmen, as 5 stars and just play. There were NFL players ahead of them. And so when I sat around and talked with them, you could just feel these guys' love for one another, appreciation for all the path that they've been on. And now you put them all together on the same page and the same defense. And again, they're more than just looking at a stat sheet, wow, they're really good. That's a brotherhood that is going to be hard to beat for not just Arkansas, really anybody.
And it also potentially in that game, we'll be watching very closely on College game day and the warm-ups leading up to a noon kickoff, the health of the 2 starting quarterbacks. K.J. Jefferson's been banged up. J.T. Daniels of Georgia dealing with a lat situation. College game day live from Athens Town, Saturday at 9 a.m.
What up, Athens? All right, still ahead on SportsCenter. 5 undefeated teams left in the NFL. We're going to assess who will reach 4-0, including the Rams versus Cardinals. Keys to remain perfect on Sunday. Plus, have you heard? Tom Brady is back in New England. We'll tell you why. We'll just talk more about this coming up.
The name's Bond, James Bond.
This is it.
Oh my God. Target enough people. And the people become the weapon. is it?
You don't know what this is.
Who is he?
No Time to Die. Rated PG-13.
Got DirecTV Stream. Now we can watch live TV and on demand. Serena, scary movie. Serena, scary movie.
Serena Williams, ready to serve.
Quiet, please.
Triple match point, Serena Williams.
This is her moment.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
Get your TV together with the best of live and on demand. Introducing DirecTV Stream with no annual contract.
Small decisions make a world of difference. IKEA.
New brisket at Chipotle. Seasoned, smoked, seared, spiced, sauced, bold, and guacced. It's a whole new kind of brisket done the Chipotle way.
People everywhere are discovering how 5G can change their lives. But Apartments.com has changed millions of renters' lives by helping them get into new homes. So, we already knew all about the power of 5G. We've had it in every town and city for years. And also 6G, and 4C, and 2R, and 7L. What else would you expect from the site with the most listings anywhere? Apartments.com, the most popular place to find a place. Hello.
Hi, I'm Reese Davis, host of ESPN's College Game Day, here with Sling to help some fans make their signs. Follow me. Let's get these signs ready for game day.
Reese, is this a commercial for Sling?
Maybe.
Watch college football for only $10 your first month.
Oh, when my Marco's craving hits, it really hits. But it's easy to satisfy with large two-topping carry-out pizzas for just $8.99 each. And I'll eat a slice on the ride home. Nice. Marco's. Pizza lovers, get it.
Yeah, it sure is like a movie. Oh, about to make a movie.
I'm coming in fast. First place, you coming in last. I'm hitting that gas. I'm hitting that.
The WNBA, we're in it for the playoffs. Semifinals continue Sunday on ESPN in 8.
Psoriatic arthritis made my joints stiff, swollen, painful.
Tremfya is approved to help reduce joint symptoms in adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Some patients even felt less fatigued.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to.
Tremfya. Emerge Tremfyant. Janssen can help you explore cost support options.
Kennedy hosts the game of fill-ins and villains.
You pronounce it.
It's weekdays at 4:30 on Buzzer.
If I could be you, and you could be me for just 1 hour. Walk a mile in my shoes. Walk a mile in my shoes.
Test X180, the #1 fastest growing testosterone brand in America.
Ellen Kevin back with you. Another former Patriot will be returning to Foxborough on Sunday. What about Rob Gronkowski? How about a game-time decision according to Bruce Arians? The Bucs injury report lists Gronk as doubtful with a rib injury. Gronk has a team-high 4 touchdown catches on the season for that fantastic Bucs offense. Bucs reporter Jenna Lane joining us now live from Tampa with much more. Jenna, with Gronk listed as doubtful, how will the Bucs determine whether he can go on Sunday?
Kevin, while Rob Gronkowski was spotted stretching on the sideline during the portion of practice that was open to the media today, he was officially listed in the practice report as a non-participant. As you mentioned, Bruce Arians called it a game-time decision. So what that means is unless he is downgraded, he could still technically travel with the team tomorrow. He could still go to the stadium, and they could examine the ribs and determine if, in fact, it would be wise for him to play. And if not, they'll have Cam Brate and they'll have O.J. Howard waiting in the wings. But those guys have combined for just 8 targets this year, where Gronkowski is leading the team with 4 touchdowns on 20 targets. He's a huge part of their offense that they would be missing if he can't go.
Jenna, let's go to the defensive side here. The Bucs added veteran cornerback Richard Sherman this week to a banged-up secondary. What's the plan for Sherman, if there is a plan, against the Patriots?
Arians said that he would be active, but just in case, meaning just in case of injury. The team's already going to be down 2 out of 3 starting corners. So the only way he is likely to play against the Patriots is if they have a whole lot of injuries. He did have an interception in practice this week, which is a great sign. But Sherman said he needs about a week to feel comfortable playing in this defense. And Arians said it's really about getting down the terminology and also getting into football shape.
Okay, also Jason Pierre-Paul dealing with a shoulder injury. He was limited in practice today, listed as questionable heading into Sunday. Jenna, thank you so much. Elle?
All right, Kevo, we've got a division clash. We've got the Cardinals and the Rams on Sunday, the only matchup of undefeated teams this week. This one might not be as close as you'd expect, though. Why? The Rams are 8-0 against the Cardinals under Sean McVay, while outscoring Arizona by 20 points per game. I imagine somewhere Mina Kimes going, but this is not the same one. It hasn't gotten much better for the Cardinals since drafting Kyler Murray either. Murray's 0-4 against the Rams with a 31 QBR, almost no production running the ball. He has a 64 QBR versus all other teams in his career. But he looks poised to turn things around just based on early season improvements. He leads the NFL in QBR when pressured this season. Here's Jalen Ramsey.
It's just tough because they also have good receivers and good guys who are like playmakers who can go make plays. So covering those guys for, 6 seconds is already tough enough. So if he extends a play to a couple more seconds, then you could just imagine how much tougher that makes it on the defensive guys. But we have all the confidence in the world in our D-line and our guys who rush. So, we'll be ready. We'll see how this Sunday goes.
I love that. We'll see how it goes. The honesty that we're looking for. NFL Live's Mina Kimes, who's joining us now. Mina, I mentioned that we've got 5 undefeated teams left in the NFL, and 2 of them go head-to-head. So I want you to tell me what you think is going to be the deciding factor in that Cardinals-Rams game.
Yeah, I think that the Rams are rightfully favored, and for Arizona to pull off the upset, it all starts, unsurprisingly, with quarterback Kyler Murray. Jalen Ramsey, the Rams corner there, talked a little bit about how deadly he is when he escapes the pocket and how a play is never dead. But the reality is Kyler's actually been doing most of his damage on early downs, in structure, in a clean pocket, with the Cardinals' many weapons at wide receiver, especially rookie Rondale Moore off of those screens, is so deadly. So for the Rams defense, to me, it all comes down to getting them into 3rd and long. Because as good as the Cardinals' offense has been, they only have 34% completion percentage on 3rd down, which ranks near the bottom of the NFL, in part because it's not any mystery what they're going to do there when they're in 3rd and long. So I think if the Rams can stop them on early downs, they should come away with the win.
Kyler Murray 0-4 against the Rams. At some point, you got to get that one. We'll just see if the odds are in his favor this weekend. So here are the other Week 4 spreads. I want you to take a look at them among the undefeated teams. Carolina trying to stay perfect as they visit Dallas, although they're 4.5-point dogs there. Denver receives Baltimore in a pick'em game. That's just because it's in Denver, right? And Las Vegas faces LA in a divisional matchup as 3-point underdogs. That's according to Caesars Sportsbook. So, Mina, none of those 3 undefeateds are favored. Which team do you think has the best chance to move to 4-0 in your mind?
I like Vegas. I don't like betting against the Denver defense ever. I think that's one of the best units in the NFL. But the Ravens are just such a unique offense. It's kind of hard to project. But with Vegas, I think there's just been such promising signs early on, whether it's the pass rush they've been able to generate, which I suspect will continue.
Last time the Raiders and Chargers each played each other and they were both above 500, it was 19 years ago in a showdown between Rich Gannon and Drew Brees. And wouldn't you know it, The Raiders ended up beating Marty Schottenheimer to go to the Super Bowl that year, only to lose to Gruden's Bucks. Look at that. I just went down the rabbit hole. Mina Kimes is joining us a little later. She'll come back and make a prediction for Bucks and Patriots. Thanks, Mina.
Now we got an exclusive sneak peek in an upcoming series on ESPN, Man in the Arena. Hear Tom Brady's untold stories on his relationship with Bill Belichick. Plus, counting down to an action-packed weekend in college football is number 1 Alabama or number 2 Georgia facing the tougher SEC showdown Saturday. That's ahead.
We're facing the number 8 team in the...
How great it is to have the NHL's best on ESPN.
Dad, we got this.
We got this.
Let me check out the town, okay?
We got this.
We got this.
We got this. We got this.
We got this. Life is for living.
We got this.
Let's partner for all of it. Edward Jones.
Whoa. Every week, millions of fantasy football players need to be confident they're making the right decision.
What's up with CeeDee Lamb?
How does ESPN help them make smarter trades and set the right lineup?
Does this look bad?
I don't know, I'm not that kind of doctor. IBM Watson. By analyzing everything from player stats to expert opinions, Watson cuts through the noise to deliver game-changing insights.
Boomer Bust says CeeDee Lamb is going to boom.
To keep ESPN at the top of the fantasy sports world.
He's good.
What can Watson do for your business?
The Quarter Pound King and the 2 for $6, only at BK.
I wanted a crib close to the stadium. It's the Bay, rent's ridiculous. So I got some roommates. But this isn't what I signed up for.
I say either, and I say either.
These guys are not well.
Excuse me?
Yummy. Eddie said my life wouldn't be in danger. But Venom has 0 chill. I'll be lucky to get out of here with my head attached. That's the 3rd time this week, dude. Venom, Let There Be Carnage. Exclusively in movie theaters right now.
Life's kinda unpredictable. Like when your groceries arrive the moment you remember everything you forgot. Or when your kid says, "There's a bake sale at school tomorrow." Tomorrow? Or when you discover art couture is a thing you have to try, like now. Or when you could go to the store, but you also need to walk the dog, pack the lunches, and oh yeah, take the kids to school. You have children! For anything today brings, fresh groceries and more, free same-day delivery. Walmart Plus.
You know what beats next day shipping? Getting it the same day. So shop Ace online and get free in-store or curbside pickup right in your neighborhood. Or get what you need delivered the very same day you order.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
When you order carry-out, choose Domino's Carside Delivery. Check in when you arrive, and we guarantee we'll be headed out the door less than 2 minutes after your order is ready. If anything slows us down, your next pizza is free. Put Domino's new 2-minute guarantee to the test.
Monday, witness the shock and chaos of the WWE Draft, Raw's most unpredictable night of the year.
So let's get right to it.
As the WWE landscape changes, new faces, new rivalries, new Monday.
Yes! One of the biggest stars on the planet!
Monday Night Raw selects...
Oh my God!
The WWE Draft, live Monday at 8 on US.
It's not really about the notes. I want them to find the music and make it their own.
I will push you. I will test you. I'll demand everything you've got. What do you get? Everything I have.
We're in this together.
Any evidence this was a drug-related crime?
Whatever there is to find in there, the sheriff's gonna find it.
There's nothing.
There's always something. We're all going out of our minds down here, trying to control things.
Oh my God, who is that right there? Looking like a rock star. Got the boots with the jeans and the glasses on. All black, everything money in his on.
Can we keep it?
Let me see you move, 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 move.
Year-old Diego Lainez is primed for a breakout La Liga season.
Lainez gets into the box. Could be an opportunity here as it's smashed towards goal.
Joining Real Betis in 2019 as the youngest player in Mexican powerhouse Club America history to leave for Europe, the 5'5" left-footed forward will need to shine to push his club to a top 4 finish.
Lainez zurda!
Having represented Mexico with 14 senior caps on the national team and winning a bronze medal at the Tokyo Olympics, Lainez is the future of El Tri and La Liga.
La verdad que fue un verano lleno de cosas importantes, de logros muy bonitos y que me motivan a seguir dando más esta temporada.
Ellen, Kevin, back. Now, we've seen homecomings and reunions in sports before. It happens all the time. But you and I talked about this off air yesterday. We can't recall something this big in our lifetime when it comes to sports, right?
No.
A Hall of Fame player coming back a year after winning the Super Bowl to face a Hall of Fame coach.
It's a movie script. It's insane because Jordan wasn't winning rings, right, with the Wizards when he faced the Bulls. And frankly, we didn't spend as much time dissecting was it more Phil or Jordan that impacted the dynasty. I'm just saying. This November, ESPN has an unparalleled access to Tom's journey. So here's a little sneak peek of the man in the arena.
When I look back at that time, it was a really growth stage part of my career. It was a development of, myself as a player, but also as a person off the field. And I was soaking up all the information. And even today, I look at some of these young players and they're like, what do you think of this guy in his third year, fourth year? And in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, he's talented, but who's gonna teach him how to evolve and grow? Who's gonna assist him in his learning of what football's all about, what his knowledge is?
As soon as he made the ball ready for play after the 10-second runoff, he wound the clock. All right, so you want to make all the point outs and everything in Omaha and go, right?
I had Coach Belichick there to teach me. Every Tuesday we would meet and go through the entire defensive starting lineup and their strengths and weaknesses, what we could attack, what he was watching, and how I could see the things that he saw, so I could gain confidence and anticipate.
Tom was very blessed because he had structure for his career. And that's what Coach Belichick gives you. He gives you structure and he gives you expectations. And he knows the game. And he's going to surround Tom with players they're willing, unselfish guys that are willing to put the team first. And that's how you win.
And the fans are throwing snow into the air.
Look for the man in the arena exclusively next month on ESPN Plus as we keep the Brady conversation going. He needs just 68 yards to break Drew Brees' all-time passing yards record Sunday night against his old team. Caesars Sportsbook has some ideas on how that's going to go down. Gronk is the favorite to catch the pass that puts Brady past Brees for good. That's, of course, assuming that he plays. That catch would be between 11 and 15 yards in the first quarter. If the odds makers are right. I love how specific we get. These prop bets are just incredible. Mina Kimes is back with us now. So, Mina, we've talked about this game all week. We have hit every possible angle of this thing. From the actual matchup perspective, Mina, what are the chances that this game is going to live up to all of this hype?
Well, I saw a headline that called it the most important sports event in Boston history, so I'm going to say low, Elle. It's probably not going to live up to that level of hype. But I think it has a chance of being competitive, and for me, that all starts with the Patriots defense, Bill Belichick's unit against Tom Brady. They did have a hard time against New Orleans, but a lot of that had to do with the turnovers. I do think the defense has been playing well, in particular the front seven. They don't have an Aaron Donald who can generate the sort of interior pressure that the Rams did last week against the Bucs offensive line, but they do have a lot of disruptive pass rushers, playmakers, whether it's a Matt Judon, rookie Christian Barmore, Josh Uche, who was out last week. And Bill Belichick is very good at deploying them in interesting and confusing ways to wreak havoc up front. Expect a lot of twists and stunts off of four-man pressures. And to me, unless they can heat up Brady, they don't have a chance.
Well, Matt Judon looked super annoyed at being asked 6 consecutive Brady questions, so now is his time to get a little get back. All right, Mina, prediction time. You've told us what would have to happen if, that, and this. Who wins and why?
Yeah. I got the Bucs, and it's not because of Tom Brady, frankly. It's because I don't expect this Patriots offense, which has struggled early on with the rookie quarterback Mac Jones, to have an easy time against the Bucs, in particular that pass rush. The Patriots have been running a lot in early downs, not something that works against Tampa Bay with Vita Vea and that group up front. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on young Mac Jones to actually air it out, to take advantage of the Bucs' depleted secondary, and that's just an area where he's struggled so far. I'm not panicking about Mac Jones. This is just a very challenging matchup.
I can't wait, undoubtedly, for whatever happens in this game next week for us to make it a complete referendum on whether Bill Belichick is a better person and coach than Tom Brady. Mina Cobbs with the latest here on SportsCenter.
We're not practicing to beat somebody. We're practicing to beat everybody. Y'all understand that?
We have to be at our best. We have to match intensities.
Everybody has this game circled on their schedule.
That could be a Heisman-defining game.
Nothing's changed. There's more people are watching.
This is not the Arkansas that we played last year.
All bets are off. They're going to go to Georgia 4-0.
The odds are stacked against us if we try to shock the world.
Playing Notre Dame, playing the top 5 program. So that to us is a big deal.
This is the best team that we've played up to this point.
And Joey Galloway joining us now on SportsCenter. Biggest weekend of the college football season is upon us so far. Tomorrow, number 7 Cincinnati going to South Bend to face number 9 Notre Dame. This game will come down to what?
I think it's going to be which team establishes the run better in this game. I'm not really a stats guy until something jumps off the page at me. Notre Dame is 121st in rush yards per game. They're like 127th or 8th in rush yards per play. Jack Cohn has been sacked more than any FBS quarterback. And so when you look at their games, they need to play better up front. On the other side, I just think Cincinnati's a better team when they're physical, when they run the ball first, and then Desmond Ridder makes plays off of the run game. He's athletic, who can also run it. I just think it takes a lot of pressure off of him to have to make a lot of plays in a game, and he's a much better quarterback when they run the ball.
Since he's coming off a bye, favored by 1.5, the last time the Irish were a home dog against a current Group of 5 school, 2007 against Air Force.
So you like stats too?
Yeah. No, I bring up numbers, and that's what we're going to do here. 2 big SEC showdowns. Seem to be quite competitive, but Caesars Sportsbook sees it differently. It has number 1 Alabama as a 2-touchdown favorite over number 12 Ole Miss tomorrow in Tuscaloosa. The book has number 2 Georgia as a nearly 18-point favorite to beat number 8 Arkansas in Athens. So which one of these games will be closer, and tell me why?
Clearly, Vegas agrees that the Bama-Ole Miss game will be closer, so I'm going to go with Vegas because they're really good at what they do. I just think that Ole Miss, Lane Kiffin, Matt Corral, those 3 people together, and look at what they did against Alabama defense last season, scoring 40-some points. They had 640-some yards of total offense. When we've seen Alabama lose in the past, it's been because the quarterback on the opposing team played great football. I don't think they'll lose this game, but I do believe that Matt Corral running the Lane Kiffin offense. This is like the Super Bowl for Lane Kiffin, to have a chance to not just win, but I think he wants to put up a lot of points against Alabama's defense just to sort of stick it to Nick Saban. So I think that game will be a little closer.
He did it a year ago, putting up 48 points, but the defense gave up 63.
They're going to do the same thing.
Stops.
It's going to be the same thing.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll see how it plays out, Joey. Thank you.
Quick reminder, college football Saturday, week 5, those 3 big SEC matchups. Number 8 Arkansas, number 2 Georgia. That's at noon Eastern between the hedges. At 6, it's number 10 Florida at Kentucky. And then the nightcap, number 22 Auburn in Death Valley to take on LSU.
Well, the National Women's Soccer League has postponed matches this weekend as the league and the Players Union are meeting to investigate sexual misconduct allegations against former North Carolina Courage coach Paul Riley, who was fired yesterday. FIFA has opened up a preliminary investigation. Mark Schwartz has more on this developing story in tonight's SportsCenter report.
An investigation published in The Athletic detailing sexual coercion, harassment, and a litany of inappropriate behavior has led to the dismissal of North Carolina Courage coach Paul Riley and sent shockwaves through the National Women's Soccer League. The publication interviewed more than a dozen players on every team Riley coached since 2010. Most asked for anonymity, but 2 players did go on the record. Former Portland Thorn Sinead Farley, who played for Riley on 3 different teams, graphically described nearly a decade of sexual misconduct, as well as inappropriate comments about her weight and sexual orientation. Riley was terminated yesterday. Meanwhile, the Players Union demanded an end to what it called systemic abuse plaguing the league. The league responded Friday by announcing it would suspend its entire weekend schedule. National Women's Soccer League Commissioner Lisa Baird released a statement saying, in part, "I take full responsibility for the role I have played. I am so sorry for the pain so many are feeling. Our entire league has a great deal of healing to do, and our players deserve so much better." 2-time World Cup winner and current NWSL star Alex Morgan tweeted her outrage about a culture that enabled Paul Riley to coach young women. The league was informed of the allegations multiple times and refused multiple times to investigate them, Morgan tweeted. The league must accept responsibility for a process that failed to protect its own players from this abuse.
There's no transparency to anything that's happening. There's an investigation that happens, and it's like, well, what happened? They won't tell you. 2-time
Olympic gold medalist Julie Foudy is joining the league as a minority owner with the expansion Angel City Football Club. Foudy says the league must have new leadership and, above all, transparency.
I don't see how Lisa Baird can continue on. I don't. Given this lack of transparency and all that has happened, and the fact that it seems that first and foremost, Lisa and NWSL was interested in protecting the owners and the coaches and the brand more than the players.
Foudy says the league has lost the trust of its players and its fans. But she says what is most devastating to her is that when women do speak out, they are not believed and they are not protected. I'm Mark Schwartz, ESPN.
Mark, thank you so much. More SportsCenter coming your way. The Not Top 10 right after this.
If Mark, Mr. Cartoon Machado, didn't have the fighting spirit to draw out his passion, he never would have perfected the street look that made him a street legend. That's the fighting spirit. That's what makes a lion. Modelo, root for those with a fighting spirit.
PNC Bank believes that if a pair of goggles can help your backhand get better, then your bank should help you budget even better. Virtual Wallet is so much more than a checking account. Its low cash mode feature gives you at least 24 hours of extra time to help you avoid an overdraft fee.
You see that?
Virtual Wallet with low cash mode from PNC Bank. One way we're making a difference.
Rated mature.
Out here,
we're
trapped.
We're free. The only way to protect the cycle.
The only way to break the cycle is to kill it.
PlayStation.
Peloton, come on, let's get this workout started. Heart rate stays up. We're moving to the mat. Let's go, Peloton. Bring that thunder. As you rotate, exhale. We did it together, Peloton.
Oh, when my Marco's craving hits, it really hits. But it's easy to satisfy with large 2-topping carry-out pizzas for just $8.99 each. And I'll eat a slice on the ride home. Nice. Marco's. Pizza lovers, get it.
One of these ones on the rise up. Good vibes, wanna get your hands up. You finna read what you saw. Black ties still keep motion.
together, Ralph's Club, the new fragrance, Ralph Lauren.
At Macy's, the fragrance destination.
Bogeys on your 6 Limo. They need customized car insurance from Liberty Mutual, so they only pay for what they need.
We are not getting you a helicopter.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
New brisket at Chipotle. Seasoned, smoked, seared, spiced, sauced, bold, and guacced. It's a whole new kind of brisket done the Chipotle way.
Have you tried crunching?
Crunching gave me resting fun face.
Crunching solved my tan lines and frown lines.
100% real milk chocolate and crispy rice really works.
Crunching solved my midlife crisis.
Start crunching today.
A new home and new projects go hand in hand. With the Home Depot app, you'll pick it up in no time. You can pick up new skills in our Homeowner 101 workshops. Pick up new power tools with a tap. Pick up the things you need at our convenient lockers, or even pick them up right from your doorstep. Pick up more of what you need so you can do more of what you love. The Home Depot app, how doers get more done.
Sorry about that. No, I've been staying at my dad's place because of everything.
Where are we going?
He's good. Yeah, I know, we keep missing each other. I've been working out of my dad's house, doing some reading. I should be working out more. I just feel like I'm drowning.
Navigating these times can be tough, but while you care for your loved one, you also need to care for yourself. Go to aarp.org/caregiving for free mental health and self-help tips.
Here are AARP top tips on caregiver preparedness during coronavirus. Form a team that can help with caregiving tasks. Take an inventory of essential supplies in your loved one's home. Make a list of the care recipient's medications. Schedule regular calls to fight isolation. Finally, take care of yourself too. Follow the Centers for Disease Control's guidelines for coronavirus safety. For more caregiving tips, go to aarp.org/caregiving.
When you use Constant Contact, prepare accordingly. Let's win this with email marketing and more to drive your business forward. Constant Contact. Try it free today.
Counting down the 10 worst plays of the week on Not Top 10. Brought to you by Geico.
You know, I gotta say, for the inaugural run of taking the L, I hit the stupefying jackpot when Brewers reliever Devin Williams, integral in helping his team punch their ticket to the postseason, went full method and punched an actual wall, forcing surgery and effectively knocking him out of the playoffs. Now, we have seen some befuddling injuries in sports before. Remember Gus Frerotte, right? Banging his head against the pads in celebration. He hurts himself, he leaves the game, which then ends in a tie. Yuck. Remember Sammy Sosa's ligament-tearing sneeze? Brutal. And who could forget Brandon Marshall versus a McDonald's bag? But none of those impacted a potential playoff run like this will. Williams is the reigning NL Rookie of the Year. He's 8-2. He has 87 Ks in 54 innings as the setup guy. He is a big reason the Brewers don't lose leads late, and to lose him this late, kind of the picture of irony, right? The most admirable thing, though, about this is his accountability, because he is standing up and owning it. Something you'd expect from a guy who takes a lot more dubs than L's. Just, not this week.
Taking the L is the perfect segue
It's a not
to the
top
not
place.
top.
You know
All
it.
right?
A whole bunch of them.
And we're giving out a ton of L's here. Rutgers, Michigan. We don't know why this fan was catching punts. Could be money on the line.
This is here in the face.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good point.
Yeah, you don't want to catch those with your chest. Number 9, Nebraska, Michigan State. This fan had a new car on the line. This is mean. I feel like people just go, they pick out the guy in the crowd who seems least likely to be able to, and then they pull the car out. This is petty. I love it. Just absolutely petty. Wait, and then Matt Coughlin goes for the kick, but steps right at the ball and stumbles a few times. So wait, this was actually impacted in the game too?
Timing plays a role.
Oh, Michigan State.
Back to the Rutgers-Michigan game. You normally get up after making a tackle, but in the event your helmet gets stuck to your defender, well, you can't escape. And there they go. Well, I can't get up, my man. And this, this would be a perfect way to describe Rutgers before the last couple of years.
Right. Number 7, right before the snap, Kirk Cousins tosses his shoe back, but the imbalance must have thrown him off because then that happened and his pass was batted away. He lost a couple inches maybe. You're not supposed to walk on the back of your shoes.
No,
oh, cringe.
it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Preseason now, Canucks, Canadians, NHL, Kevin Poulin grabbing the loose puck. But he holds on to it way too long. And then Tyler Mott just comes in. I've had enough. I'm just going to poke it in. Yeah, what is Poulin doing? And that's why it's preseason.
Exactly. You got to do that now. UC Davis and Weber State. Hunter Rodriguez is going to throw it away to avoid a sack here. But look, the Weber State cheerleader's there to catch it. Nice.
That's that turned into a top play afterwards, right?
Oh, right in the cone. He's like, and y'all told me cheerleaders ain't athletes. Let's go. He was so hyped.
Then he went the wrong way, right? And then Reds, White Sox, line drive to center. Oh, no. Oh, no. The ball goes all the way to the track. A run will come in. You could just only watch.
Yeah, watch if you just want to know how the Steelers season's been going.
What is going on? This is bad.
He literally cannot move.
No, he can't. And then you have a line that forces you to move nonstop because they can't block anybody, right?
Bad.
Wow, man in Quinnipiac here. During the delayed penalty, the puck is deflected away with a little too much power down the ice, right into the open net. What?
Wow. I want to say this dude's name right, because if I don't say it right, I'm saying it a bunch. George Georgopoulos. The punt goes, the snap goes over his head. Georgopoulos picks it up, tries to kick it, but falls as Coastal Carolina grabs it inside. God, I hope your name was Georgopoulos.
Yeah. UMass highlight right there.
Right.
That's how it's been.
That's UMass, the Minutemen.
The Not Top 10 is brought to you by Geico. Save even more when you bundle home and car insurance.
Our next UFC fight night tomorrow from the Apex in Vegas. Thiago Santos taking on Johnny Walker, light heavyweight main event starting at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific on ESPN+. To get ESPN+, go to ESPNplus.com or download the ESPN app. Okay, we've been talking about it all week, right? It's time to make our picks here.
Okay.
I think we both agree the Bucks are going to win. Brady's going to win, right?
So here's the thing, though. I am one of the only people that picked the Raiders to beat the Ravens because of the intangibles of just them opening up, right? At Allegiant. College football.
I'll be right.
It's a
Welcome to College Football Countdown, delivered by Domino's.
Coming up at the bottom of the hour, we head to Tulsa, Oklahoma, where the Golden Hurricane gets set to host Houston in what could be a fun game for Dana Holgorsen and that offense, led by the Cougars quarterback Clayton Tune. Opposite of him, Davis Brin. If you like points, I have a feeling Tulsa and Houston are going to keep you entertained. That coming up 7:30 Eastern here on ESPN. It is Friday night football on what kicks off on a busy, busy weekend as Week 5 is here.
We're not practicing to beat somebody. We're practicing to beat everybody. Y'all understand that?
We have to be at our best. We have to match intensities.
Everybody has this game circled on their schedule.
That could be a Heisman-defining game.
Nothing's changed. There's more people are watching.
This is not the Arkansas that we played last year.
All bets are off. They're going to go to Georgia 4-0.
The odds are stacked against us if we try to shock the world.
Playing Notre Dame, we're playing the top 5 program. So that to us is a big deal.
This is the best team that we've played up to this point.
Welcome into College Football Countdown, delivered by Domino's. If that's the case, 3 largest studio-wise, Sam Acho, Joey Galloway, Matt Berry alongside. Every once in a while, we get blessed with a week of college football where you have ranked matchups that are going to decide so much in so many conferences. This week, it just happens to be the SEC is a busy, and an impactful Week 5 gets us kicked off. Joe, I'll start with you. Give me one of these games that just had you excited on Saturday.
Looking forward to seeing Cincinnati, Notre Dame. We talked about before the season, if Cincinnati could go on the road, beat Indiana, go on the road, beat Notre Dame, then we have a different conversation about them in the playoff talks that'll come later. They knocked down Indiana. Can they get Notre Dame now?
Yeah, I'm excited about the Arkansas-Georgia game, mainly because of that defense. Obviously, we know about Georgia's defense, but people are sleeping on Arkansas's defense. And so that's what I'm excited to see. Can Arkansas be able to shut down Georgia's offense? We know what Georgia's going to do against Arkansas, but KJ Jefferson last week was throwing the ball over the top of a good A&M defense. And so I can't wait for that matchup.
Arkansas has been the team of America this year. They've kind of come out of nowhere. Sam Pittman's been a good story. Woo Pig's been a good story. We'll get into all of this in a busy weekend of the SEC coming up, but we do want to start with the game Joey mentioned. We're talking about Cincinnati and Notre Dame. This is a big one for both schools.
Yeah, and the key for Notre Dame is that offensive line has to be better. Jack Cohn has been sacked more times than anybody else in FBS, and you know Cincinnati's defense will be aggressive. They're going to blitz. We'll see who wins the battle up front.
Cincy, a favorite on the road. Here's Luke Fickell.
There's nothing that needs to be said. Everybody knows what it's all about. Everybody's going to be excited. It's more about being able to get those guys to control the emotions.
Our ultimate goal is to win a conference championship and then, playing a New Year's Six or the college playoffs. And I think, this is just one step in our way.
I think for the team, this game means a lot. Coach Kelly coming from there, obviously. Coach Freeman coming from there as well as a lot of the other guys on the staff. So I think it's a very personal game, and I feel like we've been preparing that way and can't wait to show it on Saturday.
Anytime you get two teams that are matched in the top 10, it's exciting. So we're up for the challenge, and I know they are too. They're excited. It'll be a great college football game.
Sam Acho, let's have fun in the SEC West. Ole Miss traveling to Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, I can't wait for this game. A few weeks ago, Alabama's defense got exposed a little bit by Florida. I think we're going to see a little bit more of the same this week in Ole Miss.
Lane Kiffin, you know who's going to be calling ball plays. You know there's going to be points. Can Ole Miss spring the upset? An assistant's never beaten Nick Saban if they've coached for him. For more in this game, here's Marty Smith.
23 times former Nick Saban assistants have tried to beat the man. 23 times they failed. Lane Kiffin will try to change that on Saturday afternoon in Bryant-Denny Stadium as he brings the Ole Miss Rebels here to Tuscaloosa. This game stands to be a barn burner. 1 year ago, these two teams combined for nearly 1,400 yards of total offense. It's the most in the history of the Southeastern Conference. Ole Miss, led by quarterback Matt Corral, the Heisman frontrunner in many minds at this time, something Kiffin said is completely ridiculous this early in the year. He also said it's ridiculous to be ranked at this time of year. He said basically they're in the third round of a 12-round title fight. As for Saban, he implored the Crimson Tide faithful this week to be loud and be rowdy to try to knock Ole Miss off their signature tempo offense.
Marty, thank you. Now to the other big one of the SEC College Game Day, going to be in Athens for Arkansas, Georgia. Sam Pittman returning to Georgia, serves as the Bulldogs offensive line coach from 2016 to 2019. Razorbacks have only beaten the Bulldogs twice in 11 meetings since joining the SEC. You have good defense, you got a good story, and you got a good offense. Something will give between the hedgers. For more, here's Kirk Herbstreit.
Seems like we talk about this every week, but what I love about this matchup with Arkansas and Georgia is two great defenses. You know all about Georgia, maybe the best defense in the country. They'll make it tough on KJ Jefferson and Arkansas. Arkansas has to be able to run the football to set up some opportunities in play action, and Jefferson wants to get the ball thrown downfield to Treylon Burks and company. Look at the other side of the football. This Arkansas defense, man, they are playing with as much confidence as anybody. They keep everything in front of them. If there's anything that's a priority for Georgia, it's their ability to make plays after the catch, because they're not going to get the deep ball downfield. Can those receivers and can the running game be the difference for the Dogs?
Kirby, thank you. Now time for pregame HQ, brought to you by Domino's. When you look at this game, everybody focusing on Georgia's defense, and we should. We'll get to them in a minute. But KJ Jefferson, Sam Pittman in this offense has really found a way to score points, almost 35 a game. They're led by their quarterback. So, Joey, what will they have to do to penetrate what is probably the best defense in the country?
KJ Jefferson is 6'3", 245, and he had over 50 yards rushing against Texas A&M, 50 yards rushing against Texas. And I say that to believe that he better be running. This Georgia defense is going to come after him. They're going to be in his backfield. He's going to have to use his athletic ability to run the football early in this game, just to make the safeties aware that he has that ability. Then he can go downfield. We saw it last week against Texas A&M, the ability to go downfield, hit Treylon Burks for the deep one. It loosens up a defense, gives them different looks. But I think the key for this Arkansas offense against a Georgia team is establish themselves at the line of scrimmage. I don't think they can come in and run it down Georgia's throat. But when your quarterback has the athletic ability to run, The defense on the back end has to pay attention. If they can establish that, they'll have a chance to go down the field.
This will be the best offense that Georgia's faced all year. Say what you want about the Clemson game. We know enough about Clemson by now to know that this is not the best offense they faced in Clemson. So it's going to be a challenge for this Georgia defense. Listen to this number, 5.8 points a game. That is unfair. Break down the defense, Hutch.
Yeah, well, it starts up front. It starts with guys like Nolan Smith, the #1 recruit in 2019. He was the #1 recruit, outside linebacker, defensive end. He's a dominant defensive force. And then it goes to guys like Jordan Davis in the middle. He's 6'6", 340. He can play. Like their entire defense from the front end to the back end. Christopher Smith at safety. They all hunt. There's Nolan right there doing his thing. They play as one unit, and that's one thing that a lot of teams don't understand. Like when you're a defensive player, you have to rely on your guys. You have to rely on communication. This entire team plays as one unit, and that's why it's hard for anyone to beat them.
I mean, they've got 300-pounders that run Galloway-style 40s.
So, like I said, K.J. Jefferson,
you better be running.
Take off running.
That game, noon Eastern on ESPN, which is really a kickoff to a remarkable day of football here on the network. You got Arkansas, Georgia. Herbie and Fowler going to be on the call for that one. Florida and Kentucky. Can Will Levis spring the upset at home against Florida? We know AR-15. He's going to be back for the Gators. And then who starts at quarterback for Auburn? Will it be the LSU transfer TJ Finley on the road against his former team? All questions that need to be answered on a busy week 5 in college football. Oh, I love offense. If you love offense too, you're going to love Ole Miss. Matt Corral, Bryce Young, both of them set to sling it in Tuscaloosa on Saturday. Plus, Cincy and Notre Dame. Notre Dame has been undervalued all year, and they are again at home. We'll break down what the Bearcats need to do to spring the upset. But coming up, bottom at the hour, Tulsa and Houston. Marcus Jones and the Cougars looking to make an impact tonight. 3-1 on the season, yet an underdog on the road. We'll count down to kickoff. Still coming up.
Welcome to Allstate, where we have all new lower auto rates. And savings like that will make everyone feel like an MVP. Now get new lower auto rates with Allstate. Because better protection costs a whole lot less. You're in good hands with Allstate. Click or call for a lower auto rate today.
Peloton, come on, let's get this workout started. Heart rate stays up. We're moving to the mat. Let's go, Peloton. Bring that thunder. As you rotate, exhale. We did it together, Peloton.
Got DirecTV Stream. Now we can watch live TV and on demand. Serena, scary movie. Serena, scary movie.
Serena Williams, ready to serve.
Quiet, please.
Triple match point, Serena Williams.
This is her moment.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
Get your TV together with the best of live and on demand. Introducing DirecTV Stream with no annual contract.
On my get back, cop a bag slow. You would never see that. Use the crap dough.
Oh no! An SEC triple header.
Not just college football, SEC football.
Saturday, starting at noon on ESPN. Run it.
College Football Countdown is delivered by Domino's. Get great deals on pizza, bread twists, chicken, desserts, and more.
What can Davis Brin do on his home yard? Second in the Americans, having a good start to his season. Tulsa, however, 1-3. Can they get it going tonight against Dana Holgorsen of the Houston Cougars? Kickoff 23 minutes away.
We gon' fight, girl, we unstoppable. Yeah. Can't nobody
Everybody kind of has this game circled on their schedule. You know, our players have to be ready for that.
Nobody just beats these guys going in there just magically beating them. You got to have this structure as a team, as a unit.
Touchdown, Alabama! Roll Tide, roll!
Just an explosive team. Just wants to dominate in every aspect of the game.
Be fast, be physical, be able to run and throw the ball, and I think we will be in a good spot.
Respect, appreciation, gratitude, without a doubt would not be here today without him.
That's why we've had success here, because we've had a lot of good coaches and they've done an outstanding job.
It's definitely exciting. These are the games you come to Alabama for.
We got the #1 team in the country. Try to prove everybody wrong, so I can't wait.
Sam, Joey, and Matt back with you. Ole Miss, Alabama has become one of those extra rivalry games because of the Lane Kiffin factor since he's arrived at Ole Miss. Both of these teams can score points. Gentlemen, last year these two combined for 111. The point total right now is 79.5. Do with that what you will. Joey, take me through this game now. Ole Miss, they can sling it all over the yard. Matt Corral has had a remarkable start to the season. What does he need to do come Saturday?
It's funny, when I started watching Ole Miss film, I thought, let me do something on the defense. When I started watching their offense, like, this is so much fun.
Yeah.
Let me stay right here. What they do offensively and their ability to sling the ball around starts with they have so many moving parts that guys aren't always blocked. Watch the linebackers. Neither guy is blocked, but they don't know where to go because there's so many misdirection guys going different places that guys that aren't blocked don't make the play. And if you get your eyes in the wrong place, thinking you know what's going to happen, all the eyes are in the backfield, looking to see what Matt Corral is going to do, and why that's happening, you give up the deep ball. So their offense is predicated upon we have a lot of different options, a lot of different guys going in different directions with motions and giving you different looks. If you look the wrong way for a split second, you're in trouble the way Matt Corral's operating this offense. So it's his second year with Lane Kiffin. They scored 48 points last year. I expect them to go at it again, put up a lot of points. They're leading the country in points and yards per game. They're going to do the same thing in this game. I just don't think they can pull off the win, though.
Slow second half for Alabama against Florida a couple of weeks ago. What kind of headache is in store for them with that Ole Miss offense you just saw?
Yeah, well, there's a major headache in store for Alabama. We saw that slow start last week against Florida. But here's what happened when I went back and watched that tape of Alabama's defense. Yes, Alabama, they're still dominant. Let's not forget that. So we're going to show a little bit of tape about how they're dominant, but also how they make mistakes. Let's start here. Going to be a speed option. Will Anderson at the bottom. Henry To'oTo'o. Will Anderson needs to chip the offensive lineman in order for this play to work defensively. He does it. Alabama's defense is still good. Let's not forget. So he does it. You got 2-on-2, speed option. Emory Jones has nowhere to go, and it's going to be a tackle. They did it right. But the very next play, they did it wrong. To the other side, you got Drew Sanders. He's filling in for Christopher Allen, outside linebacker, To'oTo'o in the middle. He swims the offensive tackle. Now all of a sudden, a lot of green grass. It's one-on-one. Now you have a wide open grass to run. So you've seen Alabama do it wrong. Now to this play. You got 6 guys in the box. Each one of these guys has a gap. Inside linebackers, you got the A-gaps. Let's see what happens. They are not in the A-gaps. You got 2 guys in a gap, 2 guys in another gap, and then 2 guys in a different gap. It's going to be wide open. And so Alabama's defense got exposed against Florida, and I think that with what Florida did last week, they had about 46% of the time they were in motion. I think that Ole Miss is going to do more of the same this week, and that's why I think it's going to be a better game than many people
You were
think.
pointing out Ole Miss. They had a bye last week, so they're coming in this fresh. Matt Corral, he didn't care who the Alabama defense is. Look what he did against them last year, around 48 points, 647 total yards. The kid's got confidence, and he's playing football at a high level. Would that be enough to get the upset in Tuscaloosa against the Alabama Crimson Tide? Joey Galloway loves Jim Harbaugh.
Let's go.
To the point where Jim Harbaugh is his favorite coach.
Let's go, Jim.
We'll explain coming up next on College Football Countdown, delivered by Domino.
What happened to me is wrong.
The accusation is false.
And she is my wife.
I will not be silent.
Can this man do nothing but evil?
I request a duel to the death.
If you lose this duel, your wife will be burned alive.
He will answer for what he has done.
Confess!
The Last Duel. Rated R. Only in theaters.
It was the night before breakfast. The final boss was in sight. When the craving struck Austin, and he called it a night. Toasted breakfast burritos are here. Power down and sleep well. The sooner you sleep, the sooner you'll get one. Only at Taco Bell. Bung.
I got you this. The new iPhone 13 Pro? Just for me? Well, actually, Verizon's giving one to everyone when they trade in their older damaged phone. Okay, so every sister can get this. Every customer, new and old, can get iPhone 13 Pro on us. Plus up to $500 when you switch.
Intercepted. Boston College is going to win this game. Touchdown, Justin Ross.
If you need to do something to feel okay to drive, you're not okay to drive. Don't drive buzzed.
Let's get back to talking smack with the side of mac and cheese. Before we can safely come together, we need the facts on COVID-19 vaccines. To get the facts, visit getvaccineanswers.org so you can make an informed decision when vaccines are available to you.
Thanks.
All I needed
Was a better,
happier,
healthier, really good
Headspace.
Find some Headspace at headspace.com.
I bet Athens will be more fun than what Joey had last week watching Michigan State, Nebraska. Virtual lock implications. Chester Kimbrough's got the interception and a convoy.
You got to score. Somebody block somebody.
Get a block. Oh, my gosh. Now, again, Michigan State -5 is the spread that Joey's got for locks. Here, Kenneth Walker.
Let's go.
Go score.
Let's go.
Now just right, just go to the goal line? No, they didn't. They went to Matt Coughlin. And Joey has had probably more bad beats in virtual locks than I've ever seen. And because of it, he is 1-6-1 on the season. I've picked games on what America likes based on Caesar Sportsbook. So I'm the man of the people. And without further ado, another installment of Virtual Locks. Ah, yes, welcome back to Virtual Locks. We are back, and to the people, to my people, to America. We've extended our lead on Joey Galloway, which means I'll give you the honors.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Matt. And I like the Michigan Wolverines +2 at Wisconsin. Yeah, I'm going back to the well. Michigan's the only team that got me my lone victory of the season. I don't like going to that Michigan well, but if I have to, I
bet not.
But that's not the only reason I like Michigan, though. I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, I'm racking my brain, and then it hit me. Since 2015, the Michigan Wolverines under Jim Harbaugh are the only FBS team to not win as an outright underdog.
Really?
They're 0-11. I know that sounds crazy, but they will not go 0-12, Matt. Trust me, I like the Wolverines.
So you're going with the old they're due rationale?
Absolutely.
All right. Fine, whatever works for you. In America thinks what's going to work for them is Ole Miss +14.5 against Alabama. Joey, going into this game, everybody's going to be talking about Matt Corral, Lane Kiffin, and that Rebels offense, and they should because they lead the country in yards per game and points per game. But what I want to point out is the light. The light has come on for DJ Durkin and the Ole Miss defense. They are giving up less than 17 points less per game than they were a year ago.
Okay.
Much improved. That's why America feels good with Ole Miss +14.5.
All right, give me one more.
I'm staying in the SEC.
All right.
I'm staying underdog again. Arkansas +17.5 against Georgia. What's not to like? Woo Pigs undefeated for the first time since 2003. They have a really good quarterback. They've got a good rushing attack. They have a good defense. They're a complete good team. And you know what they say in Vegas? Good teams win, great teams cover. Let's go to the desert.
That's
Cue it up. Arkansas 4-0 against the spread this season. They're one of 6 teams undefeated against the spread. Get me to the tables, get me to the desert. America's taking Woo Pig.
All right, I'm going with a team that Arkansas took care of earlier this season. I like the Texas Longhorns -4 against TCU. Coach Sark and Casey Thompson have been a match made in Longhorn heaven. They're 3rd in points per game. And since Casey Thompson has taken over the starters the last 2 games, it's been 7th heaven. Casey Thompson has 8 touchdowns passing, and the offense has exploded for 128 points in their last 8 quarters. So for Longhorn heaven's sake, listen to me, Matthew. I like the Texas Longhorns -4.
Heaven help us if Galloway has another 0-2 week. Here's the picks. America, your duty.
This is my comeback. Let's go.
All right, that's the games we like. Some other notable games on a busy Saturday slate. Otto, what do you like on this one?
Yeah, I like the Baylor-Oklahoma State game. Baylor under Dave Aranda, they're playing really, really good football. They're undefeated right now. But Oklahoma State on the other side, they have a running back by the name of Jalen Warren, and he can go.
Can Boston College go into Clemson and win?
I would never said this at the beginning of the season, but absolutely yes.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
What's going on at Clemson right now? Jeff Hafley had the big win last week, had the mouth talk between them and Missouri. I thought it was great for college football. We'll see if they can pull that off next week. Speaking of great for college football, we always wait for that group of 5 team to assert themselves in the college football playoff conversation. That is Cincinnati this year. They beat Indiana already. They got a bye week to get ready for Notre Dame, and they come in with the attitude of their head coach on the defensive side of the ball against the Notre Dame team that's got holes up front.
Yeah, definitely. And Cincinnati defensively, they're good. Now, obviously, they lost Marcus Freeman, who now was the defensive coordinator for Notre Dame. So we understand that, but they're still playing more of the same kind of defense. They're averaging giving up less than 300 yards on defense, number one, 27th in the FBS. And they're playing like their defensive coordinator, Mike Tressel, wants them to play. They're physical, they're attacking, they're aggressive. You see a lot of 3-man fronts, and they're getting to the football.
And look, this is what Jack Cohn's banged up. We don't know if he's going to play. It could be Drew Pine. They've got the good running backs. But again, the offensive line for Notre Dame could be an issue for the Cincinnati defense. Now, with Cincinnati, they go as far as Desmond Ridder takes them. Shaky in the first half against Indiana. What do you like about the Bearcats quarterback?
Desmond Ridder's playing in a lot of big games for Cincinnati, and he's always come through by the end of the game. Even if he starts off rough, he finds a way to get things done for this team in the second half if need be. They need to run the ball for sure against this Notre Dame defense because it opens up everything that Desmond Ridder wants to do. This offense is great when they can go play action pass, when he has a chance to go down the field, but it all begins with their ability to run the ball. He has 7 touchdowns this season, only 2 interceptions. Going to need his best game, maybe of his career, to beat Notre Dame. But this is key for Cincinnati. You want to stay in the national conversation in the top 10, you have to go on the road and beat teams like Notre Dame.
And Cincinnati doesn't fare well against top 10 teams. Look what they did against Florida, 51-24, West Virginia back in 2007. Guys, Brian Kelly faces former team Cincinnati. Just the second time these two programs played. We kind of wanted to compare that game with this one, but
wasn't there then.
But it was in 1900.
I mean,
none of them were here.
Luke wasn't there.
That's true. If he was there in 1900, that would be biblical.
We'd have some records.
Philip Montgomery and Tulsa getting set for kickoff 1-10. We'll take care of you here on ESPN. Houston and Tulsa, our Friday Night Football.
America! After the past year-ish, everyone deserves something new. So, AT&T is giving everyone our best deals on every iPhone, including the iPhone 13 Pro with its amazing camera. Like everyone that worked from home, learned a new hobby, or welcomed a new family member.
There were a lot of dogs, so...
Our deals are for everyone.
It's not complicated. AT&T is giving new and existing customers our best deals on every iPhone, including the epic iPhone 13 Pro on us.
Don't be fooled by the bike or judge him by his jacket. While Ted's eyes are on the road, his heart stays home. He's got Gloria and 10 grandbabies to prove it. But his back made weekend rides tough, so Ted called on the card that's even tougher. And the Medicare coverage trusted by more doctors. Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield. By your side, no matter what. That's the benefit of Blue. Find your local Blue Cross and Blue Shield plan at benefitofblue.com.
Kids love visiting California! My parents like it too. Like a lot.
They go bonker!
Totally. Isn't it adventure. And while you have to keep an eye on them, you gotta let them explore and figure things out for themselves. So hurry up. They're not gonna stay this way forever.
Kick off your California vacation at visitcalifornia.com.
With the Capital One Saver Card, you earn unlimited 4% cash back on dining out, 4% on entertainment, 4% on takeout and popular streaming, and now 3% at grocery stores. Earn unlimited cash back for going out or staying in with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Are you ready for some foot?
Hey, voiceover guy. Football's back. Let's act like it.
You know what, Justin? You're right.
Are you ready to hang out and cook food in a parking lot again? Are you ready for 18 weeks of NFL action? Ready!
I was born ready.
Yeah, baby. Are you ready for all the fans to come back and cheer as one?
College Football Countdown is delivered by Domino's. Get great deals on pizza, bread twists, chicken, desserts, and more.
Fans, we wanted to give a shout-out to Kellogg's Frosted Flakes and their Mission Tiger program, which delivers funding and support for middle school sports programs across the country. Mission Tiger knows that sports give kids skills that help them succeed on and off the field, and their goal is to make sure every kid has the chance to be a Tiger. Who's going to be a Tiger in tonight's game between Houston and Tulsa? Could Clayton Tune, he can sling the football around the yard for Dana Holgerson, who caught up with our Paul Carcaterra.
Coach, you've been productive offensively, averaging 34 points a game. What more do you want from that unit?
A little bit more explosiveness would be nice. Just, big plays. I mean, we've been fairly efficient at moving the ball, converting third downs, but our yards per play is not real good. So that's explosiveness, putting the ball, making routine plays, and then hopefully those things turn into big plays.
Last night, you told me you had a lot of respect for Tulsa's defensive line. They were active. How do you counter that?
Controlling the line of scrimmage is important. I mean, they want to attack it with just three, so they want to play that whole coverage and attack it with three. They got good D linemen to be able to do that. Our job is to block those guys, get it targeted right, get the back loose, get them out of that three down front, and make them pressure us a little bit. That's kind of the goal. If they do that, I think Tune will sit back there and throw some completions.
Thanks, Coach.
You got it.
Houston or Tulsa? I'm the host. See you guys at halftime.
And welcome to Tulsa on a Friday night. Tempers were flaring about 90 minutes ago between these two AAC rivals. They haven't met in 2 years. They've got some things to say to each other for this critical American Conference matchup. Beautiful weather. What a time to be alive as college football returns. Welcome to ESPN College Football Primetime, presented by Ram Trucks. And you're watching the American Conference on ESPN. Cougs have won their last three, riding a bit of a hot streak, and Tulsa has played a difficult schedule. They will try to bounce back for their league opener here tonight at Chapman Stadium. When we take a look at the close calls for the Golden Hurricane, going back to last season, a lot of people don't remember. Yeah, Tulsa reached the AAC championship game. Narrow setback to nationally ranked Cincinnati. 2-point loss to Mississippi State in postseason play. Fast forward to 2021. Upset by UC Davis in week 1 by just 2. Competitive on the road in Stillwater against Oklahoma State. And then trailed by just a touchdown at the shoe against top 10 Ohio State. This team is due. We will see if it happens tonight. He's Andre Ware. He won the Heisman Trophy. I'm Roy Philpott, and Paul Carcaterra joins us in just 1 minute. Dre, we got a good game here tonight in the AAC.
Yeah, we do. Two teams that do it in a little bit different ways, where it's offense for Tulsa the last couple of weeks, defensively for the Cougs. They've found a little magic.
Yeah, the Golden Hurricane led by a great story in Shamari Brooks. He's back. He's healthy after tearing his ACL a year ago.
Yeah, he's back. He adds the spark to this Tulsa running game. last week, 22 carries. It took him over 100 yards, and he was just the right recipe that they needed. Just providing a nice spark in the running game. What's he do? Hey, he can hit the home run for you. If you give him a crease, he can make you pay. He finds the end zone as well. Once you give him that crease, he's going to make his way into the end zone. A guy that is definitely, he's been missed.
For the Cougs, it's all about the defense in 2021. They've been lights out.
Yeah, they have. 246 yards a game. That's 5th best in the country in that category. They get after you in a lot of different ways, and they make you pay. On the back end, they got some ball hawks, guys that find the football. 116 yards, 3rd in the country in that category. And then on the money down, they get off the field on 3rd down. Only 23% given up. That's fantastic.
Think about Houston, you think about offense and Dana Holgorsen, but the defense has led the charge so far in 2021. We've got our kickoff here in Tulsa coming up next.
The best things America makes are the things America makes out here. The history she writes in her clear blue skies, the legends she births on hometown fields, and the future she promises. When we made Grand Wagoneer, proudly assembled in America, we knew no object would ever rank with the best things in this country. But we believed we could make something worthy of their spirit.
We raise the bar on bar food with sandwiches, tenders, and burgers. There's more where this came from. To the greatest of all times, Buffalo Wild Wings.
The seasons are changing, and your tires may be ready for a change, too. Get ready for the road ahead at Midas. Right now, buy 3 Cooper tires and get 1 free. Find your tires at Midas.com.
USAA is made for the safe pilots. For Mac, who can come to a stop with barely a bobble. Lucia, who announces her intentions even if no one's there. And Sergeant Moore, who leaves room for her room. With USAA Safe Pilot, when you drive safe, you can save up to 30% on your auto insurance. Get a quote and start saving. USAA, what you're made of, we're made for.
Whoa. Every week, millions of fantasy football players need to be confident they're making the right decision.
What's up with CeeDee Lamb?
How does ESPN help them make smarter trades and set the right lineup?
Does this look bad?
I don't know, I'm not that kind of doctor. IBM Watson. By analyzing everything from player stats to expert opinions, Watson cuts through the noise to deliver game-changing insights.
Boomer Bust says CeeDee Lamb is going to boom.
To keep ESPN at the top of the fantasy sports world.
He's good.
What can Watson do for your business?
And back in Tulsa, Oklahoma, we've got one of the best two-way players in college football on display tonight. Paul Carcaterra has more on Marcus Jones.
Yes, Roy. Tonight we'll see one of the most versatile players in all of college football. And in a day and age where players stick to one side of the ball, don't tell Houston's Marcus Jones to play one position. He won't. He is a jack of all trades and a master of all. Offense, well, check. Last week against Navy, he caught 3 balls for 58 yards and a touchdown. Defense, check that one too. Houston defensive coordinator Doug Belk told me he feels Jones is the best slot corner in all of college football. Special teams, well, check that one as well. He returned a punt last week for 73 yards and led the FBS in punt return yardage a year ago. Marcus told me what Charles Woodson did at Michigan in the late 90s has been an inspiration. Andre, you know him, fellow Heisman.
Yeah, I know him very well, and a good friend of mine, and I would call Marcus Mr. Versatility, a guy that he can do it all. The best compliment, he's a football player.
Tulsa won the coin toss and deferred. Bell takes it from his own 1-yard line for the Cougs. With a crease, and there he goes. Flag on the field. This one probably coming back. Dell's going to make a curtain call here all the way for the touchdown, and we'll check the penalty.
Boy, there were flags coming in everywhere around the 20-yard line or so, so I would imagine this one's coming back. What a start for the Cougars. Middle of the field was just wide open.
Luke Richmond leading this veteran AAC crew this evening. Trying to start with a bang, didn't happen there because of the infraction. And there's Luke.
During the return, holding, receiving team, number 40, 10-yard penalty, first down.
Take a look at it.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be Jordan Carmouche. Sort of right in the middle. And I mean, there were flags flying from everywhere.
Yeah, 2 on the field quick. So instead of the touchdown, Andre, they'll take it all the way back to the 10-yard line. Not the start that Clayton Tune wanted to see.
Yeah, not the field position. Starting at your own 10-yard line.
We do expect to see Marcus Jones on offense tonight, number 8. He has been dynamic in every sense of the word this year. First pass is caught, and that'll move the chains. A gain of 13. Jalen Irwin makes the reception.
A nice job by Tune, facing some pressure off the edge, and he's able to stand in there, and that'll do a lot for your confidence to start that way. You get that first completion behind you, especially when you're backed up. It does a lot for a quarterback.
Yeah, Houston started the season a tough loss against Texas Tech. The shovel pass here, and McCaskill with his first touch bolts ahead. He'll pick up 2, and that'll be it. The stop by Cullen Wick.
A young man that was highly recruited. They were able to get him on campus before the pandemic and get him signed, recruited by a lot of big-time programs around the country, but he decided to go to the University of Houston, and now all of a sudden, the last couple of weeks, he's been a big part of this Cougar offense.
Yeah, on the field, you watch him, you look at him, and he certainly passes the eye test. 2nd down and 8 coming up. Mentioned that early loss to the Red Raiders. They've won 3 in a row since and have been impressive, including a comeback last week against Navy. Patient run here ahead to the 30, give him 5, and a stop by Burnett as McCaskill shows you a little power there.
A big 3rd down here where Tulsa here has been about 48%. They'd love to get that number down, you know, as the season continues to progress. That's giving up a little bit too many 3rd down situations when you're at 48%. Get some help. Yeah, get some help from the Cougars. Looks like the left side of the offensive line. They have jumped.
Right to the snap. Full start. Offense. Number 77. 5-yard penalty.
Murphy.
3rd down.
Over that left guard position. So instead of 3rd and 3, 3rd down and 8, and that's a big difference. Right?
Yeah, Keenan Murphy, he struggled a little bit in that game against Texas Tech. I was there and had a couple of penalties like that, a couple of big-time holding penalties that really hurt the offense.
2 minutes in, Cougs 1-0 in the AAC, sitting atop the conference. Just a week into league play. Everybody else basically jumping on board in conference play this weekend. Tune with time, flings it, pass is caught, and that'll move the sticks. Tank Dell created enough space between himself and the defender, Trayvon Fuller.
Well, Tune is playing tonight with, you know, a hamstring injury, and right away, Joseph Gillespie, the defensive coordinator, on a couple of occasions, 1st down, he came after him, came again then, and was able to get home, but just a little bit late getting to Clayton Tune, and he's able to make him pay.
Daniel Dell Jr. He goes by the name of Tank because Dana Holgorsen says he thinks he's the toughest guy in the room.
He's the engine that makes this offense go.
I know you've been impressed with him watching film and watching this team in person and on tape. McCaskill tried the jump cut, not available, and Wick met him in the backfield, Trey.
Yeah, that's another guy I've been impressed with watching him on film. Made his first start against Wyoming a couple of years ago. He's a 2-year starter now, very consistent player.
After a loss of 1 on 2nd down, Tune fires it across the middle, incomplete.
Wick was there again with pressure. I mean, you've talked about it already, Roy. They only rushed 3. They're 3 defensive linemen. But watch 91 circle around the edge. He's going to go up and under and really affect the play. You see that as a quarterback when it's from your front side. That affects you more than anything. The blind side, hey, I can't see that. I got to trust that the guy's taking care of my backside. But when it's coming and flashing in front of you, that'll affect you more than anything.
Golden Hurricane already converted on 3rd and long earlier. It was 3rd down and 8. Let's see what happens here. Cougs rather on 3rd down and long. Pocket collapses. Pass is incomplete, in and out of the hands of Keyshawn Carter. That's a player Coach Holgorsen told us this week. They got to get him going, the transfer from Texas Tech.
Yeah, that's as well a thrown ball as you can do. Pressure by Anthony Goodlow is able to get home, but not before Toon throws an absolute strike to Carter, who's just got to come up with that. Big down, money down, a chance to move the chains and help your quarterback out. Got to make that catch.
And Carter suffered a concussion in preseason camp. He's out for a while and is really starting to round back into form. Dropped that completion there. As Lane Wilkins. See that punt down at the 20. 45 on the punt. No yards on the return. Golden Hurricane gets the first
Media timeout.
On a Friday night in Tulsa. After this.
Welcome to Allstate, where we've just lowered our auto rates. And savings like that follow you everywhere. Now get new lower auto rates with Allstate. Because better protection costs a whole lot less. You're in good hands with Allstate. Click or call for a lower auto rate today.
Reggie Bush used to eat breakfast somewhere else. Then he tried Wendy's breakfast. Now we can't get rid of him.
Can you believe this breakfast croissant is only $1.99?
Yeah, Reggie. I put the sign up.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
America! After the past year-ish, everyone deserves something new. So, AT&T is giving everyone our best deals on every iPhone, including the iPhone 13 Pro with its amazing camera.
Like everyone that worked from home, learned a new hobby, or welcomed a new family member.
They were all out of dogs, so...
Our deals are for everyone.
It's not complicated. AT&T is giving new and existing customers our best deals on every iPhone, including the epic iPhone 13 Pro on us.
Hard work? Sure. Guesswork? No thank you. Because when you're on a mission, you want to get it right the first time. That's where the Home Depot comes in, with an app to rent and reserve the right tools with just a tap. With convenient image search options, and with the ability to see how something looks in your space before you even buy it. It's how the Home Depot takes the guesswork out of the hard work. The Home Depot app, how doers get more done.
It was the night before breakfast when Alex received a text. Cow or eggs and bacon? It's time to ghost that ex. Toasted breakfast burritos are here. Shut it down and sleep well. The sooner you sleep, the sooner you'll get one. Only at Taco Bell. Bung.
Hulu has live TV? Hulu has live sports?
Well, yes. Hulu does have live sports.
Hulu has live dating shows.
With over 75 live channels.
Woo!
Flip like cable, stream like Hulu.
Scoreless game back in Tulsa inside Chapman Stadium. Andre Ware, Paul Carcaterra, Roy Philpott as we take a look at tonight's passing spotlights. Brought to you by Dash Pass. Easy for me to say. Davis Brin getting it done. He's thrown for almost 800 the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, 12 or 1,200 yards. That's second best in the country. And you see the yards per attempt. He's pushing the ball down the field. Third best in completions of over 20 yards or more. This is an explosive offense that is led by Davis Brin. He can get it done.
Yeah, coming in the last couple of weeks, awfully impressive. First possession for the Golden Hurricane. Appeared to be play action to give to Brooks. And Shamari Brooks ahead. Back to the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. The stop by Owens.
Yeah, Doug Belk knows that Shamari Brooks is back, and he's going to force. He's going to see, hey, just how well can Tulsa throw the football around.
Keelan Stokes back in for Tulsa. That's a good sign. He's been battling a little bit of a leg injury. He's had over 4,000 all-purpose yards in his Tulsa career in this last couple of weeks. In motion here, Brin looks his way, first play, and he is hit hard, pass is incomplete. A lot happening there for number 2, Jace Rogers in coverage, Trey.
Yeah, very active defense. They'll play a lot of man-to-man, not afraid to get in a receiver's face and challenge you. And try to get it in the hands of Keelan Stokes, get him settled into this ball game, get Davis Brent's first completion. Not so fast, my man.
Play is under further review.
Targeting on Jace Rogers, working against Keelan Stokes.
Rick Jackson, our replay official tonight. We'll tell you how it all shakes out when we come back.
Some like you to think they still build the best trucks. But according to just about anybody who's handing out a trophy, Ram currently builds the best trucks. So if you're shopping for a truck today, here it is. If you're shopping in the past, well, good luck with that. Ram, the top brand in new vehicle quality in the entire automotive industry.
During Ram Power Days, get $3,550 in total values or get 0% financing for 72 months on Ram 1500.
Aflac policyholders have been paid $37 billion directly.
Aflac.
That's a lot of money.
Did somebody say money?
He said Aflac.
Well, if they're paying out billions of dollars to help cover unexpected medical expenses, what's the difference?
Coach Prime, what? No smoke machine?
Aflac.
Looks like Aflac is ready for prime time. Hey, coach to coach, what do I need to do to get one of those jackets?
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover.
Aflac
is an official sponsor of ESPN College Game Day.
With the Capital One Saver Card, you earn unlimited 4% cash back on dining out, 4% on entertainment, 4% on takeout and popular streaming, and now 3% at grocery stores. Earn unlimited cash back for going out or staying in with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Jeremiah energy is everything. I was like, somebody needs to see this awesomeness I get every time I go to Chick-fil-A.
She said, "Can I record you?" I was like, "Of course."
You have an awesome day up ahead. All right, thank you.
Chick-fil-A.
The next thing you know, it was like, boom. People that never even been to Wilmington that wanted to come to Chick-fil-A to meet Jeremiah.
I've always had my mindset, like I'm on a mission. I'm here to make today the best day ever.
You definitely have to experience him serving you with a purpose.
On a memorable Fansville by Dr. Pepper.
I can't believe my boy's already heading off to college. Here, in case they don't have it at Coastal U.
Thanks, Mom. Oh, yeah, I got you something, too. Your Science Day game ball. It's your most prized possession. Yeah, I was saving it for when you went to state. Yeah, Coastal U is where I belong. Here, catch you. No!
It was right to you.
What, I was holding all this stuff. That ball's like a son to me.
Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
Well, bad news for the Cougars. Jace Rogers has been disqualified for targeting a starting cornerback for the Cougs tonight. And we'll bring in Matt Austin, our rules expert. Matt, tell me what you see in this sequence here.
Well, Roy and Andre, this one checks all the boxes. The receiver is a defenseless player. He starts to go low, which is unfortunate for the defender because he's trying to go low just to make a hit or get lower. But he does lower his head. He does drive right into him. And since he is defenseless and he hit him with the crown and he was attacking, he really checked all the boxes. So the replay official had no choice.
Yeah, targeting 101, Dre. You called it first during that break, and I would agree.
There's only one thing about that rule I would like to change. Essentially, Jace Rogers is sitting a whole game because it happened in the first quarter, where I think it should be time stamped to 30 minutes.
A lot of people talking about changes to the targeting rule. Stokes makes the reception here after the first down via penalty. Art Green hit him hard quickly.
Just getting that first completion for Davis Brin. And that getting him, settled last week, 355 yards, and he threw 3 touchdown passes in their win against Arkansas State, really starting to settle in.
Team that reached the AAC championship game last year. Brent's going to be pressured, and down he goes. All the way back at the 25, and it was Logan Hall that got there with a massive TFL.
He has moved inside from defensive end, so you know he's got some pass rush skills, very high motor, and a guy that's just relentless to the quarterback. Was not going to let Davis Brin get out of his sights and was able to get him down.
I mean, we're talking to Doug Belk this week, defensive play caller for the Cougs. He thinks Hall could be a high-round draft pick. After a loss of 10 yards, 3rd down and 17 for Tulsa, just underway, Chapman Stadium. First possession for the Golden Hurricane in search of their 2nd straight victory. Brin, patient toss. Josh Johnson has it. Dives forward, well short of the line to gain, and stopped by Marcus Jones, and that'll bring on the punt team for Tulsa.
A couple of big plays defensively by this Cougar defense, especially the sack by Logan Hall. Really quick. It was a guy that I mentioned earlier, played defensive end. He's 6'6", 275. Is able to move down to defensive tackle and still give the same kind of pass rush from an inside spot. That is valuable for this defense.
First look at Marcus Jones. Returned 2 punts for touchdowns this season. A booming punt. Drives him back inside his own 10. Waiting for the convoy. Tripped up. Stopped just short of the 20-yard line. Punt at 55, the double nickel, 11 on the return. Let's see what happens here at the end of that tackle.
A little extra, you mentioned it. It started in pre-game. These guys have been getting after each other the entire, since we got started here.
Let's take a look at tonight's player spotlight, brought to you by Tide. Clayton Tune, when he's in tune, Dre, he's looking pretty good.
Yeah, he is. Especially starting tonight's game, he has been on the money. Over 5,100 yards passing, 39 career touchdown passes, and for the season, he's up around 71% or so. So he's dealing tonight, and he's going to have to continue that way with this Tulsa stingy defense.
Talking with Dana Holgorsen, it sounded like this week he wasn't too pleased with the depth of his wide receiving core. And we saw Carter drop what should have been a long gain on the first possession. See if he gets some help here. Caskell the inside give, back to the line of scrimmage, and that's it.
When I spoke to Dana Holgorsen before the game, it was critical for Houston to get McCaskill rolling. Andre, you mentioned how big of a recruit. He had 32 offers. Everyone wanted him. He's the 24th ranked running back by ESPN 300. Runs a 10.400, 6'2", 210. He's got the body of Adrian Peterson. This kid's upside is crazy.
And they just went ahead and turned everything over to him a couple of games ago. And it was just
offside. Defense. Contact. Number 44. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Yeah, McCaskill was disappointed that he didn't get 100 last week. 17 carries, about 74 yards, and not a bad receiver out of the backfield as well. It kind of gives you that 3-back look at, or 3-down look as a running back at 6'1", about 210.
I'll tell you the favorite thing I found out about McCaskill this week. He wants to be a broadcaster. He wants to be Andre Ware.
Come on up.
It's not as easy as it looks. Sometimes it is. Clean pocket for Tune on 2nd down. Across the middle looking for his tight end, Christian Trahan. And the coverage was there. It'll be 3rd down and 5. Fuller is deep down the field.
Yeah, he's their best cover man, and they're going to play some man at times and put Fuller in coverage, but he can get there. He's got excellent size at about 6'1". He can run. Those Texas guys out of Athens High School in Texas.
Crowd making a little bit of noise. Fuller transferring in from Texas A&M. A lot of transfers on the field tonight. Common theme in college football this season. 4 wide on 3rd down. Tune has it. That'll be enough to move the sticks. Jake Herslow reels it in. And Tune's been impressive. He's been on point so far, Dre.
Yeah, Johansi Burnett, the inside linebacker, who's got the responsibility of the tight end here, he slips down, and that allows leverage to get outside of Tulsa's defense and a big-time completion to move the chains.
Getting 14 on the play. Shovel pass, McCaskill with a crease. Has a little daylight. Puts the head down, and he'll gain 4, maybe 5 on 1st down. So he's starting to get lathered up a little bit.
Yeah, early in the season, they didn't turn things over to McCaskill because, young backs, you got to learn to protect the quarterback. It's about protections. We know he can run. You know he can catch the ball out of the backfield. Can he protect, the franchise quarterback being Clayton Tune, so to speak? And once he picked up that aspect of his game, then they were trusting and going ahead and turning things over to him.
Yeah, Cody Russey told us he actually met with him about pass pro, try to help out a signal caller. How many freshman running backs like to talk about pass protection early in their careers? Carter catches this one right at the line to gain, and that'll move the chains. Shoved out by Tyneil Martin.
The thing here is this is an offense. It's a rhythm offense. Once Clayton Tune gets going, you know, now he's starting to spread the ball around a little bit, starting to mix it up, getting it to different receivers. They start hitting you different ways, and then the success starts to happen with this Cougar offense.
4 straight pass plays for the Cougs, who have won 5 of their last 6 since these two programs joined the AAC. Houston, of course, on the move to the Big 12 the next couple of years.
They're going to have another false start penalty.
A lot of laundry on the field early on.
Yeah, it really is. And it just makes things tough when you start drives behind the down and distance marker.
Offense, number 65. 5-yard penalty, first down.
That's the captain, big center, Cody Russey, who, as you mentioned, we talked to this week. Usually you don't see that, maybe double clutched the football before snapping it.
Transfer out of Louisiana Tech. Cart tells us he can put down a lot of food. We'll get to that in a little bit. Great barbecue here in the Tulsa area. Well, I don't know that we experienced any of it yesterday with our late flights due to bad weather. Here's Tune. He escapes. Has the hamstring problem. Delivers a strike down the field. Pass is caught by Trahan. And how about that dime drop? It'll be 1st and 10 from inside the 20.
Well, I think that would make the 6th receiver that Tune has hit here early in the game. Starting to spread it around, and we documented and talked about the hamstring, but looks pretty mobile there and getting the ball out on the move, squaring his shoulders up.
Gain of 40 yards. Cougars, their first threat here. Movement at the line, and there was contact, and that was Tyara Stevenson offsides.
Offsides.
Send a sub in
Defense,
for
number
him,
97
Everett Rogers.
with contact. 5-yard penalty, first down.
Along the defensive line, and now you're down inside the red zone. This is where you got to cash in if you're Houston. You get down here, they tend to score 87% in the red zone this year.
After the penalty, 1st and 5 from just outside the 10, and you wonder if number 22 is going to get a couple of touches of the rock. Play action, end zone, trying to spot Dell. There is a penalty flag down. Martin tipped it at the last minute. Let's see what the infraction is. It's going to be pass interference.
And might have caught him. He tipped it with his left hand, may have gotten that right hand wrapped around Dell, but this is where he's not a big guy at 5'10", Dell, but he just, when he gets in the red zone, he makes plays.
Defense, number 7. The ball will be placed in the spot of the foul. It's an automatic first down.
Take a look at this last play with Tyneil Martin working against Dell in the slot. Straight up man-to-man, waiting on him to make a break. Just kept his hands on him a little bit too long. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one, man. Even as a quarterback, I don't know about that one.
McCaskill has 5 touchdowns this season, 3rd among freshmen nationally. Looking for number 6. Can he get there? They'll push the pile and stop right at the goal line.
Mark him just shy.
2nd down and goal coming up. You got to think maybe another shot from McCaskill here, the freshman from Conroe, Texas.
And they hurry and get Big Cat. Get Stevenson back in the game. Tyara Stevenson right back on the field. He is hard to move inside. Going to put him right over the ball in case they want to go quarterback sneak or go right back to McCaskill.
McCaskill straight ahead to the end zone. Touchdown, Houston. 2nd possession, 1st score of the night for either side, and the Cougs strike first.
Kind of knew it was coming when they go to the gun down here, and it's a nice job up front by Russey of clearing things out. An excellent block from the transfer from Louisiana Tech.
I love it when you quarterbacks compliment the offensive line because nobody else will do it.
We appreciate them now. There's no doubt about it.
81 yards in 8 plays. Witherspoon on for the point after. And our new score is 7-0. Less than 5 to go in the first. Alton McCaskill, the freshman out of Conroe, Texas, getting it done. Touchdown number 6 in his young career.
An SEC triple header Saturday on ESPN.
Well, someone's not doing their job.
Okay, let's keep going. Shopping for the game can be a minefield for young homeowners who have turned into their parents.
Can you believe how many different types of water they have in this aisle? Kim, did you just change blades back there? This is perfect. Jackpot, variety pack.
Remember, it's a football game, not a play date.
Roger that. One more slice.
It can be a lot.
Oh, good, the manager. Brian and Produce, very helpful.
Progressive can't save you from becoming your parents, but we can save you money when you bundle home and auto with us.
Pulls to the left a little bit. Yep.
Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show 'em who's the cheesiest?
I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach. Cheez-It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
Touchdown, Auburn.
Touchdown, Auburn! Yeah! Woo!
Nice. The new Frontier I ordered is here.
Tebow got a new Frontier.
Hey, I found a French fry on the couch.
Couch fry! Barry found the couch fry!
Those Auburn guys have a weird way of celebrating.
Woo!
Peloton, come on, let's get this workout started. Heart rate stays up. We're moving to the mat. Let's go, Peloton. Bring that thunder. As you rotate, exhale. We did it together, Peloton.
The last day of vacation is still a vacation. With guaranteed 4 p.m. checkout at fine hotels and resorts properties. One of the many reasons you're with Amex Platinum.
Kennedy hosts a game of fill-ins and villains.
You pronounce it.
It's weekdays at 4:30 on Buzzer.
Sorry about that. No, I've been staying at my dad's place because of everything.
Where are we going?
He's good. Yeah, I know, we keep missing each other. I've been working out of my dad's house, doing some reading. I should be working out more. I just feel like I'm drowning.
Navigating these times can be tough, but while you care for your loved one, you also need to care for yourself. Go to aarp.org/caregiving for free mental health and self-help tips.
Got a new house.
I think I finally found a place that I call home.
Or you'll get $5 off your next order.
ESPN College Football Primetime is presented by Ram Trucks, Motor Trend's Truck of the Year for the 3rd year in a row.
And the sun setting back in Tulsa, Oklahoma, the former oil capital of the world, going back more than 100 years. And great to have you with us tonight. Andre Ware, Paul Carcaterra, I am Roy Philpott. Houston and Alton McCaskill on the board first tonight in this AAC matchup. 7-0 our score. An impressive drive. Clayton Tune, I think, has been on point so far tonight.
Yeah, he really has. Started that drive with an incompletion and then went 4 for 4 for 65 yards. He's 7 of 10 for the game. Nice numbers to start for Clayton Tune.
Big weekend coming up, of course, especially in the SEC. We've got 3 gargantuan matchups on ESPN, starting first at noon Eastern. Number 8, Arkansas. Number 2, Georgia, between the hedges at 6 o'clock. Florida on the road in Lexington. They haven't lost there since '86. And then Auburn at LSU in the nightcap, 9 Eastern. All those games on ESPN, also on the app. One tap, one app. And, of course, Arkansas.
Can Arkansas go between the hedges?
Talk to me.
I like Sam Pittman's team this year, I like what they're doing. I like how they're playing, running the football. And that's going to be a closer game than a lot of people think.
Georgia's defense, though, I mean, they are just absolutely lights out. They've scored more points than they've given up as a unit. Shamari Brooks straight ahead in a power run. Nets just 2 yards. The stop by Deontay Anderson.
And started the drive, their first drive, the exact same way with a run to Shamari Brooks. Going to have to start mixing things up. Houston playing the run on first down. That makes it tough to operate offensively. You find yourself in 2nd and long, 3rd and long. Now they can dial up the pressure and really get after Davis Brent.
Cougs impressive against that Navy triple option a week ago. Brent gets rid of it quickly. Josh Johnson has it. And a first down for Tulsa on the quick pitch and catch. And a gain of 10.
Don't be surprised if they don't go at Jace Rogers' replacement. I think it's Alex Hogan up top. So the offense is right. They may pick on him a little bit. Hadn't warmed up a whole lot. He's in the game early. That's where I'd be looking.
Inside give. Brooks upended after a 3-yard gain. He's about 2 yards away from 3,000 in his career. The tackle with Williams.
He always did that. When a guy left the game for an injury or
somebody
new comes in. We had a coach upstairs that would look down on the field. Hey, so somebody else, this DB's just coming in the game. That's who you attack. Now Art Green is switching sides here. Those are the guys you attack.
Houston defense, one of the best against the pass in the country. And that pass nearly picked off by Marcus Jones, and he was thinking about 6.
I tell you what, just a misread and keeping your eyes there a little bit too long. I tell you what, one of the better slot corners in the country, and if he gets his hands on that, it's good night. He knows how to find the end zone.
Dana Holgerson said this week he's the smartest player he's ever coached. High football IQ, that speaks volumes.
No doubt. This is exactly where the Cougs want you. 23% on 3rd downs for the season. They get off the field.
Less than 3 to play in our first quarter. Bren with time, heaves one deep. Man-to-man coverage and batted away at the last minute. The coverage was there by Jones against Keelan Stokes. And a couple of penalty flags down with 1 down in plus territory. Let's check that.
This was late. Like, 2 players mixing it up a little bit. And one is Alex Hogan. I'm not sure of the other. One of the receivers for Tulsa.
After the play, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 5 of the offense. It's a 15-yard penalty, 4th down.
Juan Carlos Santana mixing it up with Alex Hogan. Tulsa just notorious for their slow starts. That way against Arkansas State last week, trailing in that ball game. And Claude scratched their way back to win it, but a little slow start tonight on both sides of the ball.
And Andre Tulsa in that game gave up a punt return for a touchdown and a kick return for a touchdown. Jones will get it, looking for blockers. Escapes 1 defender, driven back to the 25, and 2 penalty flags fly simultaneously.
Yeah, we got a couple of blocks in the back.
I tell you, there is some chippiness going on between these two after a punt of 51, a return of 3 by Jones.
So they're going to start with poor field position. Again, it's going to resemble the very first drive where they started at their 10-yard line.
And the opening kickoff return for a touchdown, that was negated by a penalty. Sloppy start.
Yeah, you had the drop by Carter. That would have been a big
conversion
return,
on 3rd down. Illegal block in the back. Receiving team.
So instead of 1st and 10 from the 25, they'll go back to inside the 15. One more look.
Yeah, I think it was multiple players. One early and then one a little bit later. You see here, I think it's Art. I thought Art Green was one, but it may have been Ahmad Willis Dalton working on special teams with a block in the back.
Cougs starting field position has not been desirable. First possession from their own 10, second at their 19. This one from their 15-yard line. Faison Henry on the field for the first time. And Toon will dump it off to his running back. Makes a couple of defenders miss. Down to Carr.
Yeah, Roy, you were talking about Cody Russi and food, and every week him and the linemen go out for barbecue. I asked him what he eats. You ready for this? 20 wings, 3 brisket tacos, chips, salsa, and queso, buffalo shrimp, ribs, and he washes it down with peach cobbler and vanilla ice cream. How many calories do you think that is? If you had to take a guess.
About a week's worth.
I'm thinking that's 4,000 where I come from. I don't know, Carr.
It's a lot. He told me he got over 300 pounds. I said, well, it's easy to stay there when you're eating like that.
He's ready for a different challenge after a nice career at Louisiana Tech. 11-yard pickup on the last play. There goes Henry again, plus territory, as he rumbles his way down to the 46-yard line. Give him 17 more.
Boy, and forget about field position or bad field position. 2 runs by Henry, and all of a sudden they're across midfield. Excellent change of pace back to Alton McCaskill. He's more of the quicker type. Excellent patience when he runs. A little bit more physicality to him than you would get, or you think, from a guy that is 5'7", about 170 pounds.
I mean, honestly, it's just hard to see at that height.
Yeah.
3 plays, 3 first downs for the Cougs on this possession. Now in Tulsa territory. Tunnel screen. Another big gainer. Jeremy Singleton stays alive, and there he goes. Singleton to the end zone for a touchdown. And this Houston offense coming out on fire on the road for the first time this season.
Missed tackles, one by the sure tackling Kadarian Ray on the back end, and it allowed Singleton, who came into this game with just 4 catches, to get in the end zone. Big missed tackle early, and then all of a sudden he's off to the races. Tyon Davis missed the first one. Ray misses the second one, and that allowed Singleton to get himself into the end zone.
That's a 47-yard scoring strike. 38 of those yards coming after the reception. Cougs got to love this start here in Tulsa. First meeting between these two in 2 years. Witherspoon true with the extra point. And our new score, 1:14 to go in the first, 14-0. We're just getting cranked up. This is the appetizer for all of these beautiful entrees this weekend, Dre. What do you like?
Maybe TCU bouncing back at home against Texas. They took one on the chin last week against SMU. I don't know, something about that Arkansas team this year I really like.
Sam Pittman getting it done. KJ Jefferson at quarterback.
I like what James Franklin's doing as well at Penn State this year. They are every bit deserving of a #4 ranking. And a tough schedule and getting it done.
It certainly has been refreshing to hear about new programs emerging as significant college football playoff contenders. You've got Oregon, you've got Penn State, Florida, and what it did against Alabama. Feels like that they're in the mix a little bit with Dan Mullen.
And Stanford, to your point, had a really bounce back week and has really gotten things on track after an early season loss. Down in Tempe to see him against Arizona State next week.
That'll be a fun one for sure. Late night game on a Friday night. Dax's kickoff into the end zone, but it was out of bounds before crossing the goal line. So Tulsa gets a break here. What do you want to see different?
Well, I tell you, it's reached a point, the way this game is going, that Tulsa is going to have to get in the end zone. They're going to have to score on this drive. They need some points, some way, somehow, to change the momentum of how things are going. Otherwise, it could get ugly here early. They have got to find some rhythm for Davis Brin. They've got to change things up, especially on first down. They've had every possession, it seems like it's been a run on first down. So now you're predictable in how you're doing things offensively.
Philip Montgomery, year #7.
And this is an opportunity with Houston thinking run to really catch the Cougars in some man-to-man. You just find the best matchup you like and spin the ball out there.
Anthony Watkins in the backfield. Brin loads one up. Pass is incomplete, looking for Sam Crawford. Those two connected on a big play last week against Arkansas State, but not there.
He seems like he's still that adrenaline that you have to start a game. It's still there, still in the belly of Davis Brin, where he hadn't settled in yet. And that tends to happen when, you know, the only time you're throwing is 3rd and long. A lot of pressure.
Philip Montgomery said this week it really takes coaching well, seeing the field now at a higher level. Watkins bounces that one outside, a first down for Tulsa, plus territory. First big play of the night as he rumbles down to the 40-yard line. That's a gain of 25.
Well, last week, 7 carries, 115 yards. Excellent block by Bryce Bray to really clean things up for Anthony Watkins to turn the corner. And that's maybe the shot in the arm that Tulsa's offense has needed to get itself going.
Tulsa had 17 total yards before that run. Watkins coming off a career-high $115 last week. He'll get 2, maybe 3 here. He's got a different gear to him, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. I mean, how about Watkins in this running game? That's why I think Philip Montgomery has run so much on the early downs. You have Brooks that went over, you know, 150 yards, and you had Watkins at 115. It's a lot of production on the ground.
What point does Tulsa try to take a shot here now in plus territory for the first time?
Well, keep an eye on Sam Crawford. They threw a couple of slant routes last week. He caught one. Josh Johnson caught one.
You know he wants to dial one up. That's in his DNA, Coach Montgomery.
Play action, go deep.
Wren will take off here. That's some real estate. He slides in safely, just short of first down yardage.
And they're going to spot him where the slide started. It's just shy of the first down marker.
Well, the Houston Cougars on the road, nearly 200 total yards in the first 15 minutes. Cougs lead it by 2 scores.
Tony, big game today, man. Let's get to work.
With me and you out here spreading the word about Mission Tiger, sky's the limit.
A mission to help bring back school sports? I'm all in.
Nicely done. Not everybody can pull off stripes. Buy a box. Support the mission.
As someone who resembles someone else, I appreciate that Liberty Mutual knows everyone's unique. That's why they customize your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need. Oh yeah, that's the spot. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Angie's List is now Angie, and it's easier than ever to get your projects done right. With Angie, you can connect with top pros and see ratings and reviews. And when you book and pay through Angie, you're covered by our happiness guarantee. Check out Angie.com today. Angie, and done.
Little Caesars are crazy calzone, julienne pepperoni. It's so tasty. Garlic white sauce. Here comes the bite. Here comes the... Yummy! Are they dreaming about the crazy calzone again?
You also said some weird things about giraffes.
We're not Big Pizza, we're Little Caesars. The new crazy calzone for $8.49.
Pizza.
USAA is made for the safe pilots, like Matt, who can come to a stop with barely a bobble. With USAA Safe Pilot, when you drive safe, you can save up to 30% on your auto insurance. USAA, what you're made of, we're made for. Get a quote today.
Rated mature.
Out here,
you're
trapped.
We're free. The only way to protect the cycle.
The only way to break the cycle is to kill it.
PlayStation.
When your family gathers around a shakaroni from Papa John's, you're sharing more than extra cheese and pepperoni. You're sharing scholarships, meals, and laughter. Because $1 from every shakaroni goes to charity. That's pizza with a purpose.
I've seen how cancer can affect the people I care about. That's why I'm helping protect myself against some cancers, like certain cancers caused by HPV. For most people, HPV clears on its own. But for those who don't clear the virus, HPV can lead to certain cancers in both women and men. Gardasil 9 is the only vaccine that helps protect adults through age 45 against certain diseases caused by HPV, including cervical, vaginal, vulvar, anal, and certain head and neck cancers, such as throat and back of mouth cancers, and genital warts. Gardasil 9 doesn't protect everyone and does not treat cancer or HPV infection. Your doctor may recommend screening for certain HPV-related cancers. Women still need routine cervical cancer screenings. You shouldn't get Gardasil 9 if you've had an allergic reaction to the vaccine, its ingredients, or are allergic to yeast. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system, are pregnant, or plan to be. The most common side effects include injection site reactions, headache, fever, nausea, dizziness, tiredness, diarrhea, abdominal pain, and sore throat. Fainting can also happen after getting Gardasil 9. For women and men through age 45 who have not been vaccinated, talk to your doctor or pharmacist about your risk for certain HPV-related cancers and Gardasil 9. Help protect yourself.
Acelerar, no paro de acelerar, que me va a frenar,
que me va a frenar.
Se acelera. Y se acelera donde me para. El viento pega.
Se acelera, no me para. El viento pega en mi cara. Estoy brillando con mi drip, drip. Una luz que no se apaga.
And welcome back to ESPN College Football Prime Time, presented by Ram Trucks. 15 minutes in, Houston leading Tulsa by 14 with Andre Ware. I'm Roy Philpott. Paul Carcaterra down on the field. 3rd down and 2 coming up for the Golden Hurricane in a very big play to start our second quarter.
Yeah, huge. Only 50 yards in the first quarter. Half of it came on the Watkins 25-yard run.
Load up the backfield. Watkins, a sophomore. Needed to get to the 30-yard line. I think he's going to be stopped short. Deontay Anderson met him right at the line. 4th down. You think you go for it here?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's 2-down territory, or 4 down now. That it's about 4th and short, about a half yard or so. Load up, maybe give it to the big fella again, or send Brent under center and quarterback sneak it in this situation. They bring in Steven Anderson at 6'2", 242 pounds at running back. He's their short yardage guy.
Diamond formation out of the pistol. 24 is who Dre is talking about. Transfer out of Southern Miss. They drop the snap. It's kicked, and the ball is loose.
That's exactly why I don't like the shotgun. I can't stand it. I say it every Friday night in short yardage situations. That is why. That could happen, and you allow for penetration for the defensive line to get itself started and get into the backfield. And I think every offense should rethink when you're short yardage, go under center.
What are we doing?
And allow the back to get some momentum attacking the line of scrimmage. Everybody knows you're going for it. We know who's going to get the football in that situation. Let's just secure it and make sure it gets to the quarterback so that the play can get itself started. Now, if I'm Houston, you know that shot that you were talking about? Now I take the shot.
Tune out of the gun on 1st down. Let's see if they execute it here. Swing pass, McCaskill. Tripped up and he'll gain a yard, and that's about it. By the way, Tyler Smith jumped on the football. Otherwise, Houston could have had a scoop and score on that 4th down play. Golden Hurricane turned it over on downs.
Kind of felt like Tulsa needed points there. And not only do you not get the points, you give up excellent field position to a hot offense and a hot quarterback that's 75% for the game and has thrown 7 straight completions. 8 different receivers have caught passes.
Number 2 has a bum hamstring. Going to fling it deep. Has a man. Pass is caught at the 25 by Bell.
There's the shot play. Dropping it right in the bucket to Dell. And that's why I call him kind of the engine of this offense. They say he is, an excellent receiver out of cuts. He just finds a way to get deep.
They ruled it incomplete as he tiptoed down that sideline. I think his right foot came down out of bounds at first.
Well, that was close.
It was. Tank Dell thought he had a completion. Instead, it's 3rd down and 9. One more look. They may want to look at this.
I think the left foot came down inbounds, then the right tapped out.
All it takes is 1 foot to establish possession with full control of the football.
There's the left. The right's, coming down almost simultaneously. It may have been in the air a little bit.
And I think that's the decision for our replay booth. Did he have possession when that left foot was down initially? Let's check in with Matt Austin, our rules expert. Matt, what did you see there?
Well, you guys have nailed it. I wish I could see the ball. It's very close. The right foot does come down immediately after, but did he have control of the ball before the foot hit in the white? So this is going to, and the call on the field's incomplete. So is it conclusive enough to overturn? Now that's a good view right there.
I saw it. That looks like a catch.
Absolutely, that's a great view.
Absolutely. In total agreement with you. I think that's the view that's gonna decide or make the decision for the replay officials. He secured the ball there, left foot's down, the right one's in the air, and then the slide by the right foot. I think it's going to be a catch.
That's a hell of a reception along the sideline.
Yes, it is.
In real time, it felt like he caught it. We had to slow it down. That's a reception.
How about the concentration by Dell, though, to throttle his body down? As he can't continue to run through it, it'll be behind him. It may hit Ray right in the helmet, but he throttles it down, secures the catch, then steps out of bounds.
It's got to be indisputable video evidence, the popular phrase that has echoed across our networks many, many times this fall. I think that's what we saw, and I think Dana Holgorsen knows it too.
But I say Dell's the engine because the passing game kind of goes through him, the offense through him. Not until he makes a big play or a catch do they really get started. A lot more important to this offense than people think.
And they're taking their time looking at this one. Our replay official, Rick Jackson, he has been busy already, initiating a targeting ruling in our first quarter.
Just show him that view that sold us.
And they're moving down on that side of the field. So Houston now threatening again on a play that we think will be overturned. Here's the call.
Some problems with officials, Mike, but I think we can all decipher that it's a catch and a first down.
That's 29 yards on the play. So Clayton Tune's outstanding night continues. He's now thrown for 178 yards. And they'll have it 1st and 10 on the 27-yard line.
Yeah, you get a big turnover like they had on a fumble recovery. You knew at some point early in the sequence that Clayton Tune was going to dial up a deep ball, and Dell was on the back end of it.
Leading rusher Alton McCaskill gets another touch. Power finish. There he goes with a spin and another Houston touchdown. Boy, 22 can get it done tonight on the road.
True freshman having a heck of a night. Second touchdown run of the evening. Excellent blocking up front. They do a nice job of kicking out. Dennis Bardwell, and then it's off to the races for McCaskill. As I mentioned, second trip to the end zone.
6 touches, 2 touchdowns for number 22. And this Houston offense has found its rhythm going back to the second half against Navy a week ago. 21-0 our score, not even 2 minutes into our second quarter, Trey.
Excellent blocking up front for the true freshman Alton McCaskill. And all he does is spin his way into the end zone. 21-0 Cougars.
On a spooky Fansville by Dr. Pepper.
Sheriff, come quick. Rico's about to enter the transfer portal.
Rico, you don't need to transfer.
Have you seen the latest depth chart? I'd be lucky to play it down this year.
But you're only a sophomore. There's still time.
Rico's time is now.
You know, never really saw much upside with Rico.
Hey, anybody need a punter?
We're good.
Oh, brought Dr. Pepper.
Welcome to state.
Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show 'em who's the cheesiest?
I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach. Cheez-It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
With 26 flavors, got a sauce for every squad. Don't drip on the drip. The greatest of all times. Buffalo Wild Wings.
It's a gas card. You can always use gas.
Always.
Wait, but you have a...
Thank you.
Hey, do we need gas?
Nope.
How about now?
Still no.
Hey, remember Daddy's birthday's tomorrow.
A gas card. I could use this.
Hey, that...
Evolve your journey beyond the pump in the first ever Tucson plug-in hybrid EV.
Are you ready for all the fans to come back and cheer as one?
Just imagine there were 70,000 of me.
It's not really about the notes. I want them to find the music and make it their own.
I will push you. I will test you. I'll demand everything you've got. What do you get? Everything I have.
What you think about BMF? The hell that stands for? This is the streets we talking about. BMF stands for Black Mafia Family, fool. That represents everything we about, T. We black. Our crew is structured like the mafia. And we all a family. Right here, right here, right here.
Add Stars with Sling TV for $9 per month. Visit sling.com/account or upgrade in the app under the My TV tab.
Code TV and get $50 off plus a free footrest.
Houston Cougars on the road, getting it done. A 21-0 lead, and McCaskill, the freshman, has 2 of those 3 touchdowns so far. Had a multitude of Power 5 offers. He chose to stay close to home. That suited his mother, his family just fine. He's gotten off to a sensational start down at H-Town. Texas kickoff sails through the end zone. Don't forget, this week, Sunday NFL Countdown crew will hit the road. They'll be live at Gillette Stadium for Tom Brady's return to Foxborough. Everybody's talking about it. You will be as well this weekend. And also have an exclusive interview with Brady before he faces Bill Belichick in the Pats for the first time. All kicks off 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN, also on the app, and you see the GOATs.
That's amazing.
How about it?
That's amazing. 141-24. I got to roll with Tom Brady and the Bucs, especially after a loss.
Yeah.
You know, they're not losing 2 in a row at any point this year. I don't care where they go, and then, you know, extra motivation going back to New England.
Houston Cougars, offensive rampage. Back to the end of the first quarter. Important possession for the Golden Hurricanes. Watkins will be tracked down from behind by Manny Nuttery. And a TFL will make it 2nd and 11.
They were able to break that run for 25 yards with Watkins in the last possession, but not this time. Making sure that Nuttery, making sure he doesn't lose leverage on the outside. And there comes a point in time, Roy, when you got to break from your game plan. And I think it's that time is fastly approaching for Philip Montgomery, who's their head coach and offensive coordinator.
And it takes them a while to kind of get lathered up.
It does,
right? We've seen that.
Got to start throwing it around.
Bryn Flush directing traffic off the pump fake. Not tonight. Dropped right back at the line of scrimmage. It'll be 3rd down and long once again. Malik Robinson got there.
Well, he has got a ton of talent. Coaching staff raves about Robinson. The closing speed on Brent, and able to get him down and make a play, and they are still 3rd down and 10, 3rd and long. Defense's advantage. You can dial up pressure. You can play ball in front of you, making sure to secure the tackle. Looks like they're coming. They'll bring a little heat here.
Stats tell the story. 0 for 3 on 3rd down so far. You need 10 yards. Bryn fires a pass, and it is intercepted. Picked off by the Cougs. Demarion Williams. So after the turnover on downs, the interception thrown by Bryn, and Houston in business in Tulsa territory.
And just keep an eye on the eyes of Davis Bryn. He looked it down, stared it down, and still threw there. Head never turns. He's on one receiver. It's man-to-man coverage. And all of a sudden, Williams just steps right in front of it. Excellent coverage. Propels himself in front of the intended receiver, Stokes. And that's sometimes, you know, one of those deals when you get a talented receiver back, you want to make sure that you're getting him the ball. The chemistry between Brent and Stokes, he stared it down, and Williams made him pay. And this is another area of the field after a big turnover. And I'm trying to score quickly right here if I'm the Cougars.
How about Doug Belt calling defensive plays for the Cougs? He's flexing a little bit down on the sidelines. McCaskill will flex here. Spun down inside the 40, a late penalty marker after a gain of 3.
This may be holding against Patrick Paul, the left tackle.
I mean, Tulsa's holding on for dear life. They need a stop on this possession right now.
They need a turnover in a big way.
Patrick Paul can read lips correctly. Starting left tackle.
76. His brother is the right tackle on the other sideline, starting right tackle for the Golden Hurricane, Chris Paul.
Patrick Paul may have more potential long term. He's 6'7", 315, and he's a freshman. Got a lot of good football left in front of him with that wingspan too.
He's long, he's athletic. As you mentioned, ton of talent. According to this staff, you watch him on film, he looks at home at that left tackle spot.
After the holding penalty, 1st and 18. They'll stop it again here. And a timeout on the field. We'll take one with them. Cougs in control early. 11 to play in our first half in Tulsa.
My name is Leslie. My favorite thing about the Grilled Chicken Club is the grilled chicken. Like, it's actually been on a grill. As soon as you grab it to go take your first bite, it's just like insanely good.
Hi, my name is Brian, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A mac and cheese is you can taste the different types of cheeses and the blends that they use, and everything just comes together. It's like a delicate dance. They're like perfection in every bite.
You know what beats next day shipping? Getting it the same day. So shop Ace online and get free in-store or curbside pickup right in your neighborhood. Or get what you need delivered the very same day you order.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks. One of these ones on the rise up. Good vibes, wanna get your hands up. You finna read what you saw. Black ties still keep on.
Come together, Ralph's Club, the new fragrance, Ralph Lauren.
At Macy's, the fragrance destination.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is people like options. I mean, you take Geico. You can call them anytime you feel like saving money. It don't matter, day or night. Use your computer, your smartphone, your tablet, whatever. The point is, you have options. How convenient. Oi, crab cakes. What are you looking at?
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Tony! Big game today, man. Let's get to work.
With me and you out here spreading the word about Mission Tiger, sky's the limit.
A mission to help bring back school sports? I'm all in.
Nicely done. Not everybody can pull off stripes. Buy a box. Support the mission.
Why bother mastering something? Because when you want to create an entirely new feeling, the difference between excellence and mastery is all the difference in the world. The Lexus ES, a product of mastery. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Oh, sister of mine, I got you this. The new iPhone 13 Pro. It's on Verizon 5G. I can't believe you got me this. Yes, Verizon is giving one to everyone when they trade in their older damaged phone.
Oh, so like every sister can get this?
Yeah.
Every aluminum siding installer?
Why not? Every doula. They would have to. Every customer, new and old, can get iPhone 13 Pro on us. Because everyone deserves better. Everyone, horse trainers,
manicurists.
You get the new iPhone. We're alone.
I know.
What are we doing?
I don't know.
It's all Cougs in Tulsa. Special day for the Paul brothers, Chris and Patrick, families from Nigeria. Grew up in Houston, Texas. Tonight, they play against each other. Patrick, the left tackle freshman for Houston, and Chris, the right tackle for the Tulsa Golden Hurricanes. Spent some time with him before the game. It was great chatting with him. And Patrick is a huge human, the left tackle spot. And brother Chris, who's 4 years older, said he's my little brother, but I wouldn't mess with him. And Patrick's known as the boxer on the Houston offensive line. These guys go out for barbecue and they box in the offseason as well. He's the guy no one messes with.
It's great for your footwork, especially for a big guy like Patrick Paul. Keeps your balance, keeps your feet under you. Love it.
Hey, Dre, Patrick was the smaller of the two. It looked like maybe until the early stages
and all those
of high
pictures,
school.
And then all of a sudden,
something changed.
Chris is looking up at him. No doubt. I wouldn't mess with him either as an older brother.
Big possession for the Golden Hurricane defense. Flea flicker. Toon gets it back. Wants to heave one deep. Can't find anybody. Now goes underneath. He'll get some of that penalty yardage back. There's another flag on the field. Dell caught it. A lot happening there.
Man, just the reason why I like Nathaniel Dell
Personal
so
foul,
much.
face mask, defense, number 91. It's a 15-yard penalty and an automatic first down.
He's going to be at the top of your screen, and watch him just work back for Clayton Tune. There's nowhere to go with the football. Watch number 1 at the top. It's intended, little give and go. He sees there's nothing there, and then he'll come right back down the sideline, give the quarterback a target and a place to go. That is next level stuff by Nathaniel Dell.
So Dell picks up 6 yards plus the penalty yardage. Football moves all the way down inside the 20. And the Cougs are threatening once again, and Dell's a big reason why.
Well, 3 touchdowns on the season. He knows how to find the end zone. He's got one-on-one coverage right now at the top of the screen.
Instead, McCaskill, 2 scores already, bottled up here. And a short gain of 1. Anthony Goodlow made the tackle.
And Dana Holgerson's running to maybe give that look, stick it in there, pull it out, and then put the ball in the air. Kind of setting up the next play call.
Dana Holgerson's club in rhythm, on point, on the road for the first time this season. Game against Texas Tech, not technically a home tilt. Played Grambling and Rice as well in the Houston area. And last week a home game against Navy, this time on the road. Two in the flats to Dell, wide open with a pass. Hit hard, ball pops out. And let's see if he was down first, and they will say that he was.
Call him down. Boy, that is exactly
at the 1-yard line. First down.
Just see here, because it's a rough tackle. Does he still maintain it?
He's down.
Yeah, he's definitely down. They're going to run a play here quickly just to make sure it's not reviewed.
Rayvon Reeves on the tackle, nearly forcing the turnover. Instead, it's McCaskill, another touchdown. His 3rd of our first half.
Just trying to get that one run before the replay officials whistle down or buzz down and stop it. And McCaskill in the end zone again. Another excellent block up front by the big guys, and it's Patrick Paul. Must have heard Clark talking about it.
Pride and joy of Oak Ridge High School. Alton McCaskill.
He has arrived on the scene.
Yeah, what did Cody Russey say? He said he's going to be the name of the Houston Cougars football program for the next couple of years. And I think we're seeing that kind of party here tonight.
Yeah, just turn around, give it to number 22. Let him get a fresh head of steam, and he's got his team out in front easily.
The best things America makes are the things America makes out here. The history she writes in her clear blue skies, the legends she births on hometown fields, and the future she promises. When we made Grand Wagoneer, proudly assembled in America, we knew no object would ever rank with the best things in this country. But we believed we could make something worthy of their spirit.
Wendy's new Big Bacon Cheddar is here. Because to make new flavors, you have to go above and beyond, unlike some places.
Wendy's put cheddar on the bun? What do we got?
Sesame seeds.
Seeds!
Try Wendy's new Big Bacon Cheddar today.
Welcome to Allstate, where we have all new lower auto rates. And savings like that make you feel like you won the whole dang thing. Now get new lower auto rates with Allstate. Because better protection costs a whole lot less. You're in good hands with Allstate. Click or call for a lower auto rate today.
I need to try it first.
I stood outside assessing the situation. I knew it could be rough in there, but how rough, there was no way to know for sure.
Hey, guys.
Daddy, it's pink!
But hey, a new house, it's a blank canvas, and we got a great one, thanks to a really low mortgage rate from Navy Federal Credit Union.
Pink.
So she's a princess. You got a problem with that?
Hoorah!
Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
Okay, so take this right. Now pull into that parking space. Thanks so much. It's my lunch break.
You know you want that sauced and tossed Wingstop where flavor gets its wings.
We're all for sleight of hand. Because it's not just a sport, it's a magic show. The NHL on ESPN, ESPN+, Hulu, and ABC.
I'm coming in fast. Semifinals continue Sunday on ESPN and ABC.
Huge slate of games headed your way this weekend on the ESPN networks. How about Stanford, David Shaw? They've won 3 in a row since an early loss to K-State.
All of a sudden put it together and started finding the win column.
Oregon on the road, Palo Alto. Site that will be 3:30 Eastern tomorrow on ABC. Meanwhile, the Cougars putting it to the Tulsa Golden Hurricane as we send you to the studio. Say hello to Matt Berry.
Hey guys, good evening in our college football studios. Keeping you up to date on what's going on between Iowa and Maryland. Iowa on the road, Talia Tagovailoa. Early touchdown pass for the Terps. Right now, 7-3 Maryland into the first.
Mike Loxley got him playing in Maryland. He can certainly recruit. And all of a sudden, that talent's starting to turn into wins for the Terps.
And Little Tua ain't playing like Little Tua anymore. He's starting to turn the corner a little bit after last season. And Talia has been very impressive in College Park. What does Davis Brin need to do, and maybe what does his play caller Philip Montgomery need to do?
He needs easy completions on early downs is the remedy to get him going here in this first half.
Close one deep, has a man in and out of the hands of Juan Carlos Santana, and he had a step on Demarion Williams.
Yeah, he's got the speed. He's the speed receiver to get deep. Had Williams speed by step, and you can't throw one any better than that. You just got to help out your quarterback. I don't know if it's going for 6. Even if he catches it in stride, Williams is in a position to tackle him, but you got to make that catch.
Davis Brin 3 of 8 for just 21 yards to start tonight. Handoff Brooks, no. Hit at the 20. He'll move it up to the 21. That's a loss of 4. Latrell Bankston.
And they find themselves again, 3rd and long. And you know, after the drop by Santana, that it's going to be a run. First, all of a sudden it's 2nd and 9. You know Philip Montgomery's going to run the football. The Cougs are playing that way. They load the box and waiting on Davis Brin to hand it off. Now you're 3rd and forever, and you may be facing some pressure again here.
0 for 4 on 3rd down tonight for the Tulsa Golden Hurricane. Team that had Oklahoma State on the ropes. Ohio State, this one thrown up for grabs and intercepted at midfield by Alex Hogan. Now the pressure was coming from Anini. David Anini, number 12. That forced the throw by Brin. And another interception, the 2nd of the night for the Houston secondary.
Yeah, Hogan in the game for Jace Rogers. And he just hangs it up, being hit in the process, not getting a whole lot on the ball, and all of a sudden Hogan makes him pay. The Cougars set up in excellent field position again.
It took a while to get up here. We started out around 1959.
Then we took a hard left in East Africa.
A right at Baja.
A 180 in the empty quarter. And that 65-degree incline at Hell's Revenge.
A few million miles later, and voila. But we didn't do all that just to get here. We did it to give you a truck that'll take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
How does it feel to have an Angie home? Like savoring a midnight snack in your newly renovated dream kitchen. Get started on your next home project at Angie.com or download the Angie mobile app today. Make your home an Angie home. Angie, and done.
Coach Prime, I think you got what it takes to wear the Aflac.
Style, charisma, and a smile, there's 21 out of 10.
I
You know Aflac can help keep unexpected health care costs from ruining someone's finances. Check out this coverage.
Still got it, Coach. You still got it.
I never lost it.
Yeah. You see that coverage? With that wingspan, I see why you got more rings than a cell phone.
There's always room for one more.
Yeah.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover. Aflac is an official sponsor of ESPN College Game Day.
On a memorable Fansville by Dr. Pepper.
I can't believe my boy's already heading off to college. Here, in case they don't have his at Coastal U.
Thanks, Mom.
Oh, yeah, I got you something, too.
Your Science State game ball. It's your most prized possession.
Yeah, I was saving it for when you went to state.
Yeah, Coastal U is where I belong.
Here, catch.
No!
It was right to you.
What? I was holding all this stuff.
That ball's like a son to me.
Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
This is the planning effect from Fidelity. Ben isn't worried about retirement because his plan is backed by the team at Fidelity. A group of investment professionals manages Ben's IRA for him, analyzing market conditions and helping him stay on target. He gets one-on-one coaching when he wants some advice and can adjust his plan whenever he needs to. And now he's so prepared for retirement, Ben is feeling totally zen. That's the planning effect from Fidelity.
Little Caesars and crazy calzone, julienne pepperoni. It's so tasty. Garlic white sauce. Here comes the bite. Here comes the... Yummy! Was I dreaming about the crazy calzone again?
You also said some weird things about giraffes.
We're not Big Pizza, we're Little Caesars. The new crazy calzone for $8.49.
Pizza.
Jerry's here!
Jerry!
How are you?
It's so good, Jerry!
Good to see all of you, yeah.
Why is Jerry so popular?
It's been like this ever since we started using Workday.
What do you mean?
It makes it easier to develop great relationships with our suppliers. Now, everyone, everywhere loves Jerry.
Jerry!
They sure do. They do. They really do.
Workday. Finance, HR, planning, and spend management for a changing world.
Doug Belk is the defensive coordinator for the Houston Cougars. Shadowed Nick Saban for 3 years, won a couple of national championships during his time in Tuscaloosa. He's got 9 starters back on defense in 2021. They're playing like it tonight, limiting Tulsa to just 34 total yards and a couple of picks already. That Houston secondary as Toon slings it out of bounds.
I think he was trying to set up a screen pass to Alton McCaskill. I thought he had him. It was late, but McCaskill got out of the pile there, or the bunch of blue jerseys, and he emerged. He had nothing but green turf in front of him. It just Toon got off of him a little bit too early. Only the 4th completion in this game for Clayton Toon.
13 of 17 for 200 yards exactly. And a false start will back the Cougs up 5 here.
Snap infraction. Offense. Number 65. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
Cody had too much barbecue this week.
Sometimes centers, especially when they get a guy right over their nose, they will move a little bit quick, trying to get the hands up and maybe flinch a little early.
I would get a little antsy. I got 300 on the other side.
Everett Rogers over you, absolutely.
3-man front again for the Golden Hurricane. We're seeing more of that in college football this season. Toon. Crosser is there. Dell has it.
Wow.
He squirts ahead into plus territory. It'll be 3rd down and 5 after a gain of 10.
He's a playmaker. Love me some number 1. Tell you what, he's as impressive of a receiver as I've seen all season long. The guy just knows how to work, how to get himself open, and he's fantastic after the catch.
Well, Dana Holgerson playing with house money perhaps already tonight. You wonder if this is 2-down territory already. Trying to slam the door shut in the first half. McCaskill's open in the flats. Toon. Backside pressure. Back to the line. It'll be 4th down. Right? What do you do right here?
And you see Toon grab for the back of his leg already with that hamstring injury. That would have been basically an automatic 1st down for the Cougars if he were 100% healthy, because he's an excellent runner. But that hamstring's got him a little bit where it's biting. Still, he's trying to play through some pain. Go ahead and punt and play defense here with a 28-point lead.
Lane Wilkins on the field for the 2nd time tonight. This was a scoreless game. 4.5 to play in our first quarter. Since then, it has been all Houston. Keelan Stokes awaiting the punt. And Stokes with a fair catch. at the 10-yard line. Well, our Week 4 Monday Night Football matchup has Derek Carr, the undefeated Raiders in L.A. to take on Justin Herbert, the 2-1 Chargers. Coming off a big win in KC. And don't forget as well, our celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month continues at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on ESPN, ESPN Deportes. Also the ESPN app. Monday Night Countdown from SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles kicks off coverage at 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific. Derek Carr, Justin Herbert. Herbert is so beautiful.
Yeah, how about the start that Derek Carr's off to?
Yep.
Going for 400 a game to start the season. Got to go with the home team in that one, though. I think if it were in Vegas, I'd pick the Raiders. If it's, you know, obviously in San Diego, excuse me, in L.A., you got to go with the Chargers in that one.
Yeah, you got the Vegas Raiders and the L.A. Chargers.
So confusing.
A little bit different compared to 5 years ago.
Yep.
Davis Brin needs something good to happen right now. Talked about Doug Belkark. He's a good one for the Cougs.
Oh, he's in his early 30s. It's his first stint as a full-time defensive coordinator. You mentioned he shadowed Nick Saban. I'm watching him on the field. He is a star in the making in terms of a defensive coordinator spot, and his players love him. They play with tremendous energy. What he said this week really resonated with me, too, when he mentioned, how can I impact these players off the field? He starts every meeting with something non-football related.
Dump off by Davis Brin. Will make something out of nothing. Watkins with the reception and a gain of 5.
Yeah, he talked about when he coached in Alabama with Coach Saban. He said he learned a tremendous amount of work ethic from him, that he outworks his assistants. And so that's something that Doug Belk tries to do each and every day, put in the amount of work that's going to make his unit a better unit. And just the time we got to spend with him, extremely impressed with him.
Houston, it's their second of the half.
Doug Belk will talk things over with his unit. He said, yeah, that's what Nick Saban did in Tuscaloosa. He outworked all of his assistant coaches. That was by design, and so Doug Belk.
It raises the bar. I mean, it forces the assistants. Hey, head man's in here, and we're the guys that are supposed to be doing the legwork. We got to put some more time in. And you wonder, it's not by accident that Alabama's at the top of the standings each and every year, even though there's coaching turnover year after year after year. New offensive coordinator again this year with Bill O'Brien calling the plays, but you look up and the victories still continue to pile up in Tuscaloosa.
I was going to say that's been a seamless transition once again with O'Brien and Bryce Young.
Well, it seems like every year on one side of the ball or the other, they're breaking in a new coordinator, whether it's on offense or defense.
Tulsa needs a first down here. Here comes the pressure. Brent. The sidearm delivery and the pass incomplete. Looking for Johnson. Pressure came in hot and heavy from Latrell Bankston.
Well, you just got to know, if you're Davis Brin, that it's coming. The heat is coming on third down, no matter what the down and distance situation is, and they're getting it. The defensive line's getting there. Nelson Caesar initially. The backers are getting there, and it's just a runaway train up front right now for the Cougars.
Philip Montgomery searching for answers. Houston already 1-0 in the AAC after that win against Navy last week. They're in first place, trying to increase that advantage after 2 weeks. Here's Jones. Marcus Jones, and there he goes. Marcus Jones. 2 punt returns for touchdowns this season. Outstanding field position on another outstanding return here for number 8 in white, and that's a return of 47.
Roy, I think he had another touchdown, but he misread it. If he goes outside initially, he's gone. Missed tackle by Ethan Hall. And you're going to see Marcus Jones. If he just goes outside to his left, he stays inside a little bit too long. All he's got is the punter. And it's almost as if Manny Nunnery forced him back inside right because he went outside. And that forced Jones back inside. Otherwise, he is out of there and back into the end zone.
Well, he's a fantastic rapper and, in fact, has released a couple of songs online. He goes by the name Elliot J. And we're talking about Marcus Jones. He can do a little bit of everything, and he does it all at a very high level, as we've seen so far this season. Mulbacar, the carry, stopped by Justin Wright. 34 in white, picking up a couple.
And now in his senior year, shows some excellent patience and runs. You know, he's a physical runner. The injury bug just seems to bite Mobakar. He's a good football player when he's in the lineup. When he's healthy, he's as good as there is.
His 6th year of eligibility, Houston Cougars. Senior out of Austin, Texas. He'll stay on the field here. A 28-point lead. And Carr brought down at the 16-yard line. He'll lose a yard. Tyrus Stevenson led the charge that time for the Golden Hurricane.
A little short-handed without Jackson Player, who is just a dominant player along the defensive front. He's missing the first half of this one for Tulsa. He's kind of rooting his guys on, and in the second half, we'll see Player back in action.
Yeah, the first half of that targeting penalty in their last game. It's Arkansas State, tuned, end zone, double coverage, intercepted. And that perhaps is the turnover the Golden Hurricane needed. Jace Oliver reels it in.
Well, keep in mind, Tulsa gets the ball first out of the half. If you can get something going here on offense, get in the end zone some kind of way here before the half, and then put together another drive out of the locker room, then you get yourself back in this football game. And you're right, that may be the thing that ignites this Golden Hurricane team.
Redshirt sophomore out of Fairfield, Texas. Jace Oliver, first interception of the season. Prides himself on playing the trombone. And he recorded a critical interception there. So you need a touchdown. You need that defense to stand tall in the third quarter.
You need these receivers to stop putting the ball on the ground. I mean, when it's thrown, when it's been thrown accurately, help a quarterback that's you know, catching some heat here.
Davis Friend back on the field, off the back foot, has a man, and this time the pass is caught. Sam Crawford has it. Houston territory. He toasted Alex Hogan.
Yeah, it was Crawford last week against Arkansas State that got this Golden Hurricane offense going. And here they decide to dial one deep to number 9, and he's able to reel it in.
Gain of 41 yards. Swing pass goes to Stokes. Makes one man miss and another. Ushered out short of the 30. And I thought we were going to see a penalty flag. We did not. Give him 6 yards.
Starting to mix things up offensively on the early downs. Whereas Philip Montgomery's been running the football predominantly, now he feels that you got to break away from the game plan a little bit. Now he's throwing the ball a little bit, get Davis Prince settled in, and see if he can't get in the end zone here before the half.
On 2nd and 4, Brent with confidence across the middle, incomplete. Jones swatted that one away from Sam Crawford. There was contact.
I thought as well that Marion Williams may have gotten there a little bit early. Just a tad bit early, but it's only speeding if you get pulled over. You know what I'm talking about, right?
I was just thinking of every infraction
You've been on the interstate, rolling at about 80, 85.
Oops.
Got home all right.
Here's Brent. Looks like a different quarterback on this possession. Stokes has it. And that should be enough to move the chains, Andre.
You can see it, Roy, in his body language. I mean, the way he's delivering the football, giving him a couple of nice, quick reads. Even the one to Sam Crawford. It's get back, get set, let it go. And caught Houston playing run defense, and that's what got this drive started.
Tulsa's almost doubled its offensive production for the game on this drive alone.
He's got man-to-man again here. I'd find Crawford again.
It's a team that played Ohio State. Touchdown affair in the fourth quarter. Brent, a trio of Cougs get there, and he's going to lose 5 yards on that play. Bankston and his buddies Deontay Anderson and Donovan Newton.
When you're in 2-minute mode, the worst thing you can do is take a sack because it swings momentum in the favor of the opponent. At worst, it should have been a throwaway. Just get the ball out in the vicinity or at the feet of a receiver, come back on 2nd and 10 without taking that sack. You absolutely can't take the sack.
2 sacks tonight for the Cougs off the pump fake. Crawford has it on the screen inside the 30. And a gain of 5 yards will get some of that yardage back to set up 3rd down.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, you know, it's a hard enough job playing quarterback by Davis Brin, but the snaps, Big Gerard Wheeler, it's coming in low over and over again. That's a talk they're going to have because he's got a man right over his nose. Ball's coming in a little low because he's trying to protect. Got to make sure you snap the football first, big fella.
And we saw that low snap on the 4th down play earlier in this 2nd quarter that proved costly for Tulsa.
Oh, that's on film too. They know. Put somebody, Doug Belt, put somebody right on his nose.
Clean pocket for Brent. Pass is caught. That'll move the chains again. Keelan Stokes the grab. He's sent out near the 15. That's a gain of 14 for number 2.
That's a heck of a throw, and it shows you the arm strength of Davis Brin. That's one hash to an out route across the field, outside the numbers, on a lot of quarterbacks across the country that are even willing to make that throw.
It's a guy that's thrown for almost 800 yards in his last 2 games.
He's
gonna
get going here. There's no doubt about it.
First trip in the red zone for Tulsa. Here's Bren surveying. Now pressure. And a lot happening there. Stokes dropped it. Would have gained a couple. Not that pump fake sometimes we're seeing with Brent. It looks dangerous with defenders draped all over him.
I'll tell you what, nobody's jumping when he pump fakes it. They're just running through him. Yeah, he's taking a tremendous amount of punishment here in the first half.
.4 seconds remaining.
He's got what he wants. It's across the field, but he's got Crawford. And that's where I'd go. At 6'1", 209. Like the matchup with Crawford, working against Art Green.
This time, end zone pass was high. Looking for Johnson.
Spread them out. Inside slants. Inside fade routes where the outside guy's going about 6 yards. And you got a lot of room to play with down here, especially when you're getting straight up man-to-man. That's because they're rushing at least 6, trying to get to Davis Brin and disrupt him and force the ball out quicker.
10th play of the drive coming up for Tulsa. Buy some time in front of the pocket. The ball pops out. It'll be 4th down. Stokes was the receiver. Could not reel it in. He wanted that one a little higher. They're going to kick a field goal here, I think, Andre.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of scratching my head. Chris Paul, the right tackle, goes down, and he's the guy that's talking to the offensive line, you know, trying to give instructions and so on and so forth. But then he leaves a guy wide open coming off the edge to his quarterback. You got to take care of your own business first before you can give instruction. He's watching a guy go right around him, right in the face of his quarterback, forcing the ball out quickly. And it's Derek Parrish who benefits from that.
Timeout on the field as we send you back to the studio, and Matt Berry.
All right, guys, coming up on the Sling TV halftime report. Could the Terps give top 5 Iowa a test? They have it at home. We'll show you highlights of that. Plus, it is a marquee weekend of the SEC. Which games to watch, which matchups to watch. We're going to break it all down. Plus, you need it, you want it, you love it. Virtual locks coming up again. Guys, Galloway's struggling. He's going to need some confidence this week. Find out if he can get it on the Sling TV halftime report.
I wonder if either of them are going to go with Arkansas in that Arkansas-Georgia game.
I think in our second half, you're going to go with the Hogs on the road at some point. I'm feeling it.
I'm liking what they're doing. That's for sure.
Zach Long's been perfect this season for the Golden Hurricane. And that will continue. The 33-yard field goal here, officially from 32 yards out. Tulsa's on the board for the first time, and don't forget those 3 SEC matchups on ESPN and the app tomorrow. Number 8 Arkansas, 2nd-ranked Georgia between the hedges.
There it is.
That one's at noon. Florida, Kentucky at 6. Auburn, LSU at 9. The floor is yours. Andre Ware You like Sam Pittman on the road?
I like Sam Pittman on the road. I like KJ Jefferson and what he's been able to do. I tell you what, the big guy quarterback showed me some guts last week coming back into that game against Texas A&M. Like the Hogs this year.
Hogs had a long losing streak before last season. A road win in Starkville changed that. They're now in the top 10. Barry Odom, defensive play caller from Arkansas. Man, this guy.
Underrated.
Oh, my gosh.
And not getting enough credit.
Yeah.
He is doing one heck of a job with that defense. If they can slow Georgia down on the offensive side, Hogs keep it close going into the fourth quarter.
I mean, you're selling me on it, but I can't pick against UGA in that one. I just can't do it.
And the way they're running the football.
All right. I'm listening.
Like it.
One of 3 SEC matchups here on ESPN, all starting tomorrow at noon, and what a scene it will be. A lot of people picking Ole Miss to upset Alabama tomorrow. We'll see if that happens in Tuscaloosa. College football is back, and we've got some new teams in the mix. Dell picks it up. Try to get to the edge. You can't get there. Tulsa brings him down short of the 25. Alton McCaskill, a freshman, Oak Ridge High School. He scored 3 times in the first half.
The guy knows how to find the end zone. The true freshman has just been magical. They get down close, and he's just got a nose for the end zone. Spinning and spinning and spinning to get himself in, and then they are untouched for the third one. Young man is headed for stardom.
Hey, Dre, he pressed the X button, didn't have to on that last spin on one of those touchdown runs.
It's like the athletic ability, what he's doing, averaging over 4 yards a carry to go along with those 3 touchdowns.
Led his team to the playoffs last year, their first playoff victory in 18 seasons down at Oak Ridge. Justin Wright tackle on McCaskill here as time winds down in our first half.
J-Dub replaced Cooper Edmondson in the middle last year, who was just a tackling machine for Tulsa. A lot of responsibility for Justin Wright. He's really, really stepped up and played well for this Tulsa defense.
Yeah, he's got the word psycho tattooed, I believe, on his knee. J-Dub, as you deemed him, Justin Wright, number 30. You love it when you've got a linebacker goes by the name and has it tattooed on his leg, psycho.
And it's a defensive player, too. That's how you want him to play.
Running lane there for McCaskill, stopped at the 30.
No reason to really put it in the air here. And you'll hear me say all the time, you can't score enough points in the first half of a football game. But when you get down like this with limited amount of time, your quarterback just threw an interception the previous possession, just get to the locker room and enjoy a good first half. Get ready to come out and do it all over again in the second.
Well, the Cougs flight was delayed yesterday getting up to Tulsa. The offense has not been tardy tonight. 28-3 our score. Cougs in front of Tulsa on the road as we send you to the studio. Hello again to Matt Berry.
Okay, Phil Pott, thank you. Sling TV halftime report. Plenty of ranked teams across the country playing tonight. One of them, kind of a rivalry game between BYU, Utah State. Cougars continuing to roll. Tyler Algiers here off the left side. He's going to score.
BYU sitting at 4-0 in the season. If they keep winning, it might be a team we talk about later in the season.
And with that, hi, hello, Sling TV halftime report. Sam Acho playing with us on a Friday night. Joey Galloway, Matt Berry alongside. Week 5, first weekend of October, is going to keep us busy throughout the weekend. We'll get to those games in just a minute, but first, Iowa, one of those teams hanging around the top 5. Are they legit? Can they avoid the trap game on the road tonight in Maryland? Talia Tagovailoa to Chigoza Okonkwo's 9-yard touchdown.
Yeah, Maryland gets on the board early with the touchdown. That was a great play.
And then here, Spencer Petras sneaks it in, makes it 10-7 after Maryland grabbed that lead back. But ensuing kickoff, scary moment here. Dante Demas back deep. Takes this one, starts to run the ball, popped loose. He would be injured on the play.
Yeah, Maryland can't afford to lose Demas in a game like this against a defense like Iowa. They need all their guns on the outside.
And they take advantage of the turnover here. Peaches to Arlen Bruce, the 4th.
Yeah, Arlen Bruce on the deep crossing route. He tries to use the referee as somewhat of a pick route, and it worked.
And then here off another turnover, Petras sneaks this one in. Iowa doing it the Iowa way. Turnovers, short scores. It is all Hawkeyes. 24-7. I had mentioned the SEC, Alabama, Ole Miss, Arkansas, Georgia. We're going to run you through a Sling It Saturday coming up.
This halftime report is presented by Sling TV. Replace cable with affordable live TV with Sling.
As someone who resembles someone else, I appreciate that Liberty Mutual knows everyone's unique. That's why they customize your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need. I mean, just because you look like someone else doesn't mean you eat off the floor, or yell at the vacuum, or need flea medication. Oh yeah, that's the spot. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Saturdays are for getting projects done and...
Actually, Saturdays are for football.
Also for projects. And the Nope. Seriously?
Just football.
And the Home Depot makes it easy to get projects done fast. So
Football. Football.
So you'll be ready for football.
Why didn't you say so?
I just did.
Get projects done fast and get back to game day.
Upgrade your game plan with new Bear Dynasty paint from the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Kennedy hosts the game of fill-ins and villains.
You pronounce it.
It's weekdays at 4:30 on Buzzer.
Sorry about that. No, I've been staying at my dad's place because of everything.
Where are we going?
He's good. Yeah, I know, we keep missing each other. I've been working out of my dad's house, doing some reading. I should be working out more. I just feel like I'm drowning.
Navigating these times can be tough, but while you care for your loved one, you also need to care for yourself. Go to aarp.org/caregiving for free mental health and self-help tips.
Got a new house.
I think I finally found a place that I call home.
Accounts are issued by WebBank under FDIC.
You're watching the Sling TV halftime report.
Let's begin with the game day buses parked. Arkansas, Georgia, monster game in the SEC. Sam Acho, what do you like?
I like Hayden Henry and Bumper Pool. Arkansas linebackers, they fly to the ball. I think they're going to be able to do some work on Georgia's offense.
You calling for the upset?
Not calling for the upset, but I like that defense.
All right. One big game on Saturday. What about 7 versus 9, Cincinnati, Notre Dame?
A lot to talk about with Cincinnati could pull off the 2 big wins in their season. They already beat Indiana. Now can they knock off Notre Dame? Notre Dame's have to do a much better job establishing the run and protecting their quarterback.
You calling for Cincy to knock off Notre Dame?
For sure.
Okay, we've got a prediction. Cincy beat Notre Dame, so says Joey Galloway. Baylor, Oklahoma State. 2 ranked teams in the Big 12, both undefeated. What do you got?
Yeah, so Dave Aranda has his Baylor team playing aggressive on offense and on defense. They run the ball hard, but defensively they're strong. On the other side, Jalen Warren at running back is a beast for Oklahoma State. I'm excited for this matchup.
Pokes get it done at home?
I think Baylor wins.
Oh, going with another upset. All right, Ole Miss, Alabama. There's going to be a lot of points.
Yeah, the over-under on this game was 80, and I feel very confident that they will get 80 by the end of the third quarter. A lot of offense in this game. Who can get a couple of defensive stuff? Ole Miss better on the defensive end. Not sure they can handle Bama.
Did you think of taking the point total for virtual locks? Is that something?
I thought about it.
You kept an eye on 79.5?
Thought about it.
So if you think that the points are going to be there, then why didn't you?
I like the other 2 games better.
Okay, all right. They combined for 111 points last year. This is to say that they're probably going to get the 80 that Galloway didn't think was good enough to take the virtual locks. But you can't stop either of these teams. Maybe last one with the ball wins. Speaking of virtual locks, what do Joey Galloway and Jim Harbaugh have in common other than their love for each other? Find out next on the Sling TV halftime report when we unveil virtual locks.
Back with your check. Yep.
It's okay, everyone. I got this.
Are you a doctor?
Negative. I just watch a ton of medical dramas on Sling TV. Good news, her kidneys are beating.
Sling has live sports, news, and entertainment. It's the live TV you love and on demand for just $35 a month.
I need tweezers, rubbing alcohol, and a Western omelet.
With Sling, you're confident you get the best of live TV.
You're gonna be fine.
Maybe too confident. Get your first month now for only $10. Sling.
Pizza Hut's Detroit-style pizza is back. Same crispy crust, cheese to the edge, and the sauce is still on top. Ooh, that looks good. The Detroit-style pizza. Get it before it's gone. Hurry up! No one out-pizzas the Hut.
With our largest capacity third-rack dishwashers from Whirlpool, you won't have to leave that final mug, blender jar, or last dirty dish behind. Load more, run less with Whirlpool.
Into the sky on mine.
Hello, America. I think we can all agree that after the past year-ish, everyone deserves something new. So, AT&T is giving everyone our best deals on every iPhone, including the iPhone 13 Pro.
That's the one with the amazing camera.
Because everyone deserves it. Like people that worked from home. And the people that worked out from home. People that welcomed a new family member.
They were all out of dogs, so...
Everyone that learned a new hobby.
It's a chair, but you can't sit in.
Or anyone that reconnected with nature.
Says it's only kind of poisonous.
What?
Our deals are for everyone. Except Jacob Pearson.
Me?
Just kidding, Jake. Our deals are for everyone.
It's not complicated. AT&T is giving new and existing customers our best deals on every iPhone, including the epic iPhone 13 Pro on us.
What is True Blue? It's true loyalty, supporting others with unwavering commitment. It's true innovation, thinking creatively and strategically to make a difference. It's true strength, taking risks and standing up for what's right. True Blue is a 125-year legacy. Find the true you at the University of Tulsa.
It's game day. Aren't you supposed to be at the desk?
Technically, I am at the desk. Hi, I'm Kurt Herb Street, here to talk football. You can't have football without the Hut. This guy's pretty good.
Sam, Joey, and Matt back with you. Our director, Rosa, found a headshot for me appropriate for the cause. That's been my excuse for the first few weeks on Virtual Lock. Galloway, I don't know what yours is.
A lot of football season left.
Okay, roll it. Ah, yes, welcome back to Virtual Locks. We are back, and to the people, to my people, to America. We've extended our lead on Joey Galloway, which means I'll give you the honors.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Matt. And I like the Michigan Wolverines +2 at Wisconsin. Yeah, I'm going back to the well. Michigan's the only team that got me my lone victory of the season. I don't like going to that Michigan well, but if I have to,
I bet not.
But that's not the only reason I like Michigan, though. I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, I'm racking my brain, and then it hit me. Since 2015, the Michigan Wolverines under Jim Harbaugh are the only FBS team to not win as an outright underdog.
Really?
They're 0-11. I know that sounds crazy, but they will not go 0-12, Matt. Trust me, I like the Wolverines.
So you're going with the old they're due rationale?
Absolutely.
All right. Fine, whatever works for you. And America thinks what's going to work for them is Ole Miss +14.5 against Alabama. Joey, you know going into this game, everybody's going to be talking about Matt Corral, Lane Kiffin, and that Rebels offense, and they should because they lead the country in yards per game and points per game. But what I want to point out is the light. The light has come on for DJ Durkin and the Ole Miss defense. They are giving up less than 17 points less per game than they were a year ago.
Okay.
Much improved. That's why America feels good with Ole Miss +14.5.
All right, give me one more.
I'm staying in the SEC.
All right.
I'm staying underdog again. Arkansas 17.5 against Georgia. What's not to like? Woo Pigs undefeated for the first time since 2003. They have a really good quarterback. They've got a good rushing attack. They have a good defense. They're a complete good team. And you know what they say in Vegas? You know, good teams win, great teams cover. Let's go to the desert.
That's
Cue it up. Arkansas 4-0 against the spread this season. They're one of 6 teams undefeated against the spread. Get me to the tables, get me to the desert. America's taking Woo Pig.
All right, I'm going with a team that Arkansas took care of earlier this season. I like the Texas Longhorns -4 against TCU. Coach Sark and Casey Thompson have been a match made in Longhorn heaven. They're third in points per game. And since Casey Thompson has taken over the starters the last 2 games, it's been 7th heaven. Casey Thompson has 8 touchdowns passing, and the offense has exploded for 128 points in their last 8 quarters. So for Longhorn heaven's sake, listen to me, Matthew. I like the Texas Longhorns -4.
Heaven help us if Galloway has another 0-2 week. Here's the picks. America, your duty.
This is my comeback. Let's go.
Whoa. Every week, millions of fantasy football players need to be confident they're making the right decision.
What's up with CeeDee Lamb?
How does ESPN help them make smarter trades and set the right lineup?
Does this look bad?
I don't know, I'm not that kind of doctor.
IBM Watson. By analyzing everything from player stats to expert opinions, Watson cuts through the noise to deliver game-changing insights.
Boomer Bust says CeeDee Lamb is going to boom.
To keep ESPN at the top of the fantasy sports world.
He's good.
What can Watson do for your business?
You've never seen anything quite like it. We've never created anything quite like it. The all-electric, all-Mercedes EQS.
Come seek the Royal Caribbean.
No matter where we go.
Whose house?
Or what we do. True will ever be.
Here are AARP top tips on caregiver preparedness during coronavirus. Form a team that can help with caregiving tasks. Take an inventory of essential supplies in your loved one's home. Make a list of the care recipient's medications. Schedule regular calls to fight isolation. Finally, take care of yourself too. Follow the Centers for Disease Control's guidelines for coronavirus safety. For more caregiving tips, go to aarp.org/caregiving.
This halftime report is presented by Sling TV. Replace cable with affordable live TV with Sling.
It's easy when you think about it. If you're watching us right now, your TV's already on ESPN. Leave it there. From 9 a.m. till midnight, we got you covered. busy day in college football. Wanted to go big and busy at the same time. Ended up with busy. Here we go. Iowa, Maryland, another turnover for the Hawkeyes. It has been their defense all night.
It has 4 turnovers already in the first half, 13 on the season.
How about that? A quarterback under center near the goal line, handed to a fullback, 31-7 Iowa.
Monty Pottebaum, former linebacker, getting some love.
What about BYU? They're in action. They just added a field goal, 10-0 in that one early in the first quarter. With what we've seen throughout the season, we're like, you know what? Maybe some of these teams playing on a Friday night that are ranked could be in danger of a trap game. Not so early on. Did I mention Houston was an underdog in this one? 28-3 at the half. Second half kickoff from Tulsa coming up.
When your family gathers around a shakaroni from Papa John's, you're sharing more than extra cheese and pepperoni. You're sharing scholarships, meals, and laughter. Because $1 from every shakaroni goes to charity. That's pizza with a purpose.
Why choose proven quality sleep from Sleep Number? Because every great play starts the night before. My Sleep Number 360 smart bed tracks my circadian rhythm, average heart rate, and breathing rate. So I know how well I'm sleeping. It's also temperature balancing, so I stay cool. And it senses my movement and automatically adjusts to help keep me comfortable all night. Sleep Number takes care of the science, so I can focus on other things. Proven quality sleep is life-changing sleep, only from Sleep Number.
Oh, sister of mine, I got you this. The new iPhone 13 Pro. It's on Verizon 5G. I can't believe you got me this. Yes, Verizon is giving one to everyone when they trade in their older damaged phone.
Oh, so like every sister can get this?
Yeah.
Every aluminum siding installer?
Why not? Every doula. They would have to. Every customer, new and old, can get iPhone 13 Pro on us. Because everyone deserves better. Everyone, horse trainers, manicurists, you get the new iPhone. We're alone. I know. What are we doing? I don't know.
The new crispy chicken sandwich taco from Taco Bell. Is it a sandwich or a taco? Which side are you on? Try it with special pricing on the app.
We are the American.
And welcome back to ESPN College Football Primetime, presented by Ram Trucks. Here in the beautiful city of Tulsa, Oklahoma. You're watching the American Conference on ESPN. 28-3, our halftime score, getting set for our final 30 minutes here inside Chapman Stadium. Andre Ware, Roy Philpott, Park Carcaterra here with you. Great to have you with us. And let's just jump right into it as we take a look at tonight's game flow, brought to you by Progressive. And really, Houston has been the story so far.
Yeah, they've taken advantage of turnovers by this Tulsa offense. A mishandled snap, and Tulsa recovered, but Houston went down and put points on the board. Interception by Williams, another one by Alex Hogan. And the Cougars defensively really control this game in the first half.
Cougs coming in with one of the top defensive units in the country. It has been as advertised up to this point. Davis Friend searching for answers. Tulsa will get the football first, Ray. They got to find a way to punch it in here.
Well, they were able to get a field goal at the end of the first half. Now it's one of those situations where you almost a must score when you get the football first here in the second half to go down and put some points on the board, get themselves back in this thing.
Down to Kark, what you got?
Well, Roy, Doug Belk's defense for Houston has been relentless. They've held Tulsa to 106 yards. I just spoke to Philip Montgomery, Tulsa's head coach. He knows that offense, it's been tough sailing. to get a guy like Davis Brin into the flow, into the rhythm. I asked him, how do you do that? He said, short passes. We need better protection. Easier said than done when this Houston defensive line has been active all night long, and they're getting to Brin. They're rattling him.
And Davis Brin searching for some rhythm. That last drive, Tulsa working against Doug Belk's defense, finally able to do something at the end of that second quarter. On the screen pass ahead to the 30, that's a 5-yard gain for Sam Crawford.
The thing about pressure that Kark mentioned is if you don't do anything to defeat it, it's going to keep coming. And boy, they don't need to have this happen. One of the better receivers in Sam Crawford down on the field. But if you beat pressure once, all you got to do is beat it once, and then all of a sudden defenses and Doug Belk will back out of it a little bit. You beat it a second time, and it's almost a guarantee that you won't see it again.
Timeout on the field as we step aside in Tulsa.
Raw power is an iron fist. Ram power puts it in a velvet glove. Raw power lifts with its legs. Ram power also lifts with its brains. Raw power gets it done. Ram power does what's never been done before by anyone. Discover Ram Power during Ram Power Days.
Right now, get $3,550 in total values or get 0% financing for 72 months on the 2021 Ram 1500.
Little Caesars new crazy calzone, julienne pepperoni. It's so tasty. Garlic white sauce. Here comes the bite. Here comes the...
Yummy!
The dream about the crazy calzone again?
You also said some weird things about giraffes.
We're not Big Pizza, we're Little Caesars. The new crazy calzone for $8.49. Pizza.
Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show who's the cheesiest?
I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach! Cheez-It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
One of these mornings on the rise up. Good vibes, only get your hands up. You finna read what you saw. Black ties still keep on.
Come together, Ralph's Club, the new fragrance, Ralph Lauren, at Macy's, the fragrance destination.
Angie's List is now Angie, and it's easier than ever to get your projects done right. With Angie, you can connect with top pros and see ratings and reviews. And when you book and pay through Angie, you're covered by our happiness guarantee. Check out Angie.com today. Angie, and done.
On a joyous Fansville by Dr. Pepper.
By the power vested in me by the city of Fansville, I now pronounce you fan and wife.
Natalie drops back into the pocket. It's a 3-step drop. Trish is wide open. Here comes the throw. Oh, Becky with the pick. Holy mackerel. When you take a look at it, see that full extension by Becky? Let's go back to the action. Oh! At this point, it's anyone's bouquet. Up next, the garter toss.
Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
I gotta know who oven baked my bacon. Who did it? Tyler. Come on over here, man.
Oh, wow. Ow.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
USAA is made for the safe pilots, like Matt, who can come to a stop with barely a bobble. With USAA Safe Pilot, when you drive safe, you can save up to 30% on your auto insurance. USAA, what you're made of, we're made for. Get a quote today.
An SEC triple header.
Not just college football, SEC football.
Saturday, starting at noon on ESPN. Run it.
Now the 5th-year senior Sam Crawford having that right knee looked at after making his 3rd reception of the night moments ago. Back in Tulsa, Andre Ware, Roy Philpott, Paul Carcaterra here with you. 2nd down and a short 6 after the completion. Brin off the back foot, dangerous toss. It was caught at the line to gain by Johnson. Let's see where they spot it.
I tell you, breaking on the football, Demarion Williams is some ball hawk on the back end for the Cougars. Almost came up with his 2nd pick of this ball game.
And we talked about it right out of the gate to begin this 3rd quarter, how important this possession is for Tulsa to try to work its way back into the game. 7 on the board. Brin with a slant, and it's going to be intercepted and not here. Far sideline goes Owens with a convoy in front of him. The pick 6 from 45 yards out. Well, Mutant got a fingertip on it, and Owens took it back to the house. Another emphatic touchdown and a turnover forced by this Houston defense.
Playing some team defense, and Owens, he just turned into a straight running back once the ball was tipped and he was able to get his hands on it. You'll see Muton get his hands on it. It's the tip drill, and now let's get it to the house. Guys out in front blocking.
After the play,
big fella's not going to catch it.
Number 47 of Tulsa.
Tyler Smith.
That 15-yard penalty would be forced on the kickoff. That is number 47's first unsportsmanlike foul of the game.
That he threw, Owens threw on Shamarian Brooks, just frozen. And Doug Belk's group on that side of the ball playing lights out.
You know, we came away from our meetings this week talking a lot about Doug Belk. And his unit has been so solid to start this season. 3 interceptions tonight for this Houston secondary.
Yep.
Witherspoon's extra point is good. Not even a minute into our third quarter. Cougs strike again, 35-3.
Tony, big game today, man. Let's get to work.
With me and you out here spreading the word about Mission Tiger, sky's the limit.
A mission to help bring back school sports? I'm all in.
Nicely done. Not everybody can pull off stripes. Buy a box. Support the mission.
Incomparable design makes it beautiful. State-of-the-art technology makes it brilliant. The Lexus NX. Experience the crossover in its most visionary form. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Rated mature.
Out here,
you're
trapped.
We're free. The only way to protect the cycle.
The only way to break the cycle is to kill it.
PlayStation.
Military life can have its challenges, but sometimes veteran life brings more.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Greg Gatson, Army veteran.
DAV helps veterans and their families get the benefits they've earned.
Today, I'm an entrepreneur, photographer, and public speaker, and I never tire of standing tall.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
My victory is just being the best that I can be.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
B-Dubs taps a new keg every 35 seconds. For beer so fresh, it'll make you...
Are you crying?
No. To the greatest of all times, Buffalo Wild Wings.
Aflac policyholders have been paid $37 billion directly.
Aflac?
That's a lot of money.
Did somebody say money?
He said Aflac.
Well, if they're paying out billions of dollars to help cover unexpected medical expenses, what's the difference?
Coach Prime, what? No smoke machine?
Aflac!
Looks like Aflac is ready for prime time. Hey, coach to coach, what do I need to do to get one of those jackets?
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover.
Aflac
is an official sponsor of ESPN College Game Day.
That just sounds right to hear that back on the ESPN networks. NHL returns. What a fall and winter it will be. Back in Tulsa, Oklahoma, Andre Ware, Roy Philpott, Paul Carcaterra, and the Houston fans that made the drive up from the Lone Star State got to feel good about what they are seeing tonight. Interception, the pick six by Owens, 35-3 on the road.
Yeah, 3 interceptions. Davis Brin in his last 17 attempts. You factor in the pick six by Owens there. It's been a tough night.
Squibbit, Watkins picks it up to 14 and upended crossing the 20. I mean, what point do you look at making a quarterback change? Perhaps we'll talk about that in a minute. Don't forget a few upcoming AAC events on ESPN Plus. Tomorrow, Tulane and East Carolina from Greenville, North Carolina at 3:30 Eastern. Got USF and the nationally ranked men's soccer program here at Tulsa. Coming off a big win last night against SMU. That's Sunday night at 8. And then the AAC Basketball Media Days. Yeah, Hoops is back. In just 2 weeks, coverage starts October 13th, 11 a.m. Sign up right now at espnplus.com/AAC. Brent's back on the field after those 3 picks. Inside handoff to Watkins. And sandwiched down after a short gain. Give him 5 yards on first down, Andre.
Tell you what, it's when you watch the Cougars play defense, it's just flying around. Just speed everywhere. And it's not just one guy making a tackle. You're 2, 3, 4 guys in an area making tackle. That's hard for an offense to really function. Then when they know that Davis Brent is back to throw, you're going to see guys just flying to get to him. A lot of speed on this defense.
As advertised so far tonight, another low snap. Brent collects it. And he'll make something out of nothing. It looks like Sam Crawford's back on the field, Clark.
Yeah, I was watching him, Roy, and trainers worked on his right knee. He's not at 100%. He was limping on the sideline, but he's a tough football player. And you look at Keelan Stokes, who was sidelined for 2 weeks with a leg injury, and now Sam Crawford. Those are 2 of their best receivers, not at full strength. A lot on the shoulders of number 4 now, Josh Johnson.
I'll tell you who's not on the field is Gerard Wheeler, the center, who is having some issues snapping the ball, and all of a sudden his replacement is having issues as well.
Pressure, Bren. Did Crawford snag it, or was it picked off?
They're going to rule that Crawford had the catch, but we'll take a look at this.
Hogan, it could be his second interception of the night. Let's take another look ourselves.
First down, Tulsa.
They rule Crawford down, who has possession initially, and then, yeah, it's taken away from him. They're going to look at it upstairs.
It's under further review.
I mean, it was stolen away by Hogan before.
Does the knee touch and he has possession? Don't know. That Matt, what are you seeing there? I mean,
Matt Austin, our rules expert.
Well, this is going to be a tough decision for the replay booth because the receiver does get his hands on the ball. He's still trying to gather it in. Does he have possession when his knee hits, like Andre said? That's what the decision is going to have to be made. This is truly a tweener. I could argue both sides of this case right here. I don't think the receiver really had firm control. So therefore, if I was in the replay seat, I think I'd give it to 19. Give it to the defense.
And that would be the second interception for Alex Hogan. And it's one of those that could easily be, the ruling on the field was that Crawford made the catch and was ruled down. You start looking at it, it's tough. And if it's an in-between, then the ruling on the field will obviously stand. But the more you look at it, it looks like Alex Hogan came up with his second interception.
Remember, Hogan had the pick 6 against Rice earlier this year. An interception earlier tonight, the transfer from Texas Tech. Would be his 3rd of the season. It does have to be indisputable video evidence. Alex certainly thinks that he reeled that one in and stole it away from Crawford at the last minute.
That's such a bang play that
after further review, the ruling on the field stands.
Yeah.
First down, Tulsa.
Yeah, it's just too clouded to overturn it. That's a heck of a play on both parts.
About the physicality of Alex Hogan tonight in this Houston secondary. It's an 11-yard gain. It is a first down for Tulsa. Hanging on by a thread in desperate need of another spark on offense here. Perhaps that's being a bit kind.
Zavia Gadlin is in at center now for Tulsa Golden Hurricane.
For all the low snaps, they'll set up the screen pass. Watkins with a crease. 2 penalty markers down into Houston territory. And the spin move late will check the infractions.
That's coming back. Dylan Couch, the left guard, just grabbed one of the Houston defenders and spun him around.
Holding. Offense. Number 73. 10-yard penalty. First down.
A former walk-on who earned himself a scholarship. Gritty tough player up front, just grabbed a handful. You'll see him right in about the right side, and it's Anderson who gets grabbed and spun around. Otherwise, Anderson may make that tackle.
In that kind of night for Tulsa, you think about the American Athletic Conference as it stands today, and Cincinnati's ranked in the top 10. They've got a big game against Notre Dame tomorrow. But this Houston team, you hold on with this kind of win on the road against a team that challenged Oklahoma State on the road, against a team in Tulsa that had played Ohio State within a touchdown in the fourth quarter at the Horseshoe last month. Cougs may be making a bit of a statement. They can close this one out strong, that they belong.
I think so. And then they've got another tough road game against Tulane next week, and that's on a Thursday night.
Second down.
Who's playing they had a pretty good football game against Oklahoma the opening week. They still have East Carolina, SMU, who is 4-0 and tops in the division in this conference. That's going to be some showdown, and that one is in Houston.
2nd and 17. Brand again. Push back. 3 flags on the field. Pass is caught. Santana in stride.
That one's coming back as well. Tyler Smith with a hold. Working against Anini.
Holding.
David Anini.
Offense. Number 56. 10-yard penalty. Second down.
So, Andre, we've seen 2 plays on this drive that have resulted big plays in Houston territory negated by holding penalties.
Yeah, just watch the left side of the screen. 56 working against David Anini, number 12, and that's a hold right there that they hadn't called to this point. Then once Bren redirects and gets outside, that's when the officials catch it, when Anini goes to the ground. There's no need for Doug Belk to call anything but zone coverage here and keep the ball in front of you.
Golden Hurricane need 27 for second possession of our second half. Talked to Dana Holgorsen this week about the move to the Big 12 and how that has changed their recruiting. Pass batted in the air, nearly picked off again.
And guess who's in the area? If he keeps his feet, Hogan's there again in the area to make a play.
Deontay Anderson swatted that one away.
Impressive on defense is this Houston Cougar team. A lot of, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of speed, and they get after you.
They didn't play at this kind of level when you were tossing the ball around back in the day, did they? I mean, the offense.
Yes, we did. We had the second-ranked defense in the country.
There you go.
We had Cornelius Price that had 12 picks that year. And we got it. The reason why we were so good on offense is because we got a lot of shots at it. Our guys on the other side, Lamar Lathan and Craig Vesey and Alfred Oglesby, all those guys could really play, and they weren't draft picks for no reason.
See, I didn't remember that. I just remember the 80-point games that it seemed like you guys put up for all those years.
It was because they were turning guys over and setting us up in scoring position on a lot of occasions.
Jones to the edge, far sideline, ushered out at the 40. And the tackle by Steven Anderson. Well, we take it back in time. When was it? Yeah, 1989. Old number 11. Boy, the standard definition highlights in play here. And that offense was all over the place that particular season. And, of course, in '89, Andre Ware winning the Heisman Trophy. Ware for Heisman. Yes, indeed. Boy, that's got to make you feel good looking back.
It does. Some great memories, some great times at the University of Houston. And those are 2 records that we really hold, that I keep close to vest. The total yards per game and obviously the points per game, they still are ranked at the top to this day.
Do you remember how many yards you threw for in '89?
Oh, yeah. I was one short of 4,700.
46 touchdowns and 26 NCAA records that season for one Mr. Andre Ware-Kark.
Andre, your defense was so good because they were playing with house money. They knew they had you on the other end. I'm going to put you on the spot like you put every quarterback on the spot every week. You ask this question. I'm going to ask you, who was your favorite receiver?
Oh, boy.
Thank you.
My sophomore year was Jason Phillips and James Dixon, both caught over 100 passes. Dixon was at 106, Phillips was at 108, and then obviously my junior year, the big year, Manny Hazard caught 142, so I knew his body language probably more so than he knew where he was going before the ball was in the air.
3-yard gain. Manny Hazard's that one name I remember. 142 catches.
Yeah, it's because Dixon and Phillips graduated, and every other slot got hurt. We had a guy named Verlin Brown that was really good receiver, God rest his soul, and guys were dropping like flies. And all of a sudden, I told Jinx, I said, put Manny in the room next to me. If he's going to be the next Jason Phillips, you make sure you put him in the room next to me. I'd go in his room in all hours. Hey, what do you do on 60Z slide Y poster flag? What are you doing on 60Z choice? You know, all those things, and just quizzed him to death every night till he got sick. You know, he was sick and tired of it. But by the time we hit the field, the chemistry was there, and that led to the 142 catches.
Jackson Player hits the field in our second half. He's now active for Tulsa, and he had the PBU there playing on the defensive line for the Golden Hurricane.
Well, they missed him tonight. They've got a playmaker on just about every level of this defense, and with Jackson Player having to sit out the first half, that was huge for Tulsa's defense.
Dana Holgerson, 7-8 years at West Virginia, now down in H-Town. Here's Stokes, the fair catch. After the 44-yard punt, Tulsa gets it back at its own 12-yard line. After this.
Okay, so take this right. Now pull into that parking space. Thanks so much. It's my lunch break.
You know you want that sauced and tossed Wingstop where flavor gets its wings.
Touchdown, Auburn.
Touchdown, Auburn! Yeah! Woo!
Nice. The new Frontier I ordered is here.
Tebow got a new Frontier.
Hey, I found a French fry on the couch.
Couch fry! Barry found the couch fry!
Those Auburn guys have a weird way of celebrating.
Woo!
Feel stuck with your finances? Move your money to SoFi.
I jump up on the stage and do my money dance. I throw some money up and watch the money land. I do my money dance. I do my money dance. Jump up on the stage and do my money dance.
Move your money to SoFi. Earn up to $930 when you download the app and feel what it's like to get your money right.
We love our house. Been here for years.
Yeah, but there's an animal in the attic. At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
We save a lot.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show 'em who's the cheesiest?
I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach. Cheez-It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
Look, what you think about BMF?
The hell that stands for? This is the streets we talking about.
BMF stands for Black Mafia Family, fool. It represents everything we about, T. We black. Our crew is structured like the mafia. And we all a family.
Right here, right here, right here.
Add Stars with Sling TV for $9 per month. Visit sling.com/account or upgrade in the app under the My TV tab.
My hygienist cleans with a round head. So does my Oral-B.
My hygienist personalizes my cleaning. So does my Oral-B.
Oral-B delivers the wow of a professional clean feel every day.
Wonderful here. It's hard for everyday people to get access to startup investments. But with Start Engine, you can choose between hundreds of startups to build your portfolio. It's your turn to become a shark. Visit startengine.com today.
Let's take it from plan to play, brought to you by Northwestern Mutual.
Yeah, it's the Cougar defense harassing David Brin all night long. His sacks, reestablishing the line of scrimmage, harassing him every single time he's dropped back to pass. It seems like in this ball game, they have controlled the line of scrimmage, Roy.
Yeah, defense has been elite to start this season. You go back to that first game against Texas Tech, had a chance to win that when here's Stokes with a deep pass and covered by Williams down the field. I mean, they led that entire game until the early stages of the fourth quarter. Toon throws a couple of picks, and momentum changed hands at that point, but that was still a winnable game for this Houston team.
Yeah, I told you earlier, I was at that game, and there were a couple of opportunities where they really could have stepped on the gas, missed opportunities, which allowed Texas Tech to get themselves back in, and all of a sudden it was a different ball game in the second half.
Yeah, had multiple 14-point leads in that one. Red Raiders come back, give them credit. Shuck got it done off the spin. It'll be 3rd down and long again. Caesar the stop on Shamari Brooks.
Shuck that day was magical in the second half. He showed and displayed some NFL stuff.
You loved what you saw from him.
Arm talent standpoint, absolutely.
Almost halfway through the third. Another 3rd down and long for Tulsa. 27% on 3rd down tonight. Crawford deep. Houston territory. He caught it down the 41-yard line. Another big play for the Golden Hurricane. He was covered by Hogan. Crawford just made a play that time.
Yeah, sometimes when you get man-to-man, forget all the X's and O's and just throw the ball and let a guy make the play. And that's exactly what Crawford was able to do. Good to see him get up from the injury earlier in the game. He's made a couple of big plays to keep this team alive and give the offense a little bit of life.
Crawford now 5 receptions, 103 yards after what appeared to be a right knee injury.
Yeah, he had a heck of a game last week where he caught 2 balls for 105 and 2 touchdown grabs to go along with it.
Alex Hogan, the injured Cougar.
Well, I want to see him get up. He's had such a ball game. Coming in for Jace Rogers. It's like it might be cramps the way they're working on him.
Temperatures in the mid-70s tonight. There has been a lot of humidity in Oklahoma over the course of this week with a lot of rain. Thought it was going to rain this evening, but the rain is held off until the early morning hours of Saturday. And Hogan will stand up with assistance.
Good to see him get up.
Well, Sam Crawford, Dre, with now 2 40-plus yard receptions this evening. He has been the Tulsa offense.
Sometimes you just got to play, you just got to throw it and catch it. And that's exactly what Brent did there in that instance with Crawford.
So you like Arkansas against Georgia, maybe an upset. A big game for Florida.
I like Arkansas to play that one well into the fourth quarter.
Okay.
I really do. I don't know. If it were at Arkansas, I'd have no problem picking the Razorbacks in that one. But I think it's going to be a better football game than a lot of people think.
Florida and Kentucky. Gators haven't lost in Lexington since the mid-'80s. Got Emory Jones kind of finding his rhythm in Dan Mullen's offense.
Wildcats can throw it around a little bit now.
I mean, it's a different style of play, right, for UK. Off the injury timeout, Brent retreats, and the pass will be caught by Brooks. All the way inside the 40-yard line. Give him 7 on the play. It looked awkward, but it counts for a positive game.
Hey, however you move the chains or you give yourself a chance to move the chains, doesn't matter. And it's one play at a time. There's an entire, you got 7 minutes here in an entire fourth quarter. Anything could happen.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
There's a chance.
Last pressure with Banks, and here's Brooks, and he'll lose a couple.
Anini says different, though. Boy, he is a good-looking athlete, 6'3", about 250 pounds, long arms, good pass rusher. You see him there just beat Chris Paul, who's arguably their best offensive lineman, he and Tyler Smith, and he has got his hands full with number 12.
Trey, how many times have you said tonight a Houston defender beating a Tulsa offensive lineman at the line of scrimmage?
How about this? A smart player in Demarion Williams just goes down. And he realized that they were out of position. There's nobody to cover the two receivers that were lined up to the right in the formation for Tulsa. So he just went down, and the officials went ahead and gave him the timeout.
It was a dramatic tumble.
You know, hey, that's experience right there. Just watch how it is, how this goes. And he realizes that there's nobody over here to account for him. Points and then goes down.
The arms flailing backwards at the end really magnified the moment, didn't it?
He's taking a drama class or two.
Dana Holgerson appreciates
it. You got to put a little limp on it or something. just hit him with a little bit of limp. You can't just get up and exit the field full speed.
Williams appears to be okay.
I think he's going to be just fine.
All right, so the Cougs find a way to get out of some trouble there potentially. 3rd down and 8 for Tulsa. 6:29 to go in our 3rd quarter. Golden Hurricane have yet to find the end zone after scoring 41 last week. Crosser, Naylor.
And that's what you do. Williams goes out of the game. They go right at his replacement, a young man from my hometown and my high school, DJ Small, heck of a player. But when the starter goes out in Williams, that's who you target. You know, Small has been on the sideline, not really warm, and they go at him.
Low snap. Here comes another penalty flag as Watkins escapes inside the 30. Marion Williams chased him out.
Another holding.
Offense, number 56, 10-yard penalty, 1st down.
Tyler Smith having a rough game. Coaches told us they think he has got next level talent. But he's got his hands full tonight with the edge players of this Cougar defense. Both he and Chris Paul.
Sophomore out of Fort Worth. Penalties starting to mount up against Tulsa. Now they're 8th of the night for 79 yards. Backside pressure. Big loss of football.
I'm going to tell you, Roy, Tyler Smith is lucky that he didn't have another holding penalty call, because he just wrapped his arms around, I think it was Anthony Jones, the Anthony Jones, the defensive end of that side. Just keep an eye on 56 is how he works. That's a hold all night long.
And he still got to the quarterback.
And they still let him, they just let it go.
Anthony Jones was called to us as the most explosive pass rusher for this Houston defense, and that's saying something.
Yeah, because I like Anini and always have. And when they told us that about Jones, I had to go back to the film and start looking at him like, oh yeah, I see exactly what the coaches are seeing.
Another 2nd down and a long ways to go for Davis Brent in this Tulsa offense. Pocket collapses. And the deep ball, contact. Johnson wanted the penalty against Williams, and there is no flag.
One thing's for sure, they can play man-to-man. And this ball should have been thrown in the hole. Like right there, it's on a line before it gets to Williams coming off the hash mark. That's one you got to drive in there. When you put air under it, it allows the safety, which Williams was playing in that coverage, to get back in play and make an effort to get to the football. You drive it in there, now you got to catch, and maybe your receiver Johnson's got a chance to make a move.
That sequence has been a microcosm for Tulsa this evening. That pass was reeled in at the last second by Santana.
I think they got to go for it here. There's no need to punt the football away. Just it's 4th down, but stay on the field and let's go. Let's pick up the 1st down here.
So under 5 to go in the third. 4th down coming up. Golden Hurricane need 13 yards. Philip Montgomery has not been his night for this Tulsa offense.
Find the best man-to-man matchup you like and live with it, because they're in it.
Pressure off the edge. Bryn sacked all the way back at the 45. Nelson Caesar got there first, and it could have been a couple of us teammates as well in the backfield.
Yeah, they were straight up man-to-man. They're coming. They've done it all night long. Doug Belk, he's had success. He's not going to change. So as a quarterback, speed the reads up. Tell your guys in the huddle or at the line of scrimmage, look, I need quick routes. I need a place to go with it. We only need a couple of yards to pick up the first down. Give me a place to go quickly with the football. Otherwise, you're going to get that result.
4 sacks tonight. Sack Avenue, with the sign being held up on the Houston sidelines. And this team making a statement in the American Conference this evening.
Wow, this kid.
Look at the power. Still on his feet, McCaskill. Shades of Earl Campbell with that kind of running.
My goodness, you talk about a bright future. McCaskill has 3 touchdown runs already, and then he's still doing this late in the game. All of a sudden, he's thirsty for it. They put this kid on the field. He refuses to slide over and let anybody else have a seat at the table.
It's a runaway freight train. He scored 3 times tonight. One of the top freshman running backs in the nation.
Extremely patient young runner.
After a gain of 22. Tune with time wants it all. Has a man open, end zone.
Guess who?
And Dell nearly reeled that pass in.
He had his hands on it between 2 defenders, Davis and Christian Williams, the nickel safety, and it's thrown perfectly to Dell. That's one that you don't usually see hit the ground.
Dell's been targeted 7 times tonight. He's caught 5 passes for 72 yards. If he holds on to that for another split second, that's a touch. Nickname is Tank. McCaskill, look out. Another full head of steam. And a 9.5-yard gain as we check in again with Carr.
You know, at half, I spoke to Dana Holgerson and asked him what he attributed the rhythm of this offense to, and said the offensive line flat out has been great. And when we spoke to him last night, Roy, he was concerned about this Tulsa defensive line. He said that would be the biggest challenge for his offense. And Andre, you know, as a quarterback, when you could stand upright, like Clayton Tune has all night, man, the big boys are bringing it.
Yeah, they've done a heck of a job, but I think the thing that's given this offense life is McCaskill, because it's given them a running game. They're not predictable as they were, you know, earlier, or maybe in that Texas Tech game when he didn't see much time or any time at all. And now all of a sudden they've got a running game to go with some special receivers and an experienced quarterback along with the 5 guys up front. They're going to be dangerous and hard to deal with in this conference.
Colin Wick, the TFL, to make it 4th down and short. It looked like confusion there in the handoff between Tune and McCaskill. They'll go for it.
Consistent, patient. He's gotten better in pass protection. He can catch the ball out of the backfield. That's another weapon that can hit home runs to go along with all that I just described. I'm very, very impressed with number 22.
He was the first Houston freshman to score 3 touchdowns since Bryce Beal back in 2008. It's been a while. Scored 3 more tonight.
We have UFC tomorrow night, gents, from the Apex in Vegas. Thiago Santos, the Brazilian sledgehammer, takes on Johnny Walker in the light heavyweight main event. That starts at 7 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Plus. To get ESPN Plus, go to ESPNplus.com or download the ESPN app. Hey, Andre.
Yeah.
Tyrus Stevenson, he's a nose tackle for Tulsa. His nickname is the Big Cat. His nickname came from Ernie the Big Cat Ladd.
Yeah.
who was a professional football player and a professional wrestler.
Yep, we started with Houston wrestling on Friday nights. Paul Bosch kind of led the charge in that deal and watched him every Friday night. Ernie Ladd was one of my favorites growing up watching Houston wrestling.
Oh, yeah. So I would take Stevenson in the octagon. I always like to think of, like, who's the one guy on the football field I'd take in the octagon? Would be Stevenson.
Stevenson
is the nickname.
Love it.
Toon will throw it on 4th down. Dell has it. That'll move the chains, and the drive stays alive.
Boy, I could imagine Dell in the run and shoot.
Oh,
man. With that speed and quickness and the ability to get out of cuts. And he sets it up perfectly with Singleton coming right off of him. The timing. Love it. Throwing him 60 Z read. Let him go to the corner a little bit.
Dell started his career at Alabama A&M, went off in one game and decided he wanted to play on a bigger stage. Went to Independence Community College.
Actually, I got to read that. 60 Z read was a slant combination. 66-67 even was the corner route with a smash route underneath.
Get it straight, Dre.
Yeah, gotta remember that, right? I can still remember all the audibles. I can remember the high school offense.
Prior to the snap. Charge timeout. Houston. This is their second and a half. It's a 30-second timeout.
Cougs will have one timeout remaining. Not that it appears to be a big deal. Now, this season, along with contributions to their university's general scholarship funds, for every field goal and extra point made, Allstate will also be donating to the American Red Cross to help with disaster relief efforts. Thank you once again, Allstate. Cougs are rolling on the road. Another short week next week as they turn things around, and we'll get Tulane down in New Orleans just 6 days from now. For Dana Holgorsen, you know, he made a point to remind us this week, yeah, we played a lot of games in a short period of time, short turnarounds, no excuses. A lot of teams in the league have to do it. We got to find a way to persevere. They have done that and a lot more. McCaskill.
He is going to give a lot of teams in this league something to think about defensively, because no more are they one-dimensional with McCaskill in the backfield. He's got an element of speed. We've seen him run through tacklers. He's only going to get stronger and better the more he plays within the offense and continues to lift, and then, you know, just his knowledge within the offense.
Toon off the pump fake, pass is caught. Another first down. It'll be 1st and goal. Keyshawn Carter.
Toon operating only 7 incompleted passes in this ball game, and a couple of those were drops where he was spot on. You get in conference, you want to be playing your best football, and it seems as though Clayton Toon is doing exactly that.
Junior out of Carrollton, Texas. What's he going to look like when that hamstring is back at 100%?
And he can threaten the defense running the football.
Caskill will carry a couple of Tulsa defenders down to the 2.
And to your point, you know, Dana Holgorsen just loves to call a couple of quarterback runs for him per game, you know, just to keep the defense honest and know, hey, we've got the capability to do this as well.
Coach Holgorsen's got to be pleased with the Cougs on the road tonight, 35-3 with 3 quarters in the books.
Hi, my name is Jasmine, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Chicken Club is the wonderfully marinated and juicy chicken breast. The marinade actually reminds me of my mother's cooking. You know, marinades, usually they take time, and you can tell that it was put together with love.
My name is Meredith, and a little thing I love about Chick-fil-A's mac and cheese is the oven-toasted, cheesy top layer. If home had a flavor, it would be Chick-fil-A's mac and cheese. I'm passionate about it.
Tony, big game today, man. Let's get to work.
With me and you out here spreading the word about Mission Tiger, sky's the limit.
A mission to help bring back school sports? I'm all in.
Nicely done. Not everybody can pull off stripes. Buy a box. Support the mission.
Wow, this new Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever?
No!
Yes!
No!
Yes!
No!
Yes!
Okay, I'm gonna try it first.
Yes! I need to try it first.
Wealth is your first big investment. Worth is a partner to help share the load. Wealth is saving a little extra. Worth is knowing it's never too late to start, or too early. Wealth helps you retire. Worth is knowing why. Principal, for all it's worth.
What if I told you about a kid who saw possibilities?
Dunking on 10-foot rims by age 15. High school player of the year, twice.
Then went off to college, D1, top shelf.
#1 draft pick, rookie of the year, and MVP in the same year.
Won 2 golds.
Won the MVP again.
Won a ring.
To some, the name is Candace.
To others,
It's Ace.
I'm not getting through the pandemic just to end up with the flu.
I asked for Fluzone High-Dose Quadrivalent. It's the #1 used flu vaccine for people 65 and older.
Fluzone High-Dose Quadrivalent is the only vaccine approved by the FDA for superior flu protection in adults 65+.
I'm not letting my guard down.
Fluzone High-Dose Quadrivalent isn't for people who've had a severe allergic reaction to any flu vaccine or vaccine component, including eggs or egg products. Tell your healthcare professional if you've ever experienced severe muscle weakness after receiving a flu shot. People with weakened immune systems, including those receiving therapies that suppress the immune system, may experience lower immune responses. Vaccination may not protect everyone. Side effects include pain, redness and/or swelling where you got the shot, muscle ache, headache, and general discomfort. Other side effects may occur.
All flu shots are not the same. I raised my game with Fluzone High-Dose Quadrivalent.
Ask your doctor or pharmacist for Fluzone High-Dose Quadrivalent.
Let's check out the hook Audrey said.
When I shine, hands to the sky on mine.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
"15 minutes to go back in Tulsa, Houston. 35-3 lead. Chapman Stadium, Andre Ware, Roy Philpott, Paul Carcaterra. And the Cougs thirsty for more. Getting greedy on offense tonight.
Yeah, they have been balanced through 3 quarters. 23 runs, 23 passes. You want to talk about balance on offense? Everybody sharing in the wealth. That's about as balanced as you can get it. And I know he's not
Step
keeping
infraction.
count.
Offense, number 65. 5-yard penalty.
Play callers don't keep track of that.
Sometimes, but I don't think Dana Holgerson's keeping track of it to this point where it's that much balance. 23 runs, 23 passes, and 8 receivers have caught the ball. That is keeping a defense on its toes, on its heels, where they don't know where it's coming from. It's a heck of a job of calling plays.
And he's still coaching on the sidelines. Wasn't pleased with the snap infraction. We've seen a couple of those infractions this evening. 2nd and goal, all the way back near the 10. McCaskill drifts out, tuned to the end zone, wide open for the score. Seth Green, the tight end, the Minnesota transfer, 2nd score of the season. Number 17 in white.
Excellent throw by Toon. He's got everybody thinking the corner route, and it comes back inside to Seth Green, the reserve tight end. His 2nd touchdown reception of the year, and that's a big target down in the red zone at 6'4", 240. Watch, Toon's eyes will go left, then it comes right back, and just a little bit of air under the football for the big tight end.
9 different receivers caught passes tonight from Clayton Tune.
And to the clip of about 70% is Clayton Tune. You're going to win a lot of games doing things like that.
42-3 to score. You just told me you got a text from David Klingler during that break.
Yeah.
He has a favorite receiver, right?
He's talking about number 11 when he hit me over the corner up the sideline. It's my favorite. Everybody always asks me, what's your favorite play in college? Well, that's the one. We sneak him into the game right after half against Texas, and I pretend to call an audible and go up the sideline. They direct snap to Klingler. He drops one over my shoulder. No doubt about it. I missed that pass every single day in practice. But in the game, I caught it.
Not on game day. In a game of 47.
Game day, gotta have it. Gotta have it.
Speaking of game day, we got all kinds of matchups headed your way tomorrow. And the guys will get you ready, starting with college game day bright and early. We've talked a lot about Arkansas and Georgia. Penn State, James Franklin, you talked about the great job he's done, the big win against Auburn. They're ranked inside the top 5, and Indiana's going to have something to prove. But the Nittany Lions, they got a chance to go to the playoff.
Yeah, they really do. And the game I'll have eyes on is that Oregon-Stanford game. Going to Arizona State next week to see David Shaw and his bunch travel to Tempe. I have my eyes on that one. Oregon's playing some pretty good football.
The games we're looking forward to the most tomorrow. You're going Louisville, Wake Forest. Give me the why.
Malik Cunningham against Wake Forest, a defense that returns 11 starters on offense for Wake. They jumped into the top 25 after a big win against Virginia on the road last week. That's a good football team with a lot of experience. Won't be easy for Louisville in that one.
How about in the Big 12? Pair of 4-0 teams going head-to-head. Baylor and Oklahoma State. This is actually Dave Aranda's first time into a crazy road atmosphere. Last year with COVID, it's year 2 for him. Spoke to Quint Kesnick, who's on the call tomorrow in Stillwater. He said Jerry Bohannon, the quarterback for Baylor, will have opportunities to beat Oklahoma State in press man coverage, but he's a guy that can make plays with his feet as well. So the play of Bohannon, the quarterback, critical on the road.
Yeah, when you catch a defense that's playing a lot of man-to-man, it's going to create some running lanes for a quarterback. And that's why a lot of guys will stay away from it against mobile quarterbacks, especially in today's game.
Baylor and Wake Forest, 2 of the teams listed there in that graphic. 2 of the big surprises in college football. You're talking about the Deeks and Dave Clawson. I think they're the best team in the ACC right now. Think about that.
It's not
for
a stretch, brother. It's not a stretch at all. There's a lot of experience. They've got a lot of depth. And, you know, we were looking at I'm looking at the depth chart during the game. I'm like, this guy's a junior. They're all coming back next year as well. So he's got a lot in terms of a foundation to build on. Not a lot of people are up to speed on Wake. Pretty get to know him.
Yeah, Sam Hartman, their quarterback, too, has enjoyed a sensational start to his season. Dave Clawson does more with less than anybody this side of Jim Grove, the former Wake Forest head coach that won an ACC championship back in 2006.
We were talking about just that last week, about the formula to win at Wake, and the conversation I had with Jim Grove about the redshirting of players and the player development, and Dave Clawson has done stayed to that formula. Jim Grove abandoned it a little bit at the tail end of his tenure there. Dave Clawson has stayed right into that blueprint, and it's starting to pay off.
Stay on this play. The punt is going to be tipped. Marcus Jones was thinking about a touchdown as a return man, and instead, off the carom, it drifts into Houston territory at the 47.
It's carrying over into all phases. It's defense, offense, and now special teams starting to have an effect on this football game. Jake Herslow getting there and getting his hands on a punt.
Welcome to Allstate, where we have all new lower auto rates. And savings like that will make everyone feel like an MVP. Now get new lower auto rates with Allstate. Because better protection costs a lot less. You're in good hands with Allstate. Click or call for a lower auto rate today.
Talking about mental health is not a sign of weakness, but really a sign of strength.
People sometimes don't want to talk about mental health. They don't want to talk about problems that they might have that aren't physical. But those problems are just as real.
I have this disease, and it makes it awkward that I have to explain myself or prove myself in certain situations.
A lot of times I'm not feeling good, or not having a good day, but through the music, I'm able to have a good day by expressing something that feels good to me that I can pass on to others.
Yeah, one of my favorite phrases to share with not only my kids, but anybody is never compare your insides to someone else's outsides.
We are creating conversation, we are raising awareness, and we're kicking the hell out of this stigma, saying, get away from the people we love the most.
Are you ready for the tradiciones, the bailes, and the pasión? The Raiders and the Chargers are ready for this huge AFC West matchup. Are you ready?
Honestly, I thought I was getting my floors clean. Then I learned my mop could be loaded with bacteria. That means I gotta clean my mop too? Oh, so I got a Swiffer WetJet to get a cleaner clean. I stick on a fresh pad, boom, it's ready to go. The spray breaks down dirt, and the pad absorbs it deep inside, unlike my mop that can spread it around. And WetJet's even safe on wood. All this, bye-bye. It's so simple. I get a cleaner clean every day.
Try WetJet with a money-back guarantee.
Hi, Mr. Wonderful here. I believe that startup investing is key to building wealth, but it's hard for everyday people to find access to these deals. Well, I've got good news. On Start Engine, you can discover hundreds of startups raising capital and begin building your portfolio today. For as little as $100, you can own a piece of the next great business. It's your turn to become a shark. Join me at startengine.com.
What a night for Dana Holgorsen and the Houston Cougars. New quarterback on the field, Ike Obagwu, making a rare appearance. Doesn't have a ton of experience, despite the fact he's been with the program a couple of years. Redshirted for the first time back in 2017, a late penalty flag.
Yeah, he had to play a couple of weeks ago when Clayton Tune went out with that hamstring injury, and he was solid. Completed about 60% of his passes and threw a couple of touchdowns to go along with it.
His yardage. Touchdowns coming against
Holding.
Grambling.
Defense. Number 0. 10-yard penalty. Results in a first down.
Tyon Davis.
Good size. About 6'2", 210 pounds. Describe him as really smart, knows this system, and they know that he can go in a pinch and execute and run this offense.
Obagwu, junior out of San Jose, California. He said he can do some things after what they saw in that first performance. Chandler Smith gets a touch. Clark.
Yeah, Obagwu was someone that Dana Holgorsen was impressed with from an IQ standpoint. He said ever since he came from West Virginia to Houston, Ike's been in every single meeting. He's got great football IQ, but more importantly, too, I mean, he's just a team guy and seized a moment when Clayton Tune was out a few weeks ago. So this is a guy they're completely comfortable turning to, and IQ on the football field and in the classroom. He's a grad student already.
He can spin it. You know, watching him in warm-ups. Love watching the quarterbacks from up here, you know, throw the ball around a little bit. He can spin it.
Smith sent backwards by Trayvon Reeves. He'll lose a yard. You know, Andre, you think about it, tomorrow with all the big games out there, another one a little bit under the radar with so many marquee matchups. Team from the American in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Notre Dame. I mean, that could be one of the biggest games for any group of 5 team, not only this year, but in a number of years, because a lot of people think Cincinnati's got a chance to maybe crash the playoff.
And if they win tomorrow on the road at Notre Dame, that, you know, I'm on the record as saying that there isn't a Group 5 team because of the way things are set up that would make the playoff, but that'd be hard to argue against Cincinnati making it. On the road at Indiana, they take care of business. On the road at Notre Dame, if they take care of business there. But I think it's just going to be tough the way things are set up for a Group 5 team to ever play in the playoff.
especially as it stands now with just a 4-team field. Of course, expansion could be coming at some point.
That could make it different, but then you'd have a few 2-loss teams. All of a sudden, if it goes to 8 or 12 or whatever is being discussed earlier in the offseason, that just makes ways for others in the Power 5 conferences to get there.
Always a bit of drama as pertains to the playoff, despite the fact that the same 3 teams have dominated it. With expansion and everything else, you just never know what's around the corner.
New Year's 6, yes.
Offense, number 14, 5-yard penalty, 3rd down.
Yeah, New Year's 6, yes, there's a spot for them, obviously. But when you start talking playoff, that's a different animal, and I just don't think that gate's been open, and I don't think it's going to be open. It's locked and sealed shut.
Luke Fickell's trying to smash it down somehow.
Good luck. Give him a chisel and some other things. That'd be a huge win for his program. Absolutely.
They've got some brand equity. Andre Ware, Roy Philpott, Paul Carcaterra, great to have you with us tonight. Smith, the spin crossing the 30. Brought down with authority after a 10-yard gain by Burnett.
You know, gentlemen, if Cincinnati goes on the road and beats Notre Dame, and say Notre Dame runs the table, how do you hold this team out? I just don't. I mean, I get it. There's a lot of great SEC schools, but what else are they supposed to do? Because if you don't give it to that team this year after beating Notre Dame on the road, and if Notre Dame has the season everyone thinks they can, and say they have 1 or 2 losses, you're basically saying then there's no shot for a non-Power 5 team ever to make the playoff.
And that was the case, and I can't remember the team card right off the top of my head, but that was the case for a team from a Group 5 conference a couple of years ago, and it's not going to happen.
Witherspoon misses from 45, 42-3 our score, just over 11 to go in Tulsa.
The best things America makes are the things America makes out here. The history she writes in her clear blue skies, the legends she births on hometown fields, and the future she promises. When we made Grand Wagoneer, proudly assembled in America, we knew no object would ever rank with the best things in this country. But we believed we could make something worthy of their spirit.
Reggie Bush used to eat breakfast somewhere else. Then he tried Wendy's breakfast. Now we can't get rid of him.
Can you believe this breakfast croissant is only $1.99?
Yeah, Reggie. I put the sign up.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Oh, you're doing it wrong, man.
What's wrong with action figures?
Nothing, except buying them without Capital One Shopping.
What's that, Samuel, Mr. L. Jackson?
Capital One Shopping instantly searches for available coupon codes and automatically applies them. Just download it to your computer.
Whoa, you're my hero.
Yeah, I can tell.
You like it?
I look good in miniature. Capital One Shopping. It's kind of genius.
What's in your wallet?
I don't say it like that, Devin.
Are you using Liberty Mutual's coverage customizer tool? So you only pay for what you need. Sorry? Label, you're an animal!
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Little Caesars are crazy calzone, julienne pepperoni. It's so tasty.
I like white sauce.
Here comes the bite. Here comes the...
Yummy!
I dream about the crazy calzone again?
You also said some weird things about giraffes.
We're not Big Pizza, we're Little Caesars. The new crazy calzone for $8.49. Pizza, pizza.
One of these winners on the rise up. Good vibes, only get your hands up. You finna read what you saw. Black ties still keep on.
Come together, Ralph's Club. The new fragrance, Ralph Lauren.
At Macy's, the fragrance destination.
USAA is made for the safe pilots, like Matt, who can come to a stop with barely a bobble. With USAA Safe Pilot, when you drive safe, you can save up to 30% on your auto insurance. USAA, what you're made of, we're made for.
go down one rabbit hole or another and to get kind of some heated moments because everybody's got an opinion.
Yep.
And I think we come back to if Cincinnati beats Notre Dame tomorrow, look, they're going to make as compelling a case as anybody. Let's see how the rest of this thing shakes out. The Power 5 programs down the stretch. But, I mean, look, they're going to pass a lot of eye tests being able to pull something like that off if they can.
Yeah, it was UCF a couple of years ago. And it's not set up that way. Strength of schedule will always hurt. And even, because you're basically basing it on one win,
Offside.
2 wins.
Defense, number 12. That penalty's decline. The result of the play is the first down.
2 wins by Cincinnati that are road games and as impressive as it is. Then they'll go, okay, well, what about the conference schedule? And so when strength of schedule was included in that, that was the deal sealer.
Take a look at the AP Top 10 through Week 5 and all the games coming up tomorrow. Iowa pouring it on in College Park against the undefeated Maryland Terrapins. Florida-Kentucky game we talked a little bit about as well earlier tonight. Yeah, it's like Lucy pulling the football away from Charlie Brown at the last minute. Cincinnati trying to sneak in there, right?
That's a perfect analogy, man. He never gets to kick it, right?
It's painful to watch that over and over.
That's perfect. That is perfect example.
Brooks will hobble off.
And trust me, I'm pulling for the underdogs all the time, it seems like. But or it's fact. I would love to see it happen, but I will never believe it until they're teeing it up for 60 minutes.
Last comment on it is Bren surveys. He'll dump it off to Watkins, who couldn't corral it. This feels like the kind of year where if it were to happen, that maybe the stars would align, because we've seen some of the brand name teams already exit their way out of playoff in that conversation. Let's say like a Clemson, or we're seeing an Oregon start to excel, where there just seems to be a change up near the top with some teams.
To your point, now all of a sudden we're talking about the Pac-12. When is the last time the Pac-12 has been talked about in terms in that conversation with a playoff?
Somebody get Pete Carroll on the phone. It's been a while, it seems like. Contact, and here comes a pass interference penalty against the Cougars. Malachi Jones, the receiver.
Pass interference. Defense, number 25. 15-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
That was DJ Small.
Just a little bit early in getting there. Receiver slows down, and then that one right there with a hand, left hand, just enough on the shoulder of the receiver.
That's the 10th penalty tonight against the Cougs. You see the yardage at 85 and counting. And there'll be one coachable moment from this game that Dana Holger's going to go back and look at and say, all right, hey, we played pretty well, fellas, but let's clean this up before we go down to Tulane next week. Boy, Brent didn't even have a second to basically catch the snap, the pressure, an inning.
This may be a intentional grounding, because they're looking, talking about it. There's only an offensive lineman who was in the area.
There is no foul for intentional grounding. Number 13 was in the area. Second down.
13. All I saw was 56, which was Tyler Smith.
But Dre, you hit the point earlier about the snaps, and for Philip Montgomery, they got to go back to the drawing board, because right out of the gate, you get the football, it's coming in low, it's coming in hot, it's coming in high like we just saw. That disrupts the whole flow of your offense.
And that one, there's some flow to that one, catching his receiver Naylor right in stride. But you're right, it's first things first. Snap to the quarterback has got to be on time. They finally get it right, and that allows you to operate. So many times tonight, we've seen low, we've seen high coming from the center. And when there's no one over the nose of Gadlin there, it's a perfect snap to Bren, and he's able to deal it to Naylor for the touchdown. But when some centers have that nose guard over them, it is tough.
Now the Cougs have given up 4 pass plays. Check that, 3 pass plays of over 40 yards. That last one reaches pay dirt. He's got the hat on to celebrate the score.
Pizza Hut's Detroit-style pizza is back. Same crispy crust cheese to the edge, and the sauce is still on top. Ooh, that looks good. The Detroit-style pizza. Get it before it's gone. Hurry up! No one out-pizzas the Hut.
It's Laura's favorite place with her favorite people, so life feels just right, even though a few hours ago, that could spoil anyone's day. But when Laura compared auto insurance companies, she chose Amica, a company that takes absolutely extraordinary care of its customers. And with auto insurance like that, you can have more moments like this. Any Amica customer will tell you, Amica delivers an experience that meets the highest standards. Yours. Call now or visit amica.com to get a quote.
It took a while to get up here. We started out around 1959. Then we took a hard left in East Africa. A right at Baja. A 180 in the empty quarter. And that 65-degree incline at Hell's Revenge. A few million miles later, and voila. But we didn't do all that just to get here. We did it to give you a truck that'll take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
You know what beats next day shipping? Getting it the same day. So shop Ace online and get free in-store or curbside pickup right in your neighborhood. Or get what you need delivered the very same day you order.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
When your family gathers around a shakaroni from Papa John's, you're sharing more than extra cheese and pepperoni. You're sharing scholarships, meals, and laughter. Because $1 from every shakaroni goes to charity. That's pizza with a purpose.
On a memorable Fansville by Dr. Pepper.
I can't believe my boy's already heading off to college. Here, in case they don't have his at Coastal U.
Thanks, Mom. Oh, yeah, I got you something, too. Your Science Day game ball. It's your most prized possession. Yeah, I was saving it for when you went to state. Yeah, Coastal U is where I belong. Here, catch you. No!
It was right to you.
What? I was holding all this stuff. That ball's like a son to me.
Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
An SEC triple header.
Not just college football, SEC football.
Saturday, starting at noon on ESPN. Run it.
Don't forget, coming up immediately following our game, it is Sports Center. MLB postseason looms. The final weekend of the regular season beginning this evening. Bill Belichick, of course, on Tom Brady's return to New England. And we get you set for all the biggest games tomorrow in college football. Sports Center coming up on ESPN, also the ESPN app. Tulsa on the scoreboard, and a fair catch called for it. Well, we talked about it earlier tonight. And the play that Andre Ware referred to, one of his favorites of all time.
You guys can go find this
Here
thing.
it is.
Oh, my goodness.
The trickeration, David Klingler on the field. Nobody knew he was going to toss it to number 11. Look at the hands.
With the shoulder. May have been gone. Stanley Richards got a hand on me. Oh, man, that's favorite play. And they think it's a pass play. No, it was that one.
I mean, Klingler off the bench,
right
ice cold, just dropping dimes.
Well, he was warming up, too, but we knew we were going to run it the first play of the second half. So he comes out and warms up like, you know, we're always do, throwing it around on the sideline. And he dropped one in there that day.
Hey, that's impressive.
That is
impressive.
Something else.
You got wheels, Andre.
You go find
those wheels from?
Back in the day, Clark, I could pick them up and put them down a little bit.
Yeah. Look, man, I'm going to give you props. I'm going to give props to our producer, Chris Damiano.
Finding that quickly like that? That's unbelievable, man.
I mean, he had to go back to the 8mm, given the standard definition we just all witnessed, but it worked.
That's amazing to dig that thing up on, you know, on the spot like that.
If I knew you had wheels like that pregame, I would have had Roy Philpott playing DB against you, me throwing the ball. I'd like to see that one.
Okay.
Display the hands again.
Irwin, the reception, and he'll drag a couple of Golden Hurricane defenders across the 40, and a late penalty marker flies in from about 40 yards away.
Thing was coming in with some tailwind speed on it.
talking about the Klingler pass or the
No,
flag?
I'm talking
right there?
about that flag, man. That baby was flying
That's
in there.
the longest toss I've seen of a penalty
Result
marker.
of the play is a first down. First down, I mean. After the play, personal foul on this here roughness, number 52 of the defense. 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
Devin Lamp.
Bagu, that's the arm strength that I was talking about earlier. Just kind of watching him, you go back and pull that Grambling film, and just at the end of this, a little bit too much, too extra, a little bit extra on the end of that by Lamp.
Straight ahead, Mulbacar.
Now's the time in a game for Dana Holgerson. When you're up 42-10, you can get some guys in, start to build some depth in case you have injuries as the season progresses. It's not a guy's first time. You see the name Baines there, Max Baines. That was I played with his dad, Joey Baines, who was our right tackle back in the day. To see his son in a University of Houston uniform.
Pretty special. By the way, Tulsa was favored in this game, for those that are wondering, and a lot of people still watching to see if perhaps a couple of more points will be scored this evening. Sliding in safely is old Ike. And Ike Bagu slides in safely for a short game.
He's a good-looking player, isn't he? He's calm, composed. You can tell just by the lights don't bother him. You know, and that's what you're building for in case something happens down the road and you gotta play him. And I like the fact that Dana Holgerson hadn't just gone to a predominantly run game with Ike in the game. Let him throw it around and get some real experience along with these receivers and the backup offensive line, because you never know when you're going to need guys.
Tulsa in that three-man front. Again, they'll walk another defender. Two more at the line, and here they come on third down. Bagu dumps it off. And the reception by Herslow will move the chains. Give him 5.
Good job by Herslow.
Give me a sense on the American Conference. We talked about Cincinnati. Is there a challenger out there? UCF has Gus Malzahn. They've kind of been up and down early on. A team like Houston and Dana Holgerson, this is going to be their 4th straight win.
SMU.
Undefeated as well.
Yeah, SMU. That may be, you know, that's a road that they've got to come through Houston in order to get to the conference championship game. That's going to be one heck of a matchup on October, the day before Halloween in Houston. So that'll be one. That's a team that I like what Sonny Dykes has done at SMU. Memphis is starting to generate some momentum in there as well. So there are a couple of teams in there that could challenge Cincinnati for the AAC title.
Philip Montgomery's Tulsa Golden Hurricane. You see the odds to win the league as it stands right now. This is their first conference game of the year, so you still have time to bounce back. And again, if you're just tuning in, you wouldn't think that this Tulsa team was within a touchdown at Ohio State just a couple of weeks ago. Had a chance to beat Oklahoma State on the road as well. You would have thought that tough schedule to start the year would help you out once league play began.
Well, it started with just mistakes, and mistakes early in the game against a good football team that can score and put points on the board. Now all of a sudden you find yourself getting out of your game plan, doing some things that you didn't plan on doing against Houston, and it kind of snowballed. The snaps that we've talked about all night long, where it takes you out of rhythm, it throws the timing of your offense off. It's so much so that they had to make a change at center.
Yeah, that's an issue, a serious issue on third down. False start.
False start. Offense, number 70. 5-yard penalty. Third down.
Jordan Boatman. My eyes still hurt from that standard definition trick play we just saw. It was fun, nonetheless, revisiting some of the glory days. You and Klingler tossing it around.
Surprised me tonight with it. First of all, the stuff early on, but then to find that play, that's amazing. Oh, a nice job here.
Pass sailing out of bounds, looking for Irwin. You said he can spin it.
and spinning.
And on 4th down, Cougars try a field goal. And that would be significant for some watching. And let's see, Dalton Witherspoon, who try to connect.
Career long of 53.
He's got the leg strength.
Yeah.
This one officially from 48 yards. Near the middle of the field. Snap placement and kick on the way. And it is good. 45-10, a higher scoring game tonight in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Some like you to think they still build the best trucks. But according to just about anybody who's handing out a trophy, Ram currently builds the best trucks. So if you're shopping for a truck today, here it is. If you're shopping in the past, well, good luck with that. Ram, the top brand in new vehicle quality in the entire automotive industry.
During Ram Power Days, get $3,550 in total values or get 0% financing for 72 months on Ram 1500.
Someday, you'll catch the perfect wave. And with access to elevated benefits at fine hotels and resorts, someday can be any day you want. One of the many reasons you're with Amex Platinum.
We raise the bar on bar food with sandwiches, tenders, and burgers. There's more where this came from. To the greatest of all times, Buffalo Wild Wings.
Whoa. Every week, millions of fantasy football players need to be confident they're making the right decision.
What's up with CeeDee Lamb?
How does ESPN help them make smarter trades and set the right lineup?
Does this look bad?
I don't know, I'm not that kind of doctor.
IBM Watson. By analyzing everything from player stats to expert opinions, Watson cuts through the noise to deliver game-changing insight.
Boomer Bust says CeeDee Lamb is going to boom.
To keep ESPN at the top of the fantasy sports world.
He's good.
What can Watson do for your business?
How does it feel to have an Angie home? Like savoring a midnight snack in your newly renovated dream kitchen. Get started on your next home project at Angie.com or download the Angie mobile app today. Make your home an Angie home. Angie, and done.
Ah, Mr. Black.
Good to see you again, Barrett.
To your demise.
Want to get away? Now you can with low fares starting at $59 one way.
Coach Prime, I think you got what it takes to wear the Aflac.
Style, charisma, and a smile, there's 21 out of 10.
Aflac. You know Aflac can help keep unexpected health care costs from ruining someone's finances. Check out this coverage.
Still got it, Coach. You still got it.
Aflac. Never lost it.
Yeah. Aflac. You see that coverage? With that wingspan, I see why you got more rings than a cell phone.
There's always room for one more.
Yeah.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover.
Aflac
is an official sponsor of ESPN College Game Day.
Oh, sister of mine, I got you this. The new iPhone 13 Pro. It's on Verizon 5G. I can't believe you got me this. Yes, Verizon is giving one to everyone when they trade in their older damaged phone. Oh, so like every sister can get this? Yeah, every aluminum siding installer. Why not? Every doula. They would have to. Every customer, new and old, can get iPhone 13 Pro on us. Because everyone deserves better. Everyone, horse trainers, manicurists, you get the new iPhone. We're alone. I know. What are we doing? I don't know.
Well, Saturday is almost here and a big weekend on ESPN. 3 SEC contests to get you rip-roaring ready to go. We'll start with the 9 o'clock kick. Auburn and LSU down at Baton Rouge. Florida and Kentucky at 6. A lot of conversation already on the Dogs and the Hogs at noon between the hedges. We will see if Arkansas is legit under second-year head coach Sam Pittman. Barry Odom calling the defensive plays. KJ Jefferson dropping dimes in Fayetteville this season. They've already beaten Texas A&M and Texas. As the kickoff sails into the end zone. Houston linebacker Donovan Mutin has been named as a semifinalist for the 2021 William B. Campbell Trophy. The trophy recognizes the best football scholar athlete in the nation for his combined academic success, football performance, and exemplary leadership. Donovan Mutin, one of the best in the business, and we haven't called his name a lot tonight. But he does great work on the field and off. Remember, he had that tip pass that led to the pick 6 back in the first half as well.
Still like that term, scholar athlete, student athlete. Just try our best to keep that in our game. We're referring to college football players.
Team captain out of Spring, Texas. 45-10, approaching 4 to play. Steven Anderson, new Tulsa running back. Andre Ware, Roy Philpott, Paul Carcaterra. It's been a fun call here in Tulsa. Not so fun for the Golden Hurricane. If you're Philip Montgomery, you think about what you're doing at the quarterback position moving forward a little bit after tonight?
No, I think it's just growing pains with David Brent. He's kind of proven the last couple of weeks, with the exception of tonight, that he can get the job done there. And so, you know, you just call it a rough night at the office. He'll grow from it, watching the film tomorrow and being able to see the mistakes along with, you know, some of the stuff that's going on up front. He had some early game drops to go that would have helped him out a lot in this game, and we discussed it, that Doug Belk's going to bring some pressure until you hit one of those. Well, the drops, they don't back them off. They just keep coming until you make them back off.
Yeah, you go back to last year, too, with Davis Brin, come back at Tulane, coming off the bench. I mean, this guy has put together some impressive highlight reel type games. Sometimes comeback fashion, and other times this year hasn't happened against stiffer competition. Coming into tonight, he had thrown for almost 800 yards in his last 2 games. Well, he certainly has the ability to get it done.
Yeah, over 1,200 coming into tonight's game, and you're talking about a schedule that includes Oklahoma State, Ohio State. You know, that's some. He's proven that he's got the goods to get it done. Just got to protect him up front, and the receivers, when he's dealing the ball, you got to be able to hold on to it and make a play for your quarterback. And I think everybody in that room will see the importance of what early game success means for the entire group. And there are only so many opportunities in a ball game, and all of a sudden you find yourself in the 4th quarter.
Marcus Jones, that's one more crack at it. And the punt ruled dead inside the 25. After going 44 yards. Don't forget about ESPN Plus, upcoming AAC events tomorrow. Got Tulane and East Carolina, 3:30 Eastern. Over there in Greenville, North Carolina, you got the 7th-ranked Golden Hurricane men's soccer team, fresh off that win against SMU. They'll host USF Sunday at 8 Eastern. And basketball season's less than 6 weeks away. Yes, you heard me correctly. You got AAC Media Days. Men's and women's season preview, October 13th and 14th. Coverage begins at 11 a.m. Sign up at espnplus.com/AAC. No time winding down, under 3 to go here in Tulsa. Another carry for Chandler Smith. Cougs' potential this year, I mean, you know this program very well. I mean, it's a team that's now won 4 games in a row, longest winning streak under Dana Holgerson's watch.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like they got a pretty good slate ahead of them.
I thought if they got the Texas Tech game, and you mentioned that they were ahead in that game and controlling things from the beginning, if they were to win that, they had a chance to run the table with this schedule. But then now, all of a sudden, SMU's going to have something to say about that. Temple, it's not a bad team. I think they're 500 right now. And Memphis, as I mentioned earlier, starting to play some better football. So it won't be easy, but they've got a chance to get themselves to that championship game.
Perhaps a meeting with Cincinnati, who they will not see in the regular season. Yet, just looking at that schedule briefly, SMU is that one game to me that really stands out. Memphis will have something to say, too. But for Dana Holgerson, year number 3, they had all those cancellations last year due to COVID. Feels like they're trending in a big way in the right direction.
Well, certainly the way they look tonight defensively, that's going to give them an opportunity and a chance to be in a lot of ball games and overcome anything that they may be short-sighted in within the rest of the team, whether it's offense or special teams. That defense, that travels. The running game, that travels. You can have an off night with your quarterback, but when you can run the football and play defense, you're going to be in a game every week.
Defense gave up just 10 points tonight. Only 4 rushing yards. Of course, those 3 interceptions. Of course, the 1 pick 6, 4 sacks, 9 TFLs.
Yeah.
And if you haven't heard the name Doug Belk yet, put a star by it and remember that man right there, because calling plays on the defensive side of the ball for the Cougs. Shadowed Nick Saban for 3 years at Alabama, won some titles there back in the day at Valdosta State. This guy knows what he's doing, Andre.
Absolutely. And said it earlier, I was impressed with talking to him by Zoom, as I have been all season, or at any point in time in any coaches meetings that we've had. He's a sharp guy that has a extremely bright future.
Camden Benjamin tripped up. Less than a minute to go. 53-yard punt, a return of 5 yards. A big weekend of college football. Big night for that man, Doug Belk. And a fun performance for the Cougs on the road this evening. Their first true road game of 2021. The other thing he told us, believes in PLT, a player-led team.
Yeah.
If they don't like it, we don't do it.
Yeah.
I mean, that really matches the era I think we live in 2021, and just making sure that everybody is on the same page.
It gives the players a little bit of input and trust from the coaches. And so when you have a group that starts to police itself, then you got a good program. And I think that's what he has really started to develop on that side of the ball.
Roman Fuller, new quarterback for Tulsa. Steven Anderson, power finish on the run of 21.
Guys buying into what he's doing and just playing hard. And so when you have that, that's a special thing. Hard to capture sometimes because players rotate in, rotate out, especially in today's world of college football where guys are transferring all the time. Not if you're having fun and you're having success.
Could be the final play of the game. Let's see if TU gets back to the line. Cougars were dominant. Clayton Tune, another solid start. Alton McCaskill rushing for those 3 touchdowns. True freshman running back for Houston.
That is the end of the ball game.
And that'll do it. Big win for the Cougs. Our final score once again, 45-10. Houston's won 4 games in a row, and Tulsa falls to 1-4 on the season as well. For Andre Ware, Paul Carcaterra, I'm Roy Philpott. Thank you so much for watching. Good night from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Sports Center is headed your way next.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Yeah, dominating performance by Houston, picking up their 4th win of the season, putting up plenty of points. You know what? College football, it was drunk last weekend with so many upsets all over the place. Week 5, it's got a lot to live up to.
Yeah, but we've got some pretty stacked games coming up on Saturday, but we did have another top 25 team in action Friday night. We go to the Big Ten, a couple of undefeateds in this matchup. Number 5, Iowa, taking on Maryland. Hawkeyes had won 10 in a row dating back to last season. That's the 3rd longest active streak in FBS. Picking up first quarter, Iowa actually down 7-3. Spencer Petras, Tyler Goodson, 18 yards there, get inside the Maryland 10. Same drive, we flip fields to start the second quarter. Petras sneaks it in. Iowa regains the lead at 10-7. On the ensuing kickoff, Dante Demas Jr. is back to receive for the Terps. Has it there, and then no longer has it there, and he got twisted up, kind of crazy looking. You see him grabbing his leg, and he would stay down. He would actually be carted off the field. He says, I'm coming back. In his mind, he was coming back. 2nd and goal, though, after that fumble. Petras, Arlen Bruce the 4th. Now the Hawkeyes extend their lead to double digits, 17-7. Here comes Maryland. Can they respond? Taulea Tagovailoa, pass is tipped, intercepted by Jack Kerner. Now he would end up fumbling it away, but Iowa somehow gets it back to maintain possession. Tagovailoa had 5 interceptions in this game. So good field position again for Iowa. Goodson made a couple dudes miss, picks up the first down, and then Petras again sneaking it in. Hawkeyes will go up big 24-7. It was 34-7 at the break. Second half, pretty much more of the same, just putting it on the Terps. Petrus. Where's he got? Goodson. Oh, nice move there to get open in the middle of the field. Oh, we've got jukes and we've got speed. 67 yards to the house. Huge night for Tyler Goodson. The Hawkeyes put up a 50 spot on Maryland. The 12th time the Terps have given up 50 points in the game since joining the Big Ten 7 years ago. It's 51-14, but a bunch to go in the fourth quarter.
Wagon wheel up for grabs in this one. In-state bragging rights. Number 13, BYU taking on Utah State. Logan Bonner here, looking deep. Going to be intercepted by Malik Moore. Moore able, that's a fantastic interception. Hangs on to the ball. First down for BYU. On their drive, Baylor Romney starting his second straight game, making the most of his opportunities. He's going to go deep this time and hits Puka Nacua. 42-yard gain. 2 plays later, 2nd and 5 at the Utah State 22. Tyler Algier finding an opening down the sideline, and he's going to get into the end zone. 22 yards for the touchdown. BYU leading 7-0. Early second. It's 10-3 now. BYU 1st and 10. Romney to Isaac Rex. He'll do the rest. BYU with the 17-3 lead at that point. Just under 5 minutes remaining in the second. It's now 17-10. BYU 3rd and 2 at their own 41. Algier finding an opening, and he's gone. Nobody going to catch him. 59-yard touchdown. BYU up 24-13. It is now 24-13 still in the third.
This is SportsCenter at night.
The massive Week 5 slate in college football is just getting started. College Game Day setting the stage for a can't-miss Saturday sketch. It's the last chance to make a move. 4 teams fighting for 2 wildcard spots in the AL as the postseason looms close. And Tom Brady's return to Foxborough inching much closer. Bill Belichick sharing his thoughts on TV 12 time in New England now on SportsCenter.
Off the bat, right into the cotton candy.
Cole Tucker makes an unbelievable catch. Oh, my.
4 teams still alive, but just 3 days remaining to claim the 2 wildcard spots in the American League. Yankees in the best position thanks to a 2-game cushion at home tonight, hosting the Rays. They could actually clinch that wildcard spot with the win, plus either a Boston or Seattle loss. Top of the first, Nelson Cruz for the Rays. Y'all better back up, suckers. I'm feeling good tonight. His 32nd of the year gives Tampa the early lead. Let's go to the bottom of the first. You've got a runner on third for Giancarlo Stanton, who's been on a tear, as have the Yankees. Sends that one the other way. Gleyber Torres scores to tie the game at 1-all. We jump ahead to the 7th. Tampa's up 2-1. They've got the bases loaded. Jonathan Loaizaga on the mound for the Yanks. Wander Franco at the plate. Fans are on their feet, and how about that? All gas, no brakes. 100 miles per hour on that fastball. Yankees hold the score at 2-1. We go to the 9th. It's still 2-1. You got Albert Abreu on the mound for the Yanks. Runners on 2nd and 3rd. Franco. Oh, he came up clutch this time. Base hit up the middle, brings in 2, so that pads the Rays lead to 4-1. Huge at bat there for Franco. So let's go to the bottom of the 9th. We got Stanton at the plate. He's got 1 out. That one is laced into the gap in left center. He's running, or is he running? Whoa, where did that throw go? So now he's at 2nd. He ends up at 3rd. Next batter, Joey Gallo. Oh, how about that? You got a shift for me? Take that. Not only did he get a base hit, he drove in Stanton, so now it's 4-2. 2 batters later, still 1 out. Brett Gardner with 2 on. Doubles down the right field line. Gallo would come in to score. So now the Yankees trail at 4-3. 2 batters later. It's 2 outs now. Runners at 1st and 2nd. Rougned Odor strikes out on an 0-2 pitch, and the Rays hold on to take down the Yankees 4-3.
So could the rest of the teams chasing the wild card, could they take advantage? The Red Sox losing 2 or 3 to the Orioles. That didn't help. They're tied for the final wild card spot with Seattle coming into this one with the Nationals. Bases loaded, bottom of the 4th. Eduardo Rodriguez in a jam here. Going to get 1 out. Then Andrew Stevenson grounding up to second. Now Stevenson coming here. That pop-out was the second out. Now it's Stevenson here. Getting out here. Boston getting out of jam. Again, bases loaded, no outs to get 3 in a row. What a play right there. And Boston avoiding some major damage right there. Incredible effort there by TK Hernandez. Okay, top 6, same score, 1 out, 2 runners on. Hunter Renfroe. That's the definition of clutch right there. Ripping one to center field, 3-run shot. 31st of the season, the Red Sox taking the 3-0 lead. Next batter, Bobby Dalbec. Adding to it, that's a solo shot. Back-to-back home runs for Boston. Red Sox 10th time with back-to-back home runs this season. That's the 3rd most in the majors. 4-zip. Bottom 7 we go. Red Sox leading 4-1. 2 outs. Runner on, Josh Bell at bat. Going to single to right. Juan Soto hustling to 3rd. Another throw here by J.D. Martinez. Red Sox getting out of the inning. Bottom 9 we go. It's 4-2. 2 outs, 2 runners on. Hansel Robles pitching here, and the flyout is going to end the game. The Red Sox getting a huge dub here. 4-2 the final over the Nationals.
All right, so the Mariners were tied with